is religious preachers, and one of them is a Bangladeshi singer.
Top sources tell Republic that role of coaching centers under scrutiny. Action has been initiated. Now, some Bihar-based coaching centers had played a negative role a couple of months ago in railway recruitment-related violence.
तो मसौढ़ी में सीधे हम लोगों को 3 कोचिंग संचालकों की भूमिका सामने आई है और उसमें आरक्षण कोचिंग संस्थान है, डीडीएस है, यथार्थ है। तो इन पर एफआईआर दर्ज किया गया मसौढ़ी थाने में और पुलिस के द्वारा जो उचित कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है। अन्य कोचिंग संस्थान जो हैं उनकी भूमिका की जांच हम लोग कर रहे हैं। गिरफ्तार लोगों का जो कॉल डिटेल्स है, मोबाइल्स का और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप का चैटिंग है, उनके आधार पर हम लोग कर रहे हैं और अगर संपुष्टि होती है किसी भी संस्थान की तो उस पर हम लोग एफआईआर दर्ज करेंगे और कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे।
Minister of State for Civil Aviation of India, Vijay Kumar Singh, termed the ongoing stir against Agnipat to be a cause of misinformation and also claimed that even coaching centers were part of these protests.
ये जो शब्द जो आ रहे हैं सिर्फ एक ही चीज दिखलाते हैं, युवाओं को भ्रमित करने के लिए विपक्ष और खासकर कांग्रेस बहुत आला दर्जे का काम कर रही है। किसी को पता नहीं क्या बोल रहे हैं, भड़काया जा रहा है। ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस को पैसे दिए जा रहे हैं कि अपने लोगों को भेजो।
Trinamool Congress MP Shantanu Sen yet again reiterated the party's opposition to the Agnipat scheme even after the centre and the tri-services chief's assurance.
Trinamool is a peace-loving party. Bengal is a peace-loving state. यहाँ पर कुछ नहीं होता, यहाँ पर वायलेंस तो कोई गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा। लेकिन हमारा कहना ये है, पाप करेगा बीजेपी उसलिए जलेगा बंगाल, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता है। लेकिन किस लिए जल रहा है बीजेपी को सोचना पड़ेगा। एक के बाद एक तुम घटना घटाओगे, मसला करोगे जिसके लिए पूरा देश जलेगा, ऐसा हो नहीं सकता।
MOS Defence Ajay Bhatt termed the Agnipat scheme as a golden opportunity for youth and slammed the opposition for provocative statements over the scheme.
ये स्वर्णिम भविष्य बनाने का एक मौका हमारे जवानों को मिल रहा है, हमारे युवकों को मिल रहा है। हम प्रार्थना करते हैं कि अच्छी तरह से समझ लें, योजना के बारे में जानकारी लें, उसके बाद फिर आप अपना निर्णय करें। आपको अगर अच्छा लगता है तो आप निर्णय लें, अगर कहीं पर आपको त्रुटि लगती है तो आप बताएं ये कौन सा तरीका है कि बसें जला रहे हैं, ट्रेन जल रही हैं।
As Congress staged a dharna in Karnataka, the state's chief minister has condemned the party for aggravating the ongoing violent protests going across the country. He said that it's a proof of Congress being a fuel to the ongoing fire in the nation.
The youths are misguided and it is politically motivated. It's a unique scheme, it's there in most of the countries. To build the youth with a trained youth force, not only in army, in elsewhere, in other services, there are ample of opportunities for youths once they get trained in army.
As Bihar continues to witness protests over the Agnipat recruitment scheme, poll strategist Prashant Kishore asserted that violence was not the right way. Taking to Twitter, the IPAC associate alleged that the people of Bihar were bearing the brunt of the conflict between the ruling alliance's key parties, the Janata Dal United and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Union Minister Ashwini Kumar Chaubey, speaking on Agnipat, said that some people are trying to provoke students through the ongoing protests, further adding that violence cannot solve anything.
हिंसा से किसी भी चीज़ का समाधान नहीं हो सकता। जो लोग हिंसक गतिविधियों पर उतरे हैं, कहीं न कहीं कुछ गलत लोग गलत मनसे से ऐसे लोगों को बहकावे में लगे हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कि जो छात्रों और युवाओं के कंधे पर बंदूक रख करके और अपनी रोटी सेकने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, उनके मंसूबे को छात्र युवा शक्ति और पूरा देश चकनाचूर करेगी।
After clinching gold in the 2022 Kortani Games, Tokyo Olympics champion Neeraj Chopra said he is now looking forward to kick off his Diamond Champion season in Stockholm on July 30th, even after a nasty fall in his third attempt in the competition. Amid the protest against Centre's Agnipath, the scheme turning violent, government sources inform Republic that at least 35 WhatsApp groups have been banned for spreading fake news on the scheme. This comes after multiple evidence brought out the role of pre-planned conspiracies behind the violence in several states. Official sources have informed that schools in Jharkhand will remain shut in view of the Bandh call over the Agnipath recruitment scheme. Sources added that the ongoing examinations of classes 9 and 11 have also been postponed. The Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the Indian Army, neutralized terrorists, including 2 Pakistani terrorists, in the 2 anti-terror operations in Kupwara and Kulgaon districts on Sunday. The central government on Sunday notified that Telangana High Court Chief Justice Satish Chandra Sharma has now been transferred to Delhi High Court as its Chief Justice. PM Modi will visit the state of Karnataka and visit Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, where he will inaugurate the Centre for Brain Research and lay the foundation stone of a multi-speciality hospital. He will inaugurate the new campus and of Base University, BASC, and unveil the statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Ahead of PM Modi's visit to Bengaluru, Hindi banners welcoming PM Modi were smeared with black paints allegedly by pro-Kannada activists in the city. The run-up to commemorate 23 years of Kargil victory, the Indian Army celebrated the event with full zeal, in fact, involving the arrival of Kargil victory flame at a government middle school, where a cultural program was organized with school children showcasing the spirit of patriotism. The event exhibited a patriotic fervor among the children who remembered the brave hearts who made supreme sacrifices for the nation during the Kargil War in 1999. Flood rescue operations by the Indian Army continued for 4th consecutive day in 7 districts of Assam. In the relief operation, 14 composite columns have been able to rescue around 4,500 stranded locals, including critical patients, elders, women and children. Along with rescue operations, Indian Army columns also ensure timely supply to relief camps to support thousands of other locals. 5 people went missing after the boat capsized in the Brahmaputra River in Diburga's Rohmoria. Among the 9 people travelling on the boat, 4 managed to save their lives. Teams of NDRF and SDRF are also involved in the search operation. The national capital recorded a massive jump in COVID cases. It recorded 1,530 fresh infections in a single day, with active cases being over 5,500. The positivity rate stands at 8.41%. At least 10 houses have been destroyed by Russian shelling in Ukraine's Sumy region. Video shared on official channels showed the vast destruction across town. Voters in Colombia will make a choice between the leftist former rebel and an unpredictable independent millionaire as they return to polls for a presidential runoff election that promises to reshape the country after, in fact, punishing the political class in the first round contest. A memorial service was held on Sunday in Ramallah for the veteran Al Jazeera reporter Shireen Abu Akleh, who was killed while covering an Israeli military operation in the occupied West Bank last month.
We promise to continue until we will bring justice for Shireen. This is our duty and we are working for that. All the investigations until now emphasized what we said in the beginning, that the murderers who murdered Shireen was the Israeli occupation soldiers who shot her, and we promise to continue to all the courts until we will bring justice for her.
The EU Special Representative for Human Rights visited the Ukrainian town of Irpin and Bucha on Sunday. He said the world could not turn a blind eye to the crimes committed in Ukraine during the Russian invasion.
This is not a military target. This is an attack on civilians and on civilian life, and it's clear that this is part of the barbaric nature of the aggression that we have seen in Ukraine.
Residents of the eastern Ukraine city of Bakhmut were trying to carry on with a normal life as missiles soared overhead. Most of the shops closed shortly after the Russian invasion in fact, months ago. But some have reopened recently, giving residents a chance to buy food and other essentials. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi hosted a trilateral summit with King Khalifa of Bahrain and King Abdullah II of Jordan in the Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh on Sunday. The three leaders discussed joint coordination on issues of common interest. The flood situation in Bangladesh continued to be grim, with millions of homes underwater and transport links severed. In northern area of the banks of Surma River, thousands have been seeking shelter in temporary relief centers as flooding from swollen rivers has caused extensive damage to fields and property. Services on the railways and London Underground will be crippled for Tuesday in the biggest walkout in the industry for more than 30 years in a row over pay, jobs and conditions. Members of the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union at Network Rail and 13 train operators will strike on Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday, with only around 1 in 5 trains running and disruption to services on days following the action. A forest fire near Berlin has burned more than 200 hectares as more than helicopters have been requested to reinforce an army helicopter battling the blaze. 500 emergency personnel from all over Brandenburg were deployed in an effort to get the fire under control. Italian police shot out the tires of a car that had forced a roadblock just a stone's throw from St. Peter's Square on Sunday. The car, driven by a 38-year-old Albanian man already known to the police for previous misdemeanors, did not stop at a police checkpoint, knocking down some security barriers and proceeding at high speed along a pavement. 20 Indian fishermen who had been jailed in Pakistan for 4 years after having crossed into Pakistani waters were released recently, with release facilitated by an NGO named the Edhi Foundation. A Ukrainian MP said in some parts of the country, Russia arms outnumber Ukraine by 10 to 1 with military support from Western countries, the key to Ukraine's surprising success against larger and better equipped Russian forces. Russian military said that there are big losses in the ranks of Ukrainian troops and Ukrainian military was being forced to put unprepared personnel into battle. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky vowed to defend the country's south in an address recorded on his way back from a visit to the region of Mykolaiv and Odessa along the Black Sea. Israeli PM has warned Israeli citizens to avoid flying to Turkey, especially Istanbul, at this time, citing fears of an imminent Iranian attack on Turkey. Daughter of the outgoing populist president of the Philippines took her oath as vice president on following a landslide electoral victory despite the controversial image of her father. The former president, in fact, has said Emmanuel Macron voted in the final round of parliamentary elections in France. The election will now demonstrate how much legroom Macron's party will be given during the current presidency. Firefighters in Spain on Sunday struggled to contain wildfires in several parts of the country. The worst damage has been in the northwest province of Zamora, where more than 25,000 hectares have been consumed. Hong Kong's incoming leader John Lee presented his team of top officials after the government in Beijing approved their appointments. Several thousand people marched through the Portuguese capital of Lisbon for the traditional Pride Parade, the first since the COVID-19 pandemic began.
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi. Bihar BJP chief and West Champaran MP Sanjay Jaiswal's house was also vandalized. Several coaches of trains were also set ablaze by the demonstrators. The CRPF has been asked to quickly deploy armed commandos with these BJP legislators who have been facing threats in the view of the violence. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
Enrollment of first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
On to some international news then. As many Ukrainian cities reel through Russian pounding, resulting in their houses set ablaze, Ukrainian President Zelensky visited these regions and in a video message said that Ukraine will continue its resistance against Ukraine.
As the war shows no sign of ending and Ukraine continues to be under constant attacks, Ukrainian President Zelensky vowed to defend the country's south in an address on his way back from a visit to the regions of Mykolaiv and Odessa along the Black Sea.
Південь ми нікому не віддамо, все своє повернемо, і море буде українським і безпечним. І в Миколаєві, і в Одесі провів наради з нашими військовими, з усіма посадовцями, які відповідають за оборону, забезпечення цих областей. Заслухав доповіді щодо руйнувань, яких області зазнали від російських ударів, втрати значні.
He also condemned that the Russian blockade of Ukraine's port as weeks of negotiations on safe corridors to get grain out have made little progress, with urgency rising as the summer harvest season arrives. Zelensky met with regional leaders in Mykolaiv and Odessa and went with them to see buildings that had been destroyed in Russian attacks that took the lives of many civilians. Even in Sumy, at least 10 houses have been destroyed by Russian shelling, visuals of which showed the vast destruction across the town. Zelensky also visited hospital workers and troops, handing out awards to dozens of people at every stop. Agency report for Republic TV.
Quick roundup of news from across the globe. In news from Ukraine, at least 10 houses have been destroyed by Russian shelling. In Ukraine's Sumy region, video shared on official channels showed the vast devastation across the town. Voters in Colombia will make a choice between the leftist former rebel and an unpredictable independent millionaire as they return to the polls for a presidential runoff election that promises to reshape the country after punishing the political class in the first round contest. A memorial service was held on Sunday in Ramallah for veteran Al Jazeera reporter Shireen Abu, who was killed while covering an Israeli military operation in the occupied West Bank last month. The EU Special Representative for Human Rights visited the Ukrainian towns of Irpin and Bucha on Sunday. He said that the world could not turn a blind eye to the crimes committed in Ukraine during the Russian invasion. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the details as the ED will resume its fourth round of questioning of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन. आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
Enrollment of first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था.
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, वो काम ऑलरेडी शुरू हो चुका है.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन. आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre.
Top headlines this morning amid the misinformed protests over Agnipath. Lieutenant General Anil Puri sets the record straight, says there is no question of a rollback. After ED summons, Congress wades into Agnipath debate to hold Satyagraha once again. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam. Top court to hear conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar's plea seeking transfer to a prison outside the national capital. Assam flood situation remains critical as rescue operations enter day 4. Death toll rises to 62. Good morning, thanks for tuning in. You're watching This Morning and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Now starting with the top story asserting that the Indian Army is a foundation of discipline, Defence Chief stated that there is no place for arson and vandalism in the forces.
The armed forces made it clear, Agnipath will not be rolled back. The fears and rumours were addressed.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन. उकसारा कौन था? दो किस्म के लोग थे. एक इनमिकल एलिमेंट्स, दूसरे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन जो चला रहे थे.
खतरों से आंखें मिलाने का
The trial services bust all attempts to fearmonger about Agnipath.
वीर जवान.
इसी तरीके से उसको हमारे से भिन्न नहीं रखा है. इसके अलावा जो डिसेबिलिटी, अगर किसी सेम प्रोविजन, जो मेरी प्रोविजन है वही उसकी प्रोविजन है, देयर इज नो फर्क फॉर एन अग्निवीर.
With strict action on perpetrators.
ना इमेजिन इनकी फोटोएं आपने भी ली हैं, हमने भी ली हैं, पुलिस वालों ने भी ली हैं, ये सब फोटोएं ले ली गई हैं. एंड ऑल दीज फोटोग्राफ्स वुड बी अवेलेबल समवेयर एंड दे विल इमीडिएटली गेट कनेक्टेड टू द आधार कार्ड. सो व्हाई रॉजर योर फ्यूचर?
And even as the PM condemns.
पिछले साल मुझे डिफेंस कॉम्प्लेक्स के लोकार्पण का भी अवसर मिला था. हमारे देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि बहुत सी अच्छी चीजें, अच्छे उद्देश्य से की गई चीजें, वो ऐसी राजनीति के रंग में फंस जाती हैं.
Despite assurances by states.
जिसके पास ट्रेनिंग होगी, जिसके पास अनुशासन होगा, जिसके पास धैर्य होगा और विपरीत संकट के समय देश के लिए क्या जज्बा होना चाहिए, ये भाव होगा.
The opposition continues to provoke.
इस कविता का नाम आपने एक ऐसी स्कीम को दे दिया है जो इस देश के नवयुवकों को मार डालेगा. ऐसी स्कीम है जो इस सेना को खत्म कर देगा।
आप इन 20 सवालों का जवाब दीजिए, लोगों के मन में जो संशय है उसको दूर कीजिए। भारतीय सेना को एक प्रयोगशाला मत बनाइए।
जो है ये मोदी सरकार ने भारत की सुरक्षा से वो खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं।
It has also come to notice that some coaching centers in Bihar may also be involved in abetting violence.
पुलिस के द्वारा जो उचित कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है। अन्य कोचिंग संस्थान जो हैं उनकी भूमिका की जांच हम लोग कर रहे हैं और अगर संपुष्टि होती है किसी भी संस्थान की तो उस पर हम लोग FIR दर्ज करेंगे और कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे।
And in Uttar Pradesh, those with political links were found to be involved.
पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लोग भी शामिल थे, बाद में पता लगा। उनमें हम लोगों ने 5 को आइडेंटिफाई करते हुए मुकदमा लिख के जेल भेजा है, वो वर्तमान में जेल में है।
And as Congress calls for a nationwide bandh and AAP continues its protest, will this petty politics ever stop, or the opportunist will continue to spew venom and mislead the youth? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And getting in inside details of misinformed protests against the Agnipath scheme in Gwalior, the police administration is continuously on alert, with 50 having been booked so far. Now, Republic has learned that writers at Gola's temple stop Birla Nagar railway station in Gwalior had fiercely executed the Agnipath plan and created a riot by arson. On the basis of the CCTV footage that we've accessed, the police have detained more than 50 miscreants in this instance so far.
के करीब इसमें अरेस्टिंग हो चुकी है और इसके बाद इसके अलावा सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर और भी जो जहाँ कैमरे हैं चौराहों पर, जहाँ कैमरे हैं वहाँ से कैमरों से भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज लिए जा रहे हैं और उसमें से व्यक्तियों को आइडेंटिफिकेशन किया जा रहा है। आइडेंटिफिकेशन में लगभग 60 से ज़्यादा लोग अभी तक आइडेंटिफाइड और हो गए हैं, तो उनके खिलाफ भी अवैधानिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है। और इसमें इन द मीन टाइम एक जो फिजिकल ट्रेनर है उसका बिल्कुल स्पष्ट आया है, वीडियो सामने आया, सीसीटीवी फुटेज में भी आया है, तो उसके लिए भी लगातार उसके गिरफ्तारी के प्रयास लगातार जारी है। तो उसमें तो वो अभी मिला नहीं है, तो उसके खिलाफ पुलिस अधीक्षक ग्वालियर श्री अमित सांगी सर ने उसमें 5,000 रुपये का इनाम घोषित कर दिया गया है और वो फरार है। अभी उसकी तलाश के लिए क्राइम ब्रांच की कई टीमें लगाई गई हैं। इसके अलावा जो एक अन्य जो व्यक्ति था जो कि ग्वालियर की रहने वाला है, उसने ग्रुप पर कुछ इस तरह के मैसेज चलाए कि चुनाव की प्रक्रिया को रोकना है, कलेक्ट्रेट में चुनाव की प्रक्रिया जो नामांकन है वो नहीं होने देना है, उस पर मतलब जो रोक लगानी है। इस तरह की जो भड़काऊ मैसेज जो सोशल मीडिया पर चलाए गए थे, उसमें क्राइम ब्रांच में एक FIR रजिस्टर की जाकर आरोपी को हिरासत में ले लिया है, उससे पूछताछ की जा रही है। उसके मोबाइल में इस तरह के एविडेंसेज मिले हैं जिसमें कि वो बड़ा क्लियर कट है कि वो प्रोवोकेट कर रहा है। जो अग्निवीर की जो पॉलिसी निकली है उसके लिए लोगों को घटना करने के लिए प्रोवोकेट कर रहा है। तो इस आधार पर थाना क्राइम ब्रांच में IPC सेक्शन 5052 और IPC 188 के तहत केस रजिस्टर किया गया है, उसको हिरासत में लिया गया है, उसका मोबाइल भी जब्त कर लिया गया है।
And these are some of the details that we are getting in as far as the protests in Gwalior is concerned. The police in the CCTV footage that we've accessed, it shows how how the plan was executed, the Agnipath protest. On basis of the CCTV footage, we are told that the police has detained more than 50 miscreants. Meanwhile, the tri-services have termed the Agnipath the only progressive step to make the army younger and also ruled out the rollback of the scheme. They further announced that the recruitment schedule for the first batch of the Agniveers for the training set will commence by 2022 end.
The tri-services ruled out the rollback of the newly launched Agnipath scheme. It was stressed instead that the aspirants should start preparing and stop wasting time as the nation witnesses violent protest against the scheme.
तो ये प्रोटेस्टर्स से ये जो भी इधर उधर घूम रहे हैं, इनसे मेरी गुजारिश है कि ये समय वेस्ट नहीं करें। फिजिकल पास करना आसान नहीं है, एंड जैसा कि आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी तीनों ने बताया, वो समय दे रहे हैं 45 से 60 दिन का फिजिकल करने से पहले। क्यों? सो दैट आप फिजिकली तैयार हो जाएं एंड ये टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन समझ लें, सो दैट यू आर रेडी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए।
Lieutenant Puri added that there was no space for vandalism and arson in the army and that candidates would need a proper verification to join the forces.
अगर हमारी डिसिप्लिन बुनियाद है तो कहाँ स्पेस है? देयर इज नो स्पेस, है ना? मैंने शुरू में ही बोला, जस्ट सिंपली नो स्पेस फॉर इनडिसिप्लिन.
Lieutenant General Ponappa spoke on the first batch of the scheme and said that 25,000 Agniveers would be introduced in the first batch, with 50,000 more by February 2023.
पहला जो लॉट है, जो ज़्यादातर तकरीबन 25,000 का आसपास है, वो आएंगे बाय December first week or December second week. The next lot will come in the first half of February 23.
Meanwhile, Air Marshal S.K. Jha said that the registration for the first batch for the program is to start from June 24th, while online examination will start from July 24th, with the training to commence by December 30th.
Notification and registration process for the enrollment of first batch of Agniveers into the Indian Air Force will go live online on 24th of June. Exactly 1 month later, on 24th of July, the well-established system of online examination for Phase 1 will commence.
Lieutenant General Puri said that the intake of Agniveers would go up to 1.25 lakhs in the coming years and that they would not remain at the present figure of 46,000.
खतरों से आंखें मिलाने का हो जुनून, ऐसे हैं भारत के वीर जवान.
नेक्स्ट चीज ये है कि अगले 4 से 5 साल में हमारी इनटेक 50,000 से 60,000 होगी. इसको ब्लैंक कर, 50,000 से 60,000 होगी. ओके, 50,000 60,000 के बाद क्या होगा? ये इनटेक 90,000 से लेके 1.25 लाख होगी. सो इट इज नॉट 46,000. ये हमने क्यों करा है? इसलिए करा है स्टार्ट स्मॉल, स्टार्ट मीडियम. क्यों? सो दैट हमें भी इस स्कीम को चलाने के बाद सीखने को मिले कि इसमें दिक्कतें क्या हैं. हमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है ट्रेनिंग के लिए उसको बढ़ाना पड़ेगा.
He added that the reform was long pending and the defense forces wanted to bring in youthfulness and experience with the Agnipath scheme.
सीना तान संकल्प कर.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
वर्दी का गौरव मिले जो एक स्वर्णिम कल से सजे, तमगे बढ़ाएं सीने की शान.
And news coming in from Karnataka ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the state. Hindi banners welcoming Prime Minister Modi in Bengaluru were seen smeared with black paints by pro-Kannada activists in the city. Now, the banners were put out by the supporters of BJP and MLAs on the Mysore road. Remember, this comes even as the Prime Minister has put an end to the language row, stating that language diversity is India's strength. So, posters welcoming Prime Minister Modi were smeared with black paints by pro-Kannada activists in the city. Now remember, Prime Minister will be visiting Karnataka today, and ahead of Prime Minister's visit, welcome PM posters were seen smeared in ink by the pro-Kannada activists. In fact, those are the visuals, in fact, in which you can see the posters welcoming the Prime Minister have been smeared with black paint. This is the latest coming in. This, remember, comes even as the Prime Minister has put an end to the language row, saying that language diversity is India's strength. A quick roundup of news in brief. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Sunday met with his Bangladeshi counterpart Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen for the 7th India-Bangladesh Joint Consultative Commission meet. Both leaders mutually marked strengthened bilateral ties and signaled a better relationship in all possible aspects in the near future.
Today, Bangladesh is our largest development partner. It is our largest trade partner in the region. It is our largest visa operations overseas. And that really underlines every aspect of our cooperation. And we in turn are your largest export destination in Asia. And I'm glad to see that your exports have doubled to $2 billion this year.
As a massive accident was averted after a Delhi-bound SpiceJet flight made an emergency landing at Patna airport after catching fire mid-air, the chief of flight operations of the airline lauded the pilots for handling the situation well, further stating that the Directorate General of Civil Aviation will probe the matter.
As per standard operating procedure, they followed the checklist, the QRH. They first announced a pan-pan call, which means there is something abnormal but not requiring immediate assistance. Then they did the checklist, which takes a few minutes. The checklist calls for shutting down the suspected engine. They shut down that suspected engine, and then they landed as per procedure on a single engine.
Just a few hours after the first mid-air SpiceJet fire accident, another SpiceJet flight was forced to turn around. Preliminary reports suggest that the cause of the cabin pressure differential not building up along with the rise in cabin altitude was the reason. The aircraft was leveled off at 6,000 feet. Prime Minister Modi will visit Karnataka today and also visit the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru, where the Prime Minister will inaugurate Centre for Brain Research and lay the foundation stone of a multi-speciality hospital. He will inaugurate the new campus of Pace University and unveil the statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Bengaluru, Hindi banners welcoming Prime Minister Modi were smeared with black paint, allegedly by pro-Kannada activists in the city. And news coming in, Anand Mahindra, the chairman of the Mahindra Group, has announced to recruit the Agnipath scheme trained, capable young people. In a tweet, Anand Mahindra said, and I quote here, large potential for employment of Agniveers in the corporate sector. With leadership, teamwork and physical training, Agniveers provide market-ready professional solutions to the industry, covering the full spectrum from operations to administration and supply chain management. So big news coming in for the Agniveers. When we talk about the corporate sector, Anand Mahindra, the chairman of Mahindra Group, has announced that the trained Agniveers will be recruited in the Mahindra Group, saying that with leadership, teamwork and physical training, Agniveers provide market-ready professional solutions to industry, covering the full spectrum from operations, administration and supply chain management. So that is the latest coming in, the entry of Agniveers in the corporate sector. Anand Mahindra taking to Twitter there, saying that the trained Agniveers after the 4-year tenure will be recruited by the Mahindra Group. Slipping into a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Top court to hear conman Sukesh's plea seeking transfer to a prison outside the national capital. Assam flood situation remains grim as rescue operations enter day 4. Death toll rises to 62.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quarantine Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career. by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his second gold, and this is just 10 months after he achieved and became the first Indian javelin thrower to have won a gold in any Olympics. And specifically in Tokyo Olympics, he had created a record of 87.58 meters. And in fact, earlier this week, the 24-year-old Neeraj Chopra also broke his own record and created a new record for his javelin throw. He has been quite determined, and in fact, Anurag Thakur also took to Twitter to celebrate this moment, and he said a heartfelt congratulations to the winner. And in fact, Neeraj Chopra has been making the country proud, and that is what every Indian has been hailing him for. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Pankaj, New Delhi.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
Enrollment of first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था.
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं, और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, वो काम ऑलरेडी शुरू हो चुका है.
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन.
Now, situation in Assam has been deteriorating as a result of second wave of flash floods in which over 37 lakh people have been affected. In fact, in such circumstances, the Indian Army has also ramped up the rescue and relief operations. Meanwhile, the death toll has gone up to 70 in the floods due to the floods.
Situation in Assam is extremely grim as the northeastern state reels under the deadly impacts of intense floods. The Indian Army continued flood relief operations in 7 districts of Assam for the 4th consecutive day, even in the challenging weather conditions.
Around 37 areas have been identified where landslide prone situation. So in anticipation, Deputy Commissioner has already asked the people to take shelter at the safe places so that they don't get stuck in that landslide. In fact, if you have seen 13th, we had a sudden event, and in which suddenly one landslide happened, and that led to loss of 4 lives. And after that, all preventive steps have been taken. So number of landslide incidents took place, but with God's grace, we have not basically had many people got stuck into the.
The army said that 14 composite columns have been able to rescue around 4,500 stranded locals, including critical patients, elder women and children.
Till today it is still grim, and normally in the first wave there was effect only in 3 revenue circles. Now 5 revenue circles have been affected because on the southern part this Brahmaputra river is situated of this district. So some villages situated on the bank of river Brahmaputra have been also inundated. The total population affected is more than 2 lakhs, 2,41,000. And the crop area affected 5,174 hectares.
3 elderly people in their 90s were rescued safely at Kadam Tola and Holapara in Buxa district. Nearly 31 lakh people of 32 districts have been affected in the second wave of the deluge.
इतना वर्षण हुआ वर्षण है जिसके कारण यहाँ का परिस्थिति भयानक हो गया. तो वह से इतना लोग यहाँ तक यहाँ पे आया जो इसका पूरा संकुलन करना बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है.
Triggered by floods, the state has also been witnessing landslides in several areas.
हमेशा बारिश हो रहा है, इसलिए पानी बहुत भर रहा है। जो स्कूल कॉलेज है और नदी भी भर रहा है। स्कूल कॉलेज बंद हो गया है। गाड़ी में चलने के लिए रोड भी क्लोज हो गया है।
Following the torrential rains in Assam, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh and neighbouring country Bhutan, the water level of all major rivers of the state are rising and many rivers are flowing above the danger level marks in several places. In view of the continuous increase in the water level of rivers and the situation of flood, the Railway Department has partially cancelled the trains running across the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Breaking news coming in from Bihar. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has expressed grief over the death of 17 persons who lost their lives in lightning and thunderstorms in the state and has announced an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees for the family members of each of the victims. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has also appealed to the people to take full vigil in bad weather conditions and follow the suggestions issued by the Disaster Management Department to prevent thunderstorms. So that's the latest coming in. 17 dead in Bihar due to lightning and thunderstorm, and Chief Minister announcing an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees. And more breaking news coming in, this one with respect to the pro-Pakistan slogans that were raised at the OAC rally. So an investigation in the latest, what you're told is that a probe has been ordered after pro-Pakistan slogans were allegedly raised when AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi arrived at the Ranchi airport on Sunday. Remember, Owaisi, the MP of Hyderabad, was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-elections to the Mandar Assembly seat. So pro-Pakistan slogans that were raised as Owaisi arrived at the Ranchi airport. Listen in. Slipping into a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very small break. World this morning coming up on the other side. Zelensky says historic week begins for Ukraine as EU to discuss Ukraine's membership. And flood-like situation in southern China. At least 5 people dead, over 2 lakh people evacuated.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
Enrollment of first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
Zelensky says historic week begins for Ukraine as EU to discuss Ukraine's membership. Flood-like situation in southern China. At least 5 people dead, over 2 lakh people evacuated. Flood situation in Bangladesh continues to be grim with millions of homes underwater. Europe forest fires continue to rage on. Firefighters struggle to contain wildfires in Spain and Germany. Italy's Matteo Berrettini wins second straight Queen's title, beats Filip Krajinovic to retain the title. Welcome to this edition of World This Morning on Republic TV, in which we bring you all the top stories from across the globe. I'm Rukma. Let's begin with our top story as many Ukrainian cities reeled through Russian pounding, resulting in their homes set ablaze. Ukrainian president visited these regions and in a video message said that Ukraine will continue its resistance against Russia.
As the war shows no sign of ending and Ukraine continues to be under constant attacks, Ukrainian President Zelensky vowed to defend the country's south in an address on his way back from a visit to the regions of Mykolaiv and Odessa along the Black Sea.
Південь ми нікому не віддамо, все своє повернемо, і море буде українським і безпечним. І в Миколаєві, і в Одесі провів наради з нашими військовими, з усіма посадовцями, які відповідають за оборону, забезпечення цих областей. Заслухав доповіді щодо руйнувань, яких області зазнали від російських ударів, втрати значні.
He also condemned that the Russian blockade of Ukraine's port, as weeks of negotiations on safe corridors to get grain out have made little progress, with urgency rising as the summer harvest season arrives. Zelensky met with regional leaders in Mykolaiv and Odessa and went with them to see buildings that had been destroyed in Russian attacks that took the lives of many civilians. Even in Sumy, at least 10 houses have been destroyed by Russian shelling, visuals of which showed the vast destruction across the town. Zelensky also visited hospital workers and troops, handing out awards to dozens of people at every stop. Agency report for Republic TV.
On the 14th, and you so Washington DC shooting leaves multiple people injured, including a police officer. One Washington DC police officer has been injured in the shooting since reports last came in. Multiple people have been injured in the shooting, including a police officer. A spokesperson for the Metropolitan Police Department says that multiple people were shot, including a police officer, during a shooting on U Street. And that's a video from the scene of the shooting showing officials helping multiple people on the street and people running for cover. France witnessed the end of the final round of the parliamentary elections in the country, with the president identifying with those aligned to the centre and centre-right. The rise of the popularity of a left-oriented leader in the polls has raised concerns for the bargaining power the president may end up with in the parliament, seeing as the laws are only passed with parliament's approval.
French voters exercised their suffrage in the final round of parliamentary elections in the country. In last week's first round vote, a coalition led by hard left firebrand leader made a surprisingly strong showing, raising concerns for the French president's centrist and centre-right allies.
C'est vrai que, ouais, exactement. Bah oui, c'est important. En fait, les gens se déplacent beaucoup pour les présidentielles, mais on se rend pas compte qu'après les législatives, ça compte aussi largement autant.
Tout autant, ouais, exactement.
A strong performance by Melenchon's coalition on Sunday could turn Macron into shackled second-term leader, one who spends his time bargaining with politicians and with limits on his ability to govern.
Et ça a des avantages et des inconvénients.
Ouais,
c'est que du coup ça peut être plus compliqué pour le président, mais en même temps ça peut apporter plus de diversité et plus de mélange et que tout le monde soit bien représenté.
Following Macron's re-election, his coalition has been campaigning to keep its parliamentary majority to enable the president to implement promises including tax cuts and raising France's retirement age from 62 to 65.
Mais que cette coalition, ce parti aura pas la majorité absolue et que du coup ils doivent débaucher à ce moment-là des députés d'autres partis politiques ou faire un accord avec un autre parti politique. Mais c'est sûr qu'il y aura, là on part pour 5 ans compliqués je pense à l'Assemblée nationale.
Elections are being held nationwide to select the 577 members of the National Assembly.
Ça sert un peu à rien, j'ai l'impression, parce que de toute façon on est coincé dans une situation assez compliquée. Mais en même temps, si on veut faire changer les choses, il faut savoir se bouger. Donc je trouve que les gens qui vont pas voter ont leur raison et ils font bien de suivre leurs convictions. Et en même temps, c'est peut-être mieux de quand même essayer de faire bouger les choses en allant voter.
Though Macron's alliance is projected to win the most seats, observers predict that it could fall short of maintaining his majority. The golden number in France is that of 289 seats. Second-time President Macron and presidential contender Marine Le Pen were seen casting their votes for the ballot. The new coalition composed of the hard left, the socialists and the Greens could make Macron's political maneuvering harder since the lower house of parliament has the final say in passing laws. Agency report for Republic TV.
And in other news from across the world, this morning, news from China now. Severe floods have affected several parts of southern China, leading to widespread damage of infrastructure and livelihoods in the region. The present situation has caused evacuations carried out for at least 1,45,000 people and reported deaths of at least 5, with damage to several forms of property in the region.
China's southern provinces have been hit by several rainstorms over the past week. The rains have led to floods and mudslides in both cities and rural areas. In the autonomous Guangxi region, about 1,45,000 people were evacuated after more than 2,700 houses collapsed. And a further 10,000 houses were damaged due to heavy downpour. A wooden building was washed away in Rongshui County in Guangxi, killing 5 people. Heavy rain has also battered parts of China's Guizhou province since Friday night. Floods in the region have submerged villages and damaged infrastructure. Rescuers in Zhejiang province built a rescue channel with safety ropes and a ladder to evacuate villagers surrounded by floodwater. China's Ministry of Water Resources warned that there will be more rainstorms in the southern province early next week. Agency report for Republic TV.
And in Bangladesh too, the flood situation continues to be grim, with millions of homes underwater and transport links severed. Thousands have been seeking shelter in temporary relief centers as flooding from swollen rivers has caused extensive damage to fields and property. A report.
In Sylhet, in northeastern Bangladesh, on the banks of the Surma River, children are sitting on a window of an inundated house while other family members gathers on a bed in the flooded home, wondering how to make it through the ordeal. According to authorities, water levels in all 130 rivers across the country were rising and the flood situation was likely to deteriorate in the worst hit Sunamganj and Sylhet districts in the northeastern region.
আজকে আমরা সিরামুড়ি দিছি এনে সাহায্য এখন অবস্থা আছে আমরা এখানে ও নিচে তালাত আছি এখন আমার ঘর আন্যাও গাছর আঘাত লাগকে বুঝাছে ও তো দেখা যায় ঘর গাছর আঘাত আছে আমার ঘর আর এর বাদে কালকে তো আরো 2 বিপদ গেল না 300টা ডুবিয়া সব পানি তোলে গেছ লাগি তার সাংবাদিক হলেও তারাও তুবাইছে আরো মানুষ তুবাইয়া দিছে সেনাবাহিনীর মানুষও আছেন সবে তুবাইতা বাইয়া দিছে আবার আল্লাহ কেউ মরছে না প্রতিটা বাচ্চা আছে তারারে আল্লাহ বাঁচাইয়া রাখছে
At least 18 people were reported to have lost their lives as massive floods ravaged Bangladesh, leaving millions of homes underwater and severing transport links. All flights at Osmani International Airport in Sylhet were suspended and the highway was flooded. During the previous month, triggered by a rush of water from upstream in India's northeastern states, hits Bangladesh northern and northeastern regions, destroying crops and damaging homes and roads. While the country was just starting to recover, fresh rains flooded the same areas again this week in Bangladesh, a nation of 160 million people facing threats from natural disasters such as floods and cyclones made worse by climate change. Agency report for Republic TV.
Meanwhile, in Europe, the unusual heat wave has had the western part of the continent in swelters. Firefighters in Spain and Germany are struggling to contain wildfires that this has triggered. In Spain, Zamora is the worst affected, suffering the maximum damage. In the northwest province of Spain, where over 25,000 hectares have been consumed by wildfires. Here's more in this report.
Zamora has been affected by the worst damage in Spain's northwest province, where over 25,000 hectares have been consumed. The fire in Zamora was started by a strike from an electrical storm causing disruption in the running of the high-speed train service from Madrid to Spain's northwest. Military firefighting units has been deployed in Zamora. There has been no reports of lives lost, but the flames reached the outskirts of some villages both in Zamora and Navarra. Meanwhile, 700 residents of the 3 villages near Berlin were ordered to leave their homes because of an approaching wildfire. While the authorities tried to combat the situation, danger still lurked around as the fire officials warned that the unfavorable shift in weather could revive the blaze that caused the evacuation of 18 villages. Spain has been on alert for an outbreak of intense wildfires as the country swelters under record temperatures at many points in the country. Authorities said that lack of rainfall this year, combined with gusting winds of up to 70 km per hour that changed course erratically, combined with temperatures near 40 degrees Celsius, made it very tough for crews to contain the wildfires in Western Europe. Around 1,700 people from 13 villages in Spain were forced to evacuate their homes due to wildfires raging across the country, while much of Europe suffered an early heat wave. Germany has seen numerous wildfires in recent days following a period of intense heat and little rain. The country's weather officials said that the mercury topped 38 degrees Celsius. According to the firefighters, 2,700 hectares were scorched and strong winds have been fanning the blaze about 50 southwest of Berlin, which prompts the officials to declare an emergency. Experts link the abnormally hot period for Europe to climate change as the thermometers have been risen above 40 degrees Celsius in many Spanish cities throughout the week. Agency report for Republic TV.
And getting in this video of FC Barcelona star Memphis Depay showing off his dirt pitch skills during his visit to Accra in Ghana. Watch how one of European football's biggest stars mesmerizes local residents of Accra with his quick feet. And coming up is a short break, but after that we tell you all about how Italy's Matteo Berrettini wins second straight Queen's title, beating Filip Krajinovic to retain the crown.
Gentlemen, let's hear it for the winner of the 2022 Cinch Championships, Matteo Berrettini.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था।
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, वो काम ऑलरेडी शुरू हो चुका है।
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन। नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस।
The Ministry
Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi.
Welcome back. You're watching World This Morning on Republic TV. More sports news now. Defending world champion Fabio Quartararo capitalized on Francesco Bagnaya's faltering as he stormed to victory in the German Grand Prix. Bagnaia, who had started in pole, lost the front at turn 1. Take a look.
Reigning world champion Fabio Quartararo extended his lead in the overall standings with commanding performance despite feeling unwell to win the German MotoGP. Quartararo snatched the lead at the first corner away from Francesco Bagnaia, who started in pole position and never looked back, but later revealed he had suffered with illness all weekend. This is his third win this season, and Quartararo claimed back-to-back victories, having also won the Catalan MotoGP at the start of June.
The most important is that we finished the weekend on a good way, and especially, you know, I was super consistent all the race. First controlling the gap with Johan, and finishing the race with that distance with the second is again a step forward for our confidence.
The Frenchman extended his lead at the top of the overall championships to 34 points over Spanish rider Alex Espargaro, as the Yamaha rider earned the 11th MotoGP victory of his career. Quartararo remains on course to win the overall world title for the third straight year.
And in tennis, Matteo Berrettini fired a Wimbledon warning as he defended his title as the King of Queens. The Italian beat another Serbian surprise package, Filip Krajinovic, winning the championship for the second year running.
Matteo Berrettini has won his second successive title at the Queen's Club Championship in London as the Wimbledon edges closer. The Italian has won 2 titles in as many weeks after winning the Stuttgart Open last week on his return from injury, and admits it came as a shock.
To be honest, I don't even know. It's too many emotions. The last thing that I expected was coming back from a surgery, winning 2 titles in a row, defending my title here, one of the most prestigious tournaments that we have. So I don't really know. Like, I don't want to cry, but yeah, it's most of the job is thanks to them, my team, my family, people that were close to me.
Berrettini joined John McEnroe, Jimmy Connors, Boris Becker, Ivan Lendl, Andy Roddick, Andy Murray, among others, as the only players in the Open era to successfully retain the Queen's Club crown. Returning from injury and quickly regaining the form of old can be one of the biggest challenges a tennis player faces. But upon his return on his favorite surface, Berrettini has made it look easy.
Gentlemen, let's hear it for the winner of the 2022.
And as Yoga Day approaches, a large number of people participated in a yoga session at the Washington Monument. The event was organized by the Indian Embassy. Here's all in this report.
A yoga session organized by the Indian Embassy at the iconic Washington Monument ahead of the International Yoga Day drawed hundreds of people. The event included the US administration, Congress, industry, diplomatic corps, media and the Indian diaspora, as well as the unprecedented number of yoga enthusiasts of all ages and from all walks of life. A common yoga protocol session was conducted as a part of celebrations with enthusiastic participation from those present. Several curtain raiser events were organized by the embassy and the consulates across the United States in the lead up to the International Yoga Day 2022. All 5 India consulates in the United States, New York, Chicago, Houston, Atlanta, and San Francisco are holding various programs to celebrate the International Day of Yoga 2022, which is scheduled for June 21st. The festival also features several cultural performances by talented local artists. The celebrations for the Worldwide Yoga Day has begun. Notably, this year's Yoga Day is coinciding with the celebration of 75 years of India's independence, the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
This year, for the very first time, the International Chess Body, FIDE, has instituted the Chess Olympiad torch, which is part of Olympic tradition but was never done in the Chess Olympiad. India will be the first ever country to have the Chess Olympiad torch relay. The Prime Minister launched the Chess Olympiad torch relay at the Indira Gandhi Stadium. Take a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi flagged off the first ever torch relay for the Chess Olympiad ahead of the 44th edition of the event, which is to be held in Mahabalipuram from July 28th to August 10th. The International Chess Body FIDE for the first time has instituted the torch relay, which is the part of the Olympic tradition but was never done in the Chess Olympiad. FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich handed over the torch to Prime Minister, who then gave it to the legendary Vishwanathan Anand. The torch will be taken to 75 cities in a span of 40 days before arriving in Mahabalipuram in Chennai. At every location, grandmasters of the state will receive the torch. In nearly 100 years of the history of the Chess Olympiad, it's the first time that India will be hosting the prestigious event.
एनालिटिकल और प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग ब्रेन्स के लिए हमारे पूर्वजों ने चतुरंग या शतरंज जैसे खेलों का आविष्कार किया। भारत से होते हुए शतरंज दुनिया के अनेक देशों तक पहुंचा और खूब लोकप्रिय हुआ। आज स्कूलों में चेस युवाओं के लिए, बच्चों के लिए एक एजुकेशन टूल के रूप में भी इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। शतरंज सीखने वाले युवा अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर बन रहे हैं।
With 188 countries registered for the upcoming Olympiad, the country is set to witness such a huge congregation of nations for a sporting event for the first time. While the ceremony started with the traditional dances of India depicting the 64 squares, the program also showcased the history of the ancient game, its origin and evolution. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And coming up in a short while, amid the misinformed protests over Agnipath, Lieutenant General Anil Puri sets the record straight, says there is no question of a rollback. All that in the Morning Express. Also coming up, round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in Freedom Struggle for Profit scam.
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quartering Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his second gold, and this is just 10 months after he achieved and became the first Indian javelin thrower to have won a gold in any Olympics. And specifically in Tokyo Olympics, he had created a record of 87.58 meters. And in fact, earlier this week, the 24-year-old Neeraj Chopra also broke his own record and created a new record for his javelin throw. He has been quite determined, and in fact Anurag Thakur also took to Twitter to celebrate this moment, and he said a heartfelt congratulations to the winner. And in fact Neeraj Chopra has been making the country proud, and that is what every Indian has been hailing him for. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Pankaj, New Delhi.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो
Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling in the National Herald case. Protests against Agnipath scheme intensify. 7 states are put on alert as the opposition calls for a Bharat Bandh. The Kupwara encounter enters its second day. 2 terrorists are neutralized. Incriminating arms and ammunition are recovered. Shocking. Pro-Pakistan slogans are raised at the AIMIM President Owaisi's rally in Ranchi. And the Assam flood situation remains grim as rescue operations enter its 4th day. The death toll has now risen to 62. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in this morning. We're now learning that multiple people, including a police officer, have been shot at an intersection in Washington, D.C. at or near the site of the Juneteenth music concert on the 14th. This is news that's just coming in. What we're learning right now is that there has been a firing incident that has been reported in Washington, D.C. Now, well, we are still trying to get more details of what has happened, but these pictures are coming to you of the mass shooting incident that has been reported in Washington, D.C. What we know for now is that the police have responded to this attack, and one policeman is also believed to be among those who's been killed. This has taken place at an intersection, and we're given to understand that somebody opened fire at this intersection. So these pictures on your screen are of the shooting incident that has been reported from Washington, D.C. Do remember that there have been in just this past month alone, at least 2 shooting incidents have been reported at various sites. Now, this even as there is an outcry across the United States of America over arms control, but it hasn't borne much fruit politically, at least. Now, pictures of this shootout coming to you from Washington, D.C. These pictures are just coming in. We're still trying to ascertain the number of people who could have died in this shooting incident. But as of now, we do know that a D.C. police officer is amongst those who has been shot at. So a shooting in Washington, D.C., leaving several people injured, including one police officer. What we understand is that the shooting took place during what is described as an advocacy festival amplifying culture of Washington, D.C. This is a breaking news story. We are still trying to get you more details on this. But pictures on your screens tell you of the chaos that ensued after the shooting incident that has taken place in Washington, D.C. Once again, of course, we are, of course, continuously getting you latest updates on what really has happened. But what we understand is that this appears to be a curb where an armed gunman shot at. Now, one policeman, including several others, are believed to be injured in this particular incident. This news is just coming in. All right, pictures on your screen are of last night, I believe. In fact, it would be, India time, obviously, it is, these are fresh pictures that we are reporting. This does appear to be another mass shooting incident that has taken place in Washington, D.C. Reports seem to suggest that multiple people have been injured, including a police officer. Now, what we are learning is that the police, of course, has reached the site, and this particular shooting incident took place at an advocacy festival that amplifies the culture of Washington, D.C. What we understand is that the police department over there is responding to the area of the 14th and U Street for a shooting incident in which multiple people have been shot. This is a tweet that I'm reading from. Media is, of course, at the site, and pictures are just coming in. So this is a developing news story. We understand that this is an active situation with a shooter who is still there, and the police who are still responding to another of these shootings that have now taken place in the United States. Washington, D.C. is where this shooting is coming in from. Just to tell our viewers that this is a shooting incident that has now been reported from Washington, D.C. We understand that this is still an active scene of investigation, and the shooter is still at large. And more news coming in. We are on now learning that a mega crackdown on a terror suspect is taking place ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. Jammu and Kashmir police are keeping an eye on all suspects who are linked to terror group. We understand that the Jammu and Kashmir police has now formed a terror response group, a special operation group, which is carrying out these operations. Cordon and search operations are carrying on at various hideouts. I'm going to try and go across to Gursimran, who's on the phone line with us for more details on what has happened. But pictures on your screen are of a crackdown on terror ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. Do remember that there is a huge security presence that has been put in place to ensure that the Yatra goes on unhindered. Gursimran on the phone line. Gursimran, give us more details of this crackdown that's taking place.
We'll see ahead of the Amarnath Yatra and the pertaining threat from across that the terrorists may try to target the Yatra. Jammu and Kashmir police has launched a massive crackdown on the terror suspects, and police is eyeing on all the suspects linked to the terror group. So all the terror suspects are on the radar of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and joint operations are being launched on almost daily basis by the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF, the crisis response team, and the special operations group. And massive coordinated search operations are launched in the area where these terror-linked suspects are believed to have their hideouts. Even their houses are being searched thoroughly by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And yesterday evening, such an operation was launched in the Pulai Mandal area, which is just on the opposite side of the Amarnath Yatra base camp in Jammu. And even the senior officials, including SSP Jammu, Chandan Kohli, he was also on the roads so as to show the police presence and police dominance along with other security forces on the roads, so that any attempt from the nefarious elements can be foiled. See, this is very important because a couple of days ago we have also seen senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police coming out and speaking that the terror-linked suspects in the Jammu region are on the radar of the security forces, and the forces are trying to ensure that all goes well and this crackdown on the terror continues, because we have seen that in the past few days there have been heightened activities from the Pakistani side, be it smuggling of weapon or the sticky bomb IEDs into the Indian territory using the drone. Twin attempts have been foiled by the security forces, but there is a regular apprehension that since we are almost 10 days to Amarnath Yatra, the Pakistan will try to foment trouble, and they are trying to activate their old cadre, those who have left the terrorism, who are still sleeper cells and the overground workers. They all are being activated by the Pakistan, and what Pakistan wants is to foment trouble in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, especially ahead and during the Amarnath Yatra, and that's why the security has been beefed up, and these kinds of coordinate search operations are being launched in the areas near to the Amarnath Yatra base camp, and even at the vulnerable places that can be used by the terrorists to as a terror hideout or a place to hide the weapons and explosives.
All right, so as Gursimran, of course, is pointing out, it does appear to be an operation that has been launched at a large scale. We are given to understand that at least 2 teams are raiding these hideouts. Now, asserting that the Indian Army is founded on discipline, defense chiefs have said that there is no place for arson and vandalism in the forces.
Provocations are not ending so far as the rollout of Agnipath recruitment scheme is concerned. We have Bareilly cleric Taqi Raza Khan claiming that these protesters had to burn trains to be heard. Now, it cannot get more provocative than that. Apart from that, we have had opposition voices led by the principal opposition party, the Congress, saying that the government should roll back the scheme because it is not in the best interest. Now, one wonders why the opposition thinks that they are the subject experts and not the generals, not the admirals, not the marshals who have actually designed this scheme over a period of 2 years after studying all aspects, consulting all stakeholders. So on its part, the Trias Services press conference that took place on Sunday made it amply clear, led by General Anil Puri, who is Additional Secretary in the Department of Military Affairs, that there is no question of rolling back the scheme, that they are absolutely sure that this is in the best interest of the country to make the army younger by as many as 7-8 years, from an average age of 32 years now to about 25-26 years, which is an imperative if we have to fight the wars of future. And that, in fact, those vandals who are indulging in this violence and arson, if they are seen to be applying in the recruitment scheme which is going to be rolled out over the next few days, they would be barred from it. They would have to give a pledge that there is no police case against them, and if there is an FIR or their name found in an FIR, they would be permanently blocked, not just from Agnipath but all government jobs. So interesting days ahead for the rollout of Agnipath scheme as the protesters calm down, but opposition really picks up, on which the government, of course, has made it clear that it is not going to be cowed down by anyone.
As provocations continue,
जो बार बार नए नए ऐलान आ रहे हैं कि ये रियायत दी जाएगी, ये रियायत दी जाएगी, 10 साल का ये दे दिया जाएगा, 2 साल की उम्र बढ़ा दी जाएगी. अगर उन्होंने ट्रेन ना जलाई होती तो ये सब उन्हें मिलता.
and opposition continues to incite youth.
अग्निपथ की योजना सफल नहीं होगी. आप जिन लोगों को ट्रेनिंग देकर, जो ट्रेनिंग आर्मी में दी जाती है, शूट टू किल, वो योजना आप इन नौजवानों को दे रहे हैं, और आप समझ सकते हैं कि उन्हें जब नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी तो वो क्या करेंगे।
And as reports suggest, involvement of coaching centers in inciting violence related to Agnipath in Bihar. Government has made its stand clear. It will not cower down to pressure. Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back.
इसी तरीके से उसको हमारे से भिन्न नहीं रखा है। इसके अलावा जो डिसेबिलिटी, अगर किसी सेम प्रोविजन, जो मेरी प्रोविजन है वही उसकी प्रोविजन है, देयर इज नो फर्क फॉर एन अग्निवीर।
With strict action on perpetrators.
क्योंकि फोटोएं आपने भी ली हैं, हमने भी ली हैं, पुलिस वालों ने भी ली हैं, ये सब फोटोएं ले ली गई हैं, एंड ऑल दीज फोटोग्राफ्स वुड बी अवेलेबल समवेयर एंड दे विल इमीडिएटली गेट कनेक्टेड टू द आधार कार्ड। सो व्हाई रॉजर योर फ्यूचर? इट्स नॉट वर्थ इट।
And as the naysayers continue to provoke, will the youth understand? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, in fact, amid the protests over the Agnipath scheme in several states, 7 states we understand have been put on high alert ahead of the Bharat Bandh call that's been given. The states that have been put on alert are Bihar, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Kerala. Reporting on these protests are Harsha, Sumi, Piyush as well as Amandeep. All of them joined us live this morning. Good morning to all of you. Harsha, to you first. We are given to understand that this Bharat Bandh call that has been given is something that has made security forces put themselves on high alert. Also, what we are understanding is that internet services could also perhaps be interrupted in several of those areas which are believed to be tense.
Exactly. Till now, the Section 144 has been imposed in several states where we saw violent protests from Bihar, Jharkhand, Patna, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Siliguri, Delhi, in fact, national capital. So we saw violent protests happening against this Agniveer scheme. And when the military head himself said that this Agniveer scheme won't be rolled out, then we saw that by some groups on Monday, Bharat Bandh was called. But yes, I would like to show you the visuals from the national capital because we see that security is on high alert. Behind me you can see that security forces are on full alert here in the national capital. Major areas have been completely barricaded and sealed by security forces ahead of Bharat Bandh. As on Monday, there are some groups who have told that Bharat Bandh will be called and huge protesters are coming here in the central area, in the vicinity of central areas. Therefore, security forces are on high alert. Section 144 has been imposed. But if we see in Bihar and Jharkhand and other states where we saw violent protests there, internet suspension can also happen. But yet now, suspension of internet in Jharkhand or in Bihar has yet not been announced by the administration. But yes, in the vicinity of the railway station, bus station and in the central places of Jharkhand and Bihar, huge security forces have also been deployed. One thing is very clear, which the Navy heads and the military heads have already cleared, that the protesters who will be involved in the violent protest against this Agniveer scheme won't have any place in the military organization, in any sort of military, be it Agniveer scheme or not be Agniveer scheme. Therefore, ahead of Bharat Bandh, everywhere Section 144 has been imposed and security is on high alert. Yes, back to studio.
All right, let me go across to Sumi now. Sumi, one of the things that have been hit hard is the railways, because we've seen several of those trains either being cancelled or damaged also to various trains that were standing. Give us a sense, what are you hearing from the Railway Ministry on this?
Yes, absolutely. 10 states have been affected by the Agnipath scheme and the protests that followed. And in fact, 400 trains have been torched and affected by this entire protesters and the demonstrators who have taken to the streets since June 14th after the entire scheme got introduced by the Defence Ministry and by our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. In fact, the kind of protests, they were resorted to a lot of vandalism and arson. And in fact, yesterday, we heard the Lieutenant General Anil Puri in his special briefing to the media. He made it quite clear, a very stern message was given to all of those demonstrators that a pledge has to be taken by all of the demonstrators that they were not involved in any sort of vandalism when this entire protests are going on in the country, and in fact a certificate also have to be given that they were not part of any of these protests. So these mandatory training has to be these mandatory checks have to be given, and in fact police verification will also happen. The kind of protest that we are witnessing, the vandalism that we are witnessing is very, very violent in nature, and which is why all of the tri-services chiefs have made that clear in their own words that no vandalism and arson and no demonstrators will be recruited in the Agnipath scheme. However, we're witnessing that 10 states have witnessed such violent protests in the last few days. 7 states have been put on high alert. In fact, in Haryana also Section 144 has been imposed. In Noida also Section 144 has been imposed. And in fact, 200 arrests have also been made after the protests affected the Yamuna Expressway. In fact, in the national capital also several deployment has taken place. In fact, the national capital has also been turned into a fortress just to keep the law and order intact. And this has to be done because the kind of protests that we are witnessing, they are very violent in nature, and the vandalism is also increasing, which is why the police personnel are also in high alert. And as Harsha was correctly pointing out, internet suspension might also be in the book.
All right, as also just to tell our viewers that the railways have cancelled about 229 trains and 254 passenger trains due to these protests. Let me go across to Chandigarh right now, where Amandeep is reporting from. Amandeep, we understand that several locations in Punjab and Haryana have been put on a high alert. RAF has also been deployed at several of those sensitive areas. Give us an update.
But the point is that Punjab ADGP Law and Order has rolled out the directions to all the CPs and SSPs to put the city on high alert and keep their intelligence up, and in fact to maintain the law and order situation. The entire force is on ground in Punjab to maintain law and order situation, just because recent incident of Ludhiana railway station vandalization is an alert for Punjab, just because that was the first protest which turned to be very violent, and all of a sudden the protesters have gathered to vandalize the railway station of Ludhiana, and that situation put the entire state on high alert. That is the reason all the SSPs, entire force, RAF, commandos, they all are on the roads to maintain the law and order situation, and in fact no person is allowed to gather not more than 4 persons in the city. And in fact the police is also verifying through the intelligence inputs that is there any kind of gathering or not. And even the similar situation is also in Haryana, just because there are certain cities which are very much affected in Haryana, especially the bordering cities of Delhi, and even Section 144 has been imposed. Internet has been already suspended in that cities, and in fact the entire state is already on alert so that the law and order should be maintained.
Okay.
And even Home Department has also rolled out the directions that nobody will be spared whosoever is indulging into the violent activities during the protest. Peaceful protest is all allowed in the state of Haryana, but they're damaging the public property, they have to pay for it.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to go across now to Piyush, who's reporting from New Delhi. I think, Piyush, give us a sense of the kind of measures that have been put in place across all states. And also, we are going to understand that as far as the armed forces is concerned, they've put in place, they say that this is not going to be ruled back, and hence the protests now need to stop.
As you had already seen yesterday, that Lieutenant General Puri had tried to allay fears of what exactly were the reasons of putting Agnipath in place. Now, despite this, we had seen a lot of protests being taken place, because of which the administration now has started taking measures to prevent further violence. We have now seen that all the WhatsApp social groups, that were trying to cause violence is now being banned. Moreover, in states, where a lot of violence had taken place, a lot of security is being put in place, and all the lumpen elements, that are trying to put troubles in place are being taken care of. So you can see that now security agencies are making sure that no more troubles take place. Back to you, Nupur.
All right, so as our reporters on the ground are pointing out, measures put in place. There's a Bharat Bandh call that's been given. 7 states on high alert. Those, of course, do include some parts of... all right, I'm going to try some parts of Bihar, of course, as well as Haryana on high alert. I'm going to go across to Satyavijay right now. He's giving us the latest from Bhopal. Satyavijay, good morning. Tell us about the measures that have been put in place as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. Now, the army does draw a large number of its cadres from Madhya Pradesh, so we've been seeing protests there as well. Satyavijay, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I was asking you, in terms of putting in place measures for the Bharat Run, give us a sense of what's happening in Madhya Pradesh, particularly Bhopal.
जी देखिए, मैं आपको आज की स्थिति की अपडेट्स से अवगत कराऊं तो मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ दोनों जगह भी बंद को लेकर केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय ने इनपुट दिए थे। इसके बाद से मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस और छत्तीसगढ़ पुलिस भी अलर्ट पर है। कल से ही फोर्स डिप्लॉयमेंट के लिए प्लानिंग कर ली गई थी। आज सुबह से मध्य प्रदेश और खासकर राजधानी भोपाल में और वो इलाके जो उत्तर प्रदेश बॉर्डर से सटे हुए हैं, जो वो जिले जो उत्तर प्रदेश बॉर्डर से सटे हुए हैं, इन सभी जगह एक्स्ट्रा पुलिस फोर्स लगाया गया और ये पुलिस।
All right, that's a very poor link that we have with Satyavijay. We're going to fix that and come back to him. But just to tell our viewers that 7 states have been put on high alert. There is a Bharat Bandh call that's been given. There are various political groups which are supporting these protests. But the government on its part says that if you want to protest, you can protest peacefully. But arson will not be allowed. I think we've got Satyavijay back. Yes, Satyavijay, you were giving us an update of the measures that have been put in place in Bhopal. Please continue.
जी हाँ, देखिए, मैंने जैसा कि बताया कि केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय की तरफ से मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस को, छत्तीसगढ़ पुलिस को जो पीएचक्यू होते हैं वहां पर इनपुट्स मिले थे और इनपुट्स के बाद मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस ने एक्स्ट्रा सतर्कता बरती हुई है। खासकर राजधानी भोपाल और वो इलाके मध्य प्रदेश के जो उत्तर प्रदेश बॉर्डर से सटे हुए हैं, इन सभी जगहों पर रेलवे स्टेशन, बस स्टैंड और वो जगह जहां पर की ज्यादा भीड़भाड़ होती है, जहां पर ज्यादा यूथ जुटते हैं और कोचिंग सेंटर्स जहां पर की बच्चे कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम की तैयारी करने आते हैं, उन सभी जगह एक्स्ट्रा पुलिस फोर्स डिप्लॉय कर दिया गया है। भोपाल रेलवे स्टेशन पर भी सैकड़ों की तादाद में पुलिस फोर्स को डिप्लॉय किया है, क्योंकि जो अग्नि परीक्षा जो अग्नि वीर हैं जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं सेना में, जो भर्ती के नाम पर उनका जो अपना प्रोटेस्ट है, उनकी मांग है कि इसमें 4 साल नहीं बाकी एक्सटेंशन चीजों का होना चाहिए। इन सब चीजों को लेकर सबसे ज्यादा गुस्सा देखने को मिल रहा है वो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पर देखने को मिल रहा है। रेलवे हो या बस सर्विस हो, इनको आग के हवाले किया जा रहा है। हालांकि मध्य प्रदेश में सिर्फ ग्वालियर और इंदौर 2 ऐसी जगह हैं जहां पर की छुटपुट घटनाएं हुई थी, जिसके बाद से कई लोगों की अरेस्टिंग भी हुई। कुछ कोचिंग संचालक जो ग्वालियर के थे, जिन्होंने स्टूडेंट्स को भड़काया था, ऐसे मैसेज पोस्ट किए थे जिसकी वजह से स्टूडेंट सड़कों पर उतरे थे, उन कोचिंग संचालकों को भी अरेस्ट कर लिया है। लेकिन फिर भी एहतियात के तौर पर चूंकि केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय की तरफ से अलर्ट का इनपुट था, इसके चलते मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस पूरी तरह से तैयार है। छत्तीसगढ़ में भी ये कोशिश की जा रही कि किसी तरह का उपद्रव ना हो सके। जिस तरह की तस्वीरें बिहार में देखी गई हैं, वैसी तस्वीरें मध्य प्रदेश में देखने को ना मिले, इसके लिए पुलिस पूरी तरह से तैयारी कर रखी है।
All right. So what we are seeing, of course, is ahead of that Bharat Bandh call, ample security has been put in place. All of you, thank you for joining us this morning. News in brief. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar on Sunday met with his Bangladeshi counterpart Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen for the 7th India-Bangladesh Joint Consultative Commission meeting. Both leaders mutually strengthened bilateral ties and signalled a better relationship in all possible aspects in the near future.
Today, Bangladesh is our largest development partner. It is our largest trade partner in the region. It is our largest visa operations overseas. And that really underlines every aspect of our cooperation. And we in turn are your largest export destination in Asia. And I'm glad to see that your exports have doubled to $2 billion this year.
A huge tragedy was averted after a Delhi-bound SpiceJet flight made an emergency landing at the Patna airport after catching fire mid-air. The chief of flight operations of the airline lauded the pilots for handling the situation well, further stating that the DGCA will be investigating the matter.
As per standard operating procedure, they followed the checklist, the QRH. They first announced a pan-pan call, which means there is something abnormal, but not requiring immediate assistance. Then they did the checklist, which takes a few minutes. The checklist calls for shutting down the suspected engine. They shut down that suspected engine, and then they landed, as per procedure, on a single engine.
accident was reported. At 6,000 feet.
Rahul, Jantar Mantar to express their solidarity with their beloved leader. Stay tuned with Republic Media Network to know the fastest updates on this story.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है. ये प्रावधान करा गया है.
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quartering Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his
Top headlines at 8:30. Government sets the record straight on Agnipath scheme. There is no question of a rollback. Misinformed protests against Agnipath scheme intensify. 7 states put on alert as opposition calls for Bharat Bandh. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam. Kupwara encounter enters day 2. 2 terrorists neutralized, incriminating arms and ammunition recovered. Shocking pro-Pak slogans raised at AIMIM President OAC's rally in Ranchi. Assam flood situation remains grim as rescue operations enter day 4. Death toll rises to 70. And starting with breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Now what we are learning is that Congress workers who were planning to ghirao Bengaluru airport have been arrested by the Chikmagaluru police. Congress Kisan Cell members had planned, we are told, to protest against Prime Minister Modi's visit to the state. They were detained with their vehicles much before they could start from Chikmagaluru. So that is the latest coming in. The visuals of the Congress workers who were detained as they were planning to gherav the Bengaluru airport. We have Sagai reporting live from Bengaluru. Sagai, if you could tell us more about this, the Congress workers who have been detained who were planning to gherav the Bengaluru airport.
From Chikmagaluru, and they work for a Congress Kisan unit in Chikmagaluru. They had planned to carry out a Prime Minister's program here in Bengaluru. They had all set to visit the Bengaluru airport, and they were supposed to shout a sloganeering against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, calling "Go Back Modi." And much before they could execute the plan, the police had detained them along with their vehicles, where they had planned to start from Chikmagaluru. It takes around 2.5 hours to 3 hours to reach the city, and they were all geared up to protest against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but police was quick enough to understand that their plans and detained them much before they could even leave Chikmagaluru district.
Yes. And Sagai, earlier this morning we also reported how the posters were smeared with ink ahead of Prime Minister's visit. If you could tell us more about that as well.
Yes, yesterday the pro-Canada activists have protested against Hindi banners. There were several Hindi banners which were being put across Bengaluru city, especially on Mysore Road, where Prime Minister is visiting one of the places for a program. And the pro-Canada activists who had protested against Hindi imposition have smeared black paints on the banners of Hindi, which was being put across on the roads of Mysore Road, and they were being stopped by the police, but they had an argument with the police stating that why they have to put out Hindi banners welcoming Prime Minister. Instead, they could have tried in Kannada to welcome Prime Minister of India.
Sagai, if you could very briefly take us through the itinerary of the Prime Minister for the day in Karnataka.
Prime Minister will be visiting a couple of places today. One in Indian Institute of Science, where he will be inaugurating one of the hospitals and laying a foundation stone for that. As well as after that, he will be visiting Kolkata in Mysore Road, where he will be inaugurating several projects, including the suburban railway in the city of Bengaluru. And followed that evening, he will be visiting Mysuru, and where he'll be going to Chamundeshwari of the temple in Mysuru. And following that, tomorrow he'll be participating in international yoga, where he'll be a part of yoga which has been organized in Mysuru Palace in the Mysuru district of Karnataka.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Sagai, for getting us all those details. So, Sagai there reporting live from Bengaluru ahead of Prime Minister's visit to the state. Moving on then, the Enforcement Directorate will be conducting the 4th round of its questioning for the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. While the leader has been questioned for 30 hours consecutively for 3 days, the leader has received remarks from members of parties such as the JDU in connection with the National Herald case.
Rahul Gandhi is all set to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today to complete his questioning in the National Herald's case. Till now, he has been thrown about a couple of hundred questions by the officials of the ED, and sources tell us that many times he has been found to be evading or not giving specific answers. That's why remaining part of questioning becomes really important. In fact, in one instance, reports came out, suggested and confirmed by the ED that Rahul Gandhi sought to put the entire blame or the onus of all transactions between AJL and the Young Indian, the book entries and the accommodation entries on late Motilal Vora, who's not anymore there to defend himself. So that's a bit of interesting aspect which ED sources tell us perhaps they might want to press Rahul Gandhi on. Rahul had wanted a short break from the questioning to take care of his mother, who's suffering from COVID. She is in COVID isolation, but there are some complications because of which the Congress party suggested that Rahul Gandhi wants to take care of her more importantly, even Sonia Gandhi has to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on June 23rd. So before that, the ED has to complete Rahul's questioning. Would it happen today? That's an important question.
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi will appear before the Enforcement Directorate to record his statements in the National Herald case. In the past week, the ED had questioned Rahul for nearly 30 hours for 3 straight days. He first sought exemption from appearance on Thursday, following which he was called on Friday. According to sources, the Congress leader is being questioned about his official position in Young Indian that took over the Associated Journals Limited, the company which runs the National Herald newspaper. He has also been questioned about his family's shareholdings. In the wake of massive protest by Congress leaders over the Gandhi Vadra's questioning in the case, JDU leader Abhishek Jha took a swipe at Rahul.
देखिए अब ईडी ने क्या पूछताछ की है, क्या फैक्ट्स हैं, क्या तथ्य हैं, उसकी जानकारी तो हम लोगों के पास नहीं है। यह मामला देखा जाए तो राहुल गांधी जी और ईडी के बीच में है। हम लोग इसमें कहाँ आते हैं? एक बार जब ईडी की तरफ से चीजें सामने आ पाएंगी तभी इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया देना उचित है।
Meanwhile, the Congress announced a peaceful protest in this regard, adding that a party delegation will also meet President Ramnath Kovind. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And we have our reporters getting us all the latest on that big story that we are tracking. We have Sumi, Piyush, Harsha as well as Anuj. Let me first go across to Anuj. Anuj, if you could tell us at what time is Rahul Gandhi expected to leave for the ED office?
Well, at this point in time, I'm standing right outside Rahul Gandhi's residence in the national capital. And if we talk about today, then this is going to be the 4th day of the questioning. What we have been told, this is going to be after 10:30 when Rahul Gandhi is going to leave for the Enforcement Directorate office. We have seen it earlier, Rahul Gandhi first leaving from the residence and going toward the AICC. This is to see whether he will be directly going to the Enforcement Directorate office or rather he will be taking the way toward the AICC. That's the Congress headquarters in the national capital at the Akbar Road. On the other hand, let me tell you that if we talk about in totality till today, then this is of around 30 hours of questioning which has been already done by Rahul Gandhi by the Enforcement Directorate. Many of the questions has been asked by Rahul Gandhi. Numbers of answers was given, but the ED somewhat is not satisfied with the answer. That is something what we have been told. And sometime Rahul Gandhi was seen evading the question of Enforcement Directorate regarding the investigation of National Herald. On the other hand, let me also give you an important update. This is going to be again a press conference of Congress party regarding the same, that what exactly is their mindset and their view and what is going to be the next future course of action, which is scheduled at 9 a.m. at the Congress headquarters itself at the Akbar Road, which is AICC headquarters. This is going to be Ajay Makhan, the Congress leader, who is going to hold a press conference at 9 a.m. in the morning. So at 10:30, we are expecting that Rahul Gandhi, from this particular residence of Rahul Gandhi from the Tughlaq Lane in the national capital, will be leaving toward the Enforcement Directorate. We have to see whether the questioning continued. Till now, as I've been telling, 30 hours of questioning has been already done. This is to wait and watch whether it will continue today for the 10 hours or whether it is going to take ahead tomorrow also by the Enforcement Directorate. But yes, at this point in time, the questioning continue. In between, this was the relaxation which was seek by Rahul Gandhi from the Enforcement Directorate, as mother Sonia Gandhi is not well, and the relaxation was given, and today it is going to be the 4th day when Rahul Gandhi is going to join the investigation. Yes.
Well, Anuj, stay with us. We also have Sumi reporting live from the Jantar Mantar. Sumi, if I can come to you, if you could tell us more about this so-called Satyagraha that Congress plans to carry out today as well.
Yes, absolutely. The Satyagraha protest will be held in a peaceful manner at Jantar Mantar today. In fact, in the past, the kind of protests that were held by the Congress were not peaceful, and which is why the police had to manhandle them. And a delegation of Congress will also certainly go to meet the president as well on the same against the manhandling and also the kind of treatment that was meted out to the Congress leaders by the Delhi police. And in fact, as Anuj was correctly pointing out, that Ajay Makhan will do a press conference today. And in fact, the further course of action of the Congress party will be cleared out. As we have seen, the Rahul Gandhi has already been interrogated for more than 30 hours, and in fact today is the fourth time he has been summoned. However, I would like to show our audience the kind of preparation that is being done at Jantar Mantar here today. Lakhs of protesters will be coming here. In fact, a sea of protesters have already arrived, and this is the preparation that is going on for the peaceful protest that will be led by the Congress. And in fact, prominent faces of the Congress will also join this protest, including K.C. Venugopal, Ajay Makan, and other leaders such as Sachin Pilot. The chief ministers of both the states, Bhupesh Baghel and Ashok Gehlot, will also be present here. And in fact, all these prominent faces that were here yesterday for the Satyagraha against the Agnipat scheme will also be here for the ED protest, for the same protest. In fact, this protest will be in a congestion of both the protests for against the Agnipat scheme and also against the ED summoning that has been done of Rahul Gandhi. It will be interesting to be seen, and it remains to be seen whether Rahul Gandhi will be given another summon post today, and for how many hours he will be questioned today. And this is in the financial irregularities that has been done by Young Indian that was promoted by the Congress between 2002 and 2011.
All right, Sumi, thank you so much, as well as Anuj, Piyush and Harsha. We'll keep coming back to you as we track all the latest on that big story. Well, let me also take a question from Harsha as well. Harsha, if you could talk to us more about these protests that Congress plans to carry out today as well. Who are the leaders who will also be a part of this Congress protest that will be staged today as well?
Show you the visuals outside ED office as well, because as Sumi was telling, that Satyagraha protest is happening today outside in Jantar Mantar area. But yes, police doesn't believe it, because earlier the Satyagraha, which was said a peaceful protest by Congress leaders, again the sit-in dharnas, the violent protest was seen in national capital continuously 3 days when Rahul Gandhi was being summoned. But today also outside ED office or the premises of AICC or outside the roads which lead towards the AICC headquarters, all the roads have been blocked by police officials. No vehicles will be allowed when Mr. Rahul Gandhi will reach this area or the AICC area where if protesters will try to reach. But yes, K.C. Venugopal, Ashok Gehlot, Bhupesh Singh Baghel, or the CM of Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh are still in Delhi because of further course of action. What will be the Congress leaders' next plan will be discussed in today's meeting. Also, K.C. Venugopal is also here, Jairam Ramesh, Randeep Surjewala, all will participate in Satyagraha. But today ED questioning is going to be very interesting.
Absolutely. I'm just going to take that same very point across to Piyush as well. Piyush, in the last previous rounds of questioning, we've seen how Rahul Gandhi seemed to have pinned everything on Motilal Vora. If you could talk to us, about the kind of tactics being adopted there by the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi.
May have been facing a lot of uncomfortable questions, from ED, and he may have been not easily able to answer it, and pinning the blame on Motilal Vora. But that has not stopped the senior Congress leaders to completely come in support of Rahul Gandhi, and this is what we've been seeing even today. So despite Rahul Gandhi feeling uncomfortable, from ED and pinning all the blame to Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez, it has definitely not stopped senior Congress leaders to come in support of their leader Rahul Gandhi.
Yes.
Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Piyush, as well as Sumi, Harsha and Anuj, who are reporting live as we track all the latest on ED's questioning to Rahul Gandhi. More breaking news coming in. This one coming in from J&K, where we are told the NIA is carrying out raids in the Kashmir Valley. Now, agency raids are being carried out at several locations in South Kashmir, we are told, and that these raids are said to be in connection with a case registered by the NIA pertaining to attack on the security forces using illegal weapons on 11th of March 2022 in Darasang and Pulwama. We have Gursimran also joining us to take us through all the latest details on that. Gursimran, if you could talk to us about these NIA raids which are currently underway in Jammu and Kashmir.
See, these raids started at around 6 in the morning. This is what we are getting to know. And during these raids that are being carried out in several locations in the South Kashmir's Pulwama district, we are getting to know that several people have been detained by the National Investigation Agency for questioning. And this pertains to the case number 2 that was registered by the NIA Jammu police station. And this pertains to attack on the security forces in the area that falls in the Darasgah, which is near Darul Islam in Pulwama, where the terrorists, those who were hiding, they fired upon the security forces. And after that, keeping in view the threat that was being posed by these terrorists and the weapons, the illegal weapons that were used, the case was transferred to the National Investigation Agency, and now the NIA is carrying out raids, and several suspects have been picked by the NIA and they are being grilled by the agency. Several more subsequent searches will also be carried out.
Yes. Well, Gursimran, thank you so much for taking us through all those details.
Fourth day of ED questioning of Mr. Rahul Gandhi from AICC to ED office. Police officials on full alert. Stay tuned. Keep watching Republic TV for more updates on Rahul Gandhi.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi. Bihar BJP Chief and West Champaran MP Sanjay Jaiswal's house was also vandalized. Several coaches of trains were also set ablaze by the demonstrators. The CRPF has been asked to quickly deploy armed commandos with these BJP legislators who have been facing threats in the view of the violence. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं. एनरोलमेंट ऑफ फर्स्ट बैच विल गो लाइव ऑनलाइन on 24th of June, and before the end of the year the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
Quick roundup of news in brief. The flood situation in Assam has deteriorated, claiming lives of 80 people, with more than 37 lakh people suffering across 30 districts. And what we are told in the latest is that according to the flood situation is still grim after 8 more lives that were lost in across 30 districts. Citing the upcoming Tripura by-polls, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said it is a clean sweep for the BJP and that the party will win all the 4 constituencies. He added that the Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha will win with a huge margin and the state's development should continue progressively. The enforcement citing the upcoming In more news, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Congress MP Rahul Gandhi again in connection with the money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. Earlier, the ED accepted Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's request to postpone the hearing, citing the health of his mother Sonia Gandhi, and asked him to appear for questioning today. The Congress workers have called for nationwide protests over Congress MP Rahul Gandhi's ED summon in connection with the money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. The Congress leaders would continue to protest at the Jantar Mantar in the national capital. After the violent protests against the Agnipath scheme on June 16th, the police administration has been continuously on alert. On the charge of fueling the protests and provoking the students, the police have booked over 50 people on the basis of CCTV footage. According to the police, the rioters at the Gola's temple had executed the Agnipath plan and created a riot by arson.
Keep watching Republic TV for non-stop coverage on Rahul Gandhi going to be questioned on the 4th day by the Enforcement Directorate. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
Encounter enters day 2, 2 terrorists neutralized, incriminating arms and ammunition recovered. Assam flood situation remains grim as rescue operations enter day 4. Death toll rises to 70.
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं. एनरोलमेंट ऑफ फर्स्ट बैच विल गो लाइव ऑनलाइन on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था.
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, वो काम ऑलरेडी शुरू हो चुका है.
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi. Bihar BJP chief and West Champaran MP Sanjay Jaiswal's house was also vandalized. Several coaches of trains were also set ablaze by the demonstrators. The CRPF has been asked to quickly deploy armed commandos with these BJP legislators who have been facing threats in the view of the violence. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं. एनरोलमेंट ऑफ फर्स्ट बैच विल गो लाइव ऑनलाइन on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
Roundup from the world of sports. Max Verstappen held off a late challenge from Carlos Sainz to take his 6th victory of the season at the Canadian Grand Prix and extended his lead in the championship standings. The reigning champion moved 46 points clear of Red Bull teammate Sergio Perez, who was forced to retire with engine trouble. Honest Jabeur captured her 3rd WTA singles title and 2nd of the year when she took the Berlin Open crown. The Tunisian won the title when her opponent Belinda Bencic retired with an ankle injury in the 2nd set of the final. Short break. On the other side, latest from J&K as a Kupwara encounter enters day 2. 2 terrorists neutralized, incriminating arms and ammunition recovered.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quartering Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his 2nd gold, and this is just 10 months after he achieved and became the first Indian javelin thrower to have won a gold in any Olympics. And specifically in Tokyo Olympics, he had created a record of 87.58 meters. And in fact, earlier this week, the 24-year-old Neeraj Chopra also broke his own record and created a new record for his javelin throw. He has been quite determined, and in fact, Anurag Thakur also took to Twitter to celebrate this moment, and he said a heartfelt congratulations to the winner. And in fact, Neeraj Chopra has been making the country proud, and that is what every Indian has been hailing him for. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Pankaj, New Delhi.
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन। नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे
Caught straight on Agnipath scheme says there is no question of a rollback. Misinformed protests against the Agnipath scheme intensify. 7 states are put on alert as the opposition calls for a Bharat Bandh. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in the National Herald case. The Kupwara encounter enters day 2. 2 terrorists are neutralized. Incriminating arms and ammunition are recovered. And the Assam flood situation remains grim as rescue operations enter day 4. The death toll has risen to 70. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is set to appear before the Enforcement Directorate shortly for the fourth round of questioning in a money laundering case that's linked to the National Herald newspaper. The Congress party has planned to hold a peaceful protest across the country against the central government's vendetta politics. Quote unquote. So what we are hearing right now, of course, is that the Congress party in New Delhi at least has moved its protest to the Jantar Mantar, that's the designated site for protests, to take place, to remember that Rahul Gandhi will be questioned today. He is scheduled to appear before the ED for the fourth round of questioning in the National Herald money laundering case. We are expecting him to be going to the ED during the day sometime now. He was, of course, earlier questioned for about 30 hours by the ED. Harsha is tracking all the developments that are coming out of the national capital. She's reporting from the Enforcement Directorate's office, where Rahul Gandhi will appear shortly. And Sumi is at Jantar Mantar, where the Congress party is holding those protests. To you first, Harsha. This is the fourth consecutive fourth summon that we are seeing that Rahul Gandhi will have to answer. He will be questioned again today. Give us a sense of what we are expecting in this round of questioning.
No, for last time, when the third round of ED questioning happened, at that time, ED sources clearly told us that Rahul Gandhi has shifted the blame on Motilal Vora. Now, he's trying to escape the ED questioning, ED answer, saying that Motilal Vora knew about the transaction and the share and the transfer of debts into equity. So, today questioning is going to be around the last statements which Mr. Rahul Gandhi has given on Motilal Vora. But one thing is very clear, Nupur, which Rahul Gandhi has to give answers of, that when Mr. Subramaniam Swamy in 2012 complained about that Ms. Sonia Gandhi and Mr. Rahul Gandhi had fraudulently acquired the properties worth 1600 crores by AJL at different places, be it Delhi, Mumbai, UP, Haryana and various places. These are the questions which will be asked today, and of Motilal Vora as of also, because in 2015-16 late Motilal Vora was questioned by ED on this accusation of between AJL and Young India as well. So today ED officials with the documentation proof, with the details of the earlier questioning with Mr. Motilal Vora, today those things will be kept in front of Mr. Rahul Gandhi and will be asked that now if when he has shifted the blame on Motilal Vora, who was only the partner of 24%, only 24% share was aligned with Mr. Motilal Vora, but the rest of the bigger share, 38%, was with Mrs. Sonia Gandhi and Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So today ED questioning is going to be around this, and as we have seen, more than 10 and 11 hours grilling was done with Mr. Rahul Gandhi by ED officials in the 3 days of summoning, but ED officials clearly stated that only 6 hours of questioning was done, rest 3-4 hours Mr. Rahul Gandhi takes to rectify his answers again and again. This is also the reason, Nupur, that ED officials are not satisfied with the kind of answers which Mr. Gandhi is giving. So today the questioning will be around Motilal Vora and around Oscar Fernandez. Yes, Nupur, back to studio.
All right, let's also bring in Sumi now. Sumi, earlier last week, of course, the Congress party was holding protests without due permissions in place, but today they've decided to move to Jantar Mantar. That's the designated protest site in the national capital. Now, we have in the past seen senior leadership of the Congress party present at these. What are you hearing? Will they be making their way soon there?
Yes, absolutely. The Congress will be leading a peaceful protest here at Jantar Mantar, and in fact the preparations are on full swing here. Right behind me we see a sea of protesters already who have turned up for this protest, and in fact a lot of women, men have come here with placards holding Maybe Rahul, and in fact to express their solidarity with Rahul Gandhi, who's been summoned for the fourth time in a row. And in fact he had sought a break for the health complications that Sonia Gandhi has been facing, and to assist her a bit in the Gangaram hospital, where she has been admitted for the post-COVID complications. However, now after a 3-day break, he will be questioned for the fourth time today. And as Harsha was correctly pointing out, that in the third session of the questioning of the grilling by the ED, he made several allegations on Motilal Vora, who's now no more. And in fact, Arun Vora, his son, and also a Congress MLA, he made a statement that the kind of allegations that are being made by Rahul Gandhi are baseless, and in fact he wanted to maintain that Motilal Vora was not the only person responsible for any of the financial transactions between Young Indian and AJL that has been promoted by the Congress, and in fact that has also been overlooked by the Congress for so many years. Remember, the ED has been doing the probe. ED has been underweighing the probe in the discrepancies that were there between 2002 to 2012. And in fact, the Young Indian newspaper that was Young Indian that owned National Herald, it was published by National Herald. All of these entities were owned and controlled by Congress. And in fact, Motilal Vora was also the trustee back in the day when these financial transactions were taking place. And that is what Rahul Gandhi pointed out during one of his answers. However, there will be more clarifications that will be needed by Rahul Gandhi, and that is what the ED will be focusing on today. However, the peaceful protest that will be carried out today here will also be on Agnipath scheme and on the ED summons that are being given to Rahul Gandhi consecutively for the fourth time. And in fact, senior leaders such as Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, KC Venugopal, all will make their presence felt here at Jantar Mantar in a short while.
All right, Anuj is also joining us right now. Anuj, we are given to understand that Rahul Gandhi will perhaps also be questioned, about the circumstances under which AGL was taken over by Young Indian in 2010. What that did, of course, was that it made it the owner of all assets that were owned by the National Herald newspaper, and that's the crux of this investigation, isn't it?
Well, exactly. This is the dots which has been connected by the Enforcement Directorate, and after going through the investigation and the testimony and the evidences, now the Enforcement Directorate has asked none other but the former president of the Congress Party, that's Rahul Gandhi, the sitting MP of the Congress Party, to appear in front of Enforcement Directorate. We have seen how the 30 hours grilling has been already done by the Enforcement Directorate. Let me also give you the sense and the visual from Rahul Gandhi's residence from where I am reporting at this point in time. But we have been told that this is going to be at around 10:30 when Rahul Gandhi will be leaving. We will see whether he will directly go to Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital, or rather he will be making his way toward the AICC headquarters, that's at the Congress headquarters at the Akbar Road in the national capital itself. We have seen it earlier how it was planned for a satyagraha, how the permission was not given, how the things has gone on the road, on the ground, when the leaders of the Congress Party, the senior leadership of the Congress Party was detained by the Delhi police because there was no permission.
All right, Anuj, do stay with us. I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Let's, for now, cut across to a live press conference that's being held by the Congress Party. Ajay Markan over there addressing the media.
येदियुरप्पा साहब के ऊपर ईडी का केस दर्ज हुआ है या नहीं हुआ, ये तो बताएं। नारायण राणे जी जब कांग्रेस में थे, ईडी और इनकम टैक्स के रेड नोटिसेज आते थे, लेकिन जैसे ही भाजपा में गए तो ये ग्लो एंड लवली स्कीम के तहत उनके ऊपर ये क्रीम लगी और वो पाक साफ हुए और उनको ठीक हो गए। सोमेन मित्रा जी जब तक टीएमसी में थे, मुकदमे चल रहे थे, और जैसे ही पार्टी छोड़ी उनके ऊपर ईडी का सारे के सारे तरीके से माफ हो गया। रमन सिंह के पता भी नहीं कि भी क्या ईडी के केस चल रहे हैं या नहीं चल रहे। मुकुल रॉय जी जब तक टीएमसी में थे ईडी के प्रेशर में, लेकिन जैसे ही बीजेपी में गए फेयर एंड लवली स्कीम में उनके ऊपर क्रीम लगी और ठीक हो गए। तो ये सारी की सारी चीजें इस बात को साबित करता है कि केवल और केवल सरकार के खिलाफ ना बोलने के लिए या भाजपा के अंदर शामिल होने के लिए इन एजेंसीज का, जांच एजेंसीज का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है और कांग्रेस पार्टी इसकी तीव्र निंदा करती है। दूसरा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इसी के बारे में हम कहना चाहते हैं, हमारे लीगल डिपार्टमेंट के तरफ से विवेक तनखा जी ने एक पत्र निर्मला सीतारमण जी को, अमित शाह और किरण रिजिजू को नोटिस भेजा है। ये हम आपको अभी इसके साथ में लगा करके देंगे। इसमें यह कहा गया है कि जिस प्रकार से ईडी के दफ्तर से सिलेक्टिव लीकेज करी जा रही हैं, झूठी और चयनात्मक खबरों को प्लांट करके कांग्रेस पार्टी के और हमारे नेताओं की छवि को धूमिल करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, यह पूरी तरीके से गैर कानूनी। इसके अंदर इन्होंने बताया है कि कैसे सेक्शन 66 पीएमएलए का यह इजाजत नहीं देता कि सिलेक्टिव लीकेज करी जाए, और इसके अंदर जिन चैनल्स में और जहां पर सोशल मीडिया के अंदर अलग अलग जगहों के ऊपर ईडी के माध्यम से लीक करी जा रही खबरें, उसका भी जिक्र इसके अंदर किया गया है। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप लोग इसको भी जरूर देखें और अलग अलग बातें जैसे कि राहुल गांधी नॉट कोऑपरेटिंग विद एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट, ही पॉज्ड, डिडंट रिस्पॉन्ड टू अ नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस, फिर were not satisfactory, the answers were not satisfactory, and it appeared that he was tutored by his lawyers on how to answer and avoid certain aspects, sources said. तो ये sources के माध्यम से कहां से इनके पास में सब चीजें आ गई? हम लोगों ने कहा है कि अगर आप इतना ही दिखाना चाहते हैं तो वहां पर एक कैमरा लगा दीजिए, उसको लाइव टेलीकास्ट करिए, 30 घंटे लाइव टेलीकास्ट, लाइव फीड लीजिए, वहां से देखिए कि भी किस तरीके से वहां पर क्वेश्चंस, उनके पास कुछ पूछने को ही नहीं। तो जो सिलेक्टिव लीकेज करके जो ये मीडिया को दिया जा रहा है और अपनी तरीके से नैरेटिव बिल्ड करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है, ये गैर कानूनी है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, हाई कोर्ट ने अलग अलग इसके अंदर जिक्र किया गया है कि कहां कहां पे इस तरीके की लीकेजेस के खिलाफ बोला है, और हम सरकार को ये कहना चाहते हैं कि अपनी एजेंसीज को समझाएं और ये सिलेक्टिव लीकेजेस बंद करें, और ये पूरी तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेशन को प्रभावित करने की एक कोशिश करी जा रही है। और तीसरा इसके अंदर जो महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि एफआईआर कहां है। हम लोग 4 प्रश्न इसके बारे में पूछना चाहते हैं कि पीएमएलए के तहत सबसे पहला तो कौन सा वो अनुसूचित अपराध है, शेड्यूल्ड ऑफेंस कौन सा है जिसकी जांच ईडी ने शुरू करी है। पीएमएलए एक्ट में शेड्यूल्ड ऑफेंस उसके अंदर दिया गया है कि ये शेड्यूल्ड ऑफेंस होना चाहिए, तो वो कौन सा शेड्यूल्ड ऑफेंस है, कौन सा वो अनुसूचित अपराध है जिसके तहत ये इंक्वायरी करी जा रही है, और किस पुलिस एजेंसी ने अनुसूचित अपराध के संबंध में एफआईआर दर्ज करी है, ये तो बताएं। और तीसरा, एफआईआर कहां है? क्या हमारे को किसी को एफआईआर की कॉपी अभी दिखाई है? लगातार कांग्रेस पार्टी, हमारे नेता इस चीज को पूछ रहे, कोई जवाब नहीं। और चौथा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, हम आपको ये बताना चाहते हैं, इनसे प्रश्न भी पूछना चाहते हैं कि क्या ये लोग जानते हैं कि अनुसूचित अपराध और एफआईआर के बगैर ईडी के पास में पीएमएलए के तहत जांच शुरू करने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। तो अगर कोई अनुसूचित अपराध नहीं, कोई एफआईआर नहीं, तो फिर वो जांच क्यों कर रहे हैं? और अगर है अनुसूचित अपराध और एफआईआर तो उसको सार्वजनिक क्यों नहीं कर रहे? सीधे सीधे हम लोग ये प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं। आज कांग्रेस पार्टी जंतर मंतर पर सत्याग्रह कर रही है। शाम को हम लोग 5 बजे राष्ट्रपति जी के पास जाएंगे और 2 बातें मुख्यतः लेकर के हम लोग सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं और राष्ट्रपति जी के पास भी जाएंगे। एक, जिस तरीके से अग्निपथ स्कीम को लॉन्च किया गया है और पूरे देश के अंदर युवाओं के अंदर आक्रोश है, हमारी मांग है कि इसको, स्कीम को एकदम से वापस लिया जाए, पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कस करा जाए और युवाओं को कॉन्फिडेंस में लिया जाए, बात करी जाए, और उसके बाद में कोई ऐसी स्कीम लेकर के आए जो कि युवाओं से संबंधित है, सेना में भर्ती से संबंधित है। उससे पहले इसको एकदम से वापस लिया जाना चाहिए, ये हमारी मांग है। और दूसरी मांग हम लोगों की यह है कि जिस तरीके से लोकतंत्र के अंदर प्रमुख विपक्षी पार्टी के मुख्यालय पे हमला हुआ, जो हमारे चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि हैं, सांसद हैं, जिस तरीके से उनकी पुलिस ने प्रताड़ना करी है, प्रिविलेजेस कमेटी को हम लोगों ने रिक्वेस्ट करा है, स्पीकर को भी और वाइस प्रेसिडेंट को भी, कि वो इसको प्रिविलेजेस कमेटी में दे, इसकी जांच करे, और राष्ट्रपति जी को हम लोग इसके बारे में भी साथ में ये बोलेंगे। अंत में एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात आप लोगों को आज हम जानकारी में लेकर के आना चाहते हैं, अग्निपथ के बारे में। एक, यहां पे आने से पहले किसी ने व्हाट्सएप पे भेजा, वो मैं पढ़ करके सुनाना चाहता हूं। 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन का था वादा, ना रैंक ना पेंशन का है इरादा।
All right, so that was Ajay Markan of the Congress party over there raising questions of the investigation. Also going on to say that he believes that the ED is making selective leakage to the media. I'm going to go across back on the ground to Harsha for more on this. Harsha, you just heard Ajay Markan over there. Now, his charge against the ED is that he says that the ED is making these selective leaks to the media, and that is something that needs to be stopped.
No, but he's saying what Ajay Makhan mentioned today, that Congress leaders have been saying since day one that ED is questioning that ED questioning to Mr. Rahul Gandhi cannot be sustained for long because it's not through legal means. And one thing more, which Mr. Ajay Makhan said, that ED sources cannot be claimed as true, because who are ED sources? How such things are coming that Rahul Gandhi what answer he is giving is satisfactory or not? But one thing which all the Congress leaders are not answering since day one is about the Young India and AGL transaction. When asked about Sumit Dubey, Sam Pitroda, and when asked about the office bearers, the founder members between AGL and between Young India, that both the office bearers in both the firm are only the Congress leaders, initially Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez. Now office bearers Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal were also questioned earlier. How come these people know about the transactions between Young India and AGL? How AGL came out of debt and how it converted into a real estate firm, and how the properties were purchased through the mode of AGL by in the name of Young India firm, whose share partners are Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. Congress leaders never give such answers when asked about these questions. But when asked about the questioning, they always say that Rahul Gandhi is cooperating with ED officials continuously. Whatever question are being asked by ED officials, Rahul Gandhi is answering to that. But our ED officials clearly say us that 6 hours questioning is done with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Rest hours he only takes to rectify his answer. He forgets what he has answered on AGL, on Young India. He completely again and again says that he doesn't remember, he doesn't know about the transaction between AGL and Young India. So we have to see more about the grilling which is being done.
Absolutely. So obviously we'll have to wait and watch out for what really happens out of that. But I'm going to go back across on the ground to Sumi, who's reporting from Jantar Mantar. Sumi, we are of course seeing that press conference that came in from Ajay Makhan. But apart from that, we are told that senior Congress leaders will now be making their way to Jantar Mantar.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, Priyanka Gandhi has already arrived at Rahul's residence, and she is also expected here at Jantar Mantar to lead the protest from here. And in fact, senior most leaders will also be here, including Adhiranjan Chaudhary and KC Venugopal. The kind of leaders that were present here. Sachin Pilot gave a very scathing attack at the BJP government yesterday on the Agnipath, and we are expecting his speech today as well on the ED summoning that is being constantly done of Rahul Gandhi. In fact, this is the stage that has been set already for the bigwigs of the Congress to arrive. Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot, Bhupesh Singh Baghel, 2 chief ministers who have been here in the national capital. And in fact, Bhupesh Baghel had already gone back to Chhattisgarh, but yesterday he flew back to the national capital to be part of this particular protest, and also to express his solidarity with the Congress leader and also their beloved Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi. And in fact, the kind of protests that we are witnessing and that we have witnessed in the past were violent in nature, and because of that, now the Satyagraha protest will be led in a peaceful manner, and Jantar Mantar is known to be the protest side of the national capital, and this is where the Congress is going to lead their protest, with prominent faces taking over and making several statements from this particular podium. And right behind me is the protesters who have already come here in huge numbers, be it men, women and also young people, and all of them have been wearing a similar cap, Satyamav Jayate and also Main Bhi Hu Rahul, and they have been raising their concerns as to how the ED has been constantly summoning and malicious and also in a malicious manner questioning Rahul Gandhi in the entire National Herald case. However, the ED has been probing the financial discrepancies that has happened of Young Indian and the kind of financial transactions that also have been taken place between the year 2002 and 2011. The kind of placards that are being raised here are very well established in my visuals. We'll keep showing you the protest here. We'll also keep showing you the kind of speech that will be made by the prominent leaders: Ajay Yadav, KC Venugopal, Adhiranjan Chaudhary, Sachin Pilot, and also Digvijay Singh, and all these prominent faces who were here for the Agnipath protest will be here today as well for the Agnipath protest and also the ED summoning for Rahul Gandhi.
So what we are seeing at the Jantar Mantar is a joint protest that the Congress is going to be holding over there. I'm going to go across now to Anuj, who's reporting from Rahul Gandhi's residence. Anuj, we were just hearing that Priyanka Gandhi has already arrived at Rahul Gandhi's residence before she makes her way to Jantar Mantar, and then of course we are told that Rahul Gandhi will be making his way to the ED's office.
Well, exactly, this is the same, because Priyanka Gandhi has just arrived at the residence of Rahul Gandhi. let me give you the visual, let me give you the sense from the area from where I'm reporting from the Rahul Gandhi's residence. That's the entry gate of Rahul Gandhi's residence, where from Priyanka Gandhi has just entered. And this is not happening at the first time. This is since Rahul Gandhi, we are seeing, has been called by the Enforcement Directorate. This is kind of a daily routine. First, Priyanka used to come to Rahul Gandhi. They both discussed the strategy and how to go ahead. They used to make the strategy and make the future plan of action. And after that, the duo sometime left together, what we have seen earlier for the Enforcement Directorate. And now this is to see whether they will be leaving together, or because what we have been told that Priyanka Gandhi is going to be there at Jantar Mantar to join the Satyagraha, to join the protest which has been called by the Congress party. And Rahul Gandhi is obviously has to go to the Enforcement Directorate office. So Priyanka Gandhi, that is something what we are breaking at this point in time, is already inside Rahul Gandhi's residence, and there the duo are meeting to make out, to chalk out the strategy for the day, that how it is going to happen. We have seen the press conference of Ajay Makhan, that's the Congress leader, where he stated it very much clearly. And again, the lime taken is not new, but as we have seen it earlier also, targeting the Enforcement Directorate, targeting the agencies. And there, let me tell you one more important point, that is that Congress delegation is also lined up to meet President of India today in the evening. That is going to be at 5 p.m. So these all are going to be the movement of the Congress party today. We have seen it regularly since from the day the Enforcement Directorate is questioning Rahul Gandhi, how the Satyagraha march was taken by the Congress party workers from AICC to Enforcement Directorate. We have seen the protesters across the country in the states where the Congress party asked their workers earlier on the day one to protest. And now, as we are getting more development now, the things are being taken ahead. This is going to be the fourth day of the questioning of Rahul Gandhi. Today also we have been told this is going to be the joint protest of the Congress party regarding the Rahul Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate and the Agnipath scheme. So this all is going to be the agenda of the Congress party, whereas as I mentioned earlier, this is going to be another important movement that is going to be when Congress delegation will be meeting the President of India in the evening.
All right,
yes.
So as Anuj is pointing out, that takes place in the evening, I beg your pardon, and that meeting pertains to what the Congress party says was the alleged manhandling of several of its senior leaders by the Delhi police. All three of you, thank you for the moment for joining us. And here's a look at some news in brief ahead of Prime Minister Modi's two-day visit to Karnataka. Pro-Kannada activists allegedly smeared Hindi banners welcoming the Prime Minister in Bengaluru with black paint. The Prime Minister will visit Karnataka today to inaugurate various development projects in the city. An investigation has been ordered after pro-Pakistan slogans were allegedly raised when the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi arrived at Ranchi airport. As per officials, Owaisi, the MP from Hyderabad, was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election to the Mandar Assembly seat. Ranchi police have also set up a team to investigate the matter. Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has expressed grief over the death of 17 people in lightning and thunderstorms and announced an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees for family members of each of the victims. BJP workers have created a ruckus over ticket for the post of councillor to Scindia supporters in Gwalior, angered by his ticket being cut. There was a ruckus in the presence of Union Minister Narendra Singh Tomar. According to the police, around 300 agitators have entered a railway station by giving slogans against the Agnipath scheme. The agitators, with the provocation of coaching agencies, circulated messages to assemble at the Sikandrabad railway station to stage violent protests.
Rahul Gandhi to leave for the Enforcement Directorate office, fourth day of the questioning by the ED. Keep watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
Enrollment of first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए ये कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a warrant.
Government sets the record straight on Agnipath scheme. There is no question of a rollback. Misinformed protests against Agnipath scheme intensify. 7 states put on high alert as opposition calls for Bharat Bandh. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam. Inside ED, Rahul Gandhi remains evasive, but Vora, Congress launches an attack on source-based journalism. Kupwara encounter enters day 2. 2 terrorists neutralized, incriminating arms and ammunition recovered. Assam flood situation remains grim as rescue operations enter day 4. Death toll rises to 70. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rukma, here on Republic TV. And in our top story at this hour, a day after the government set the record straight that the Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back, calm now prevails across the country. Joining us now is our correspondent Prakash to tell us about how the situation is, what the situation is like in Bihar. Prakash, it's over to you for a detailed description of the situation. Bihar on high alert for a few days now.
Well, although the Bandh has been called, but there is no impact of the Bandh here. It's the busiest road here in Patna, and generally all the Bandh supporters congregate here. But you can see that traffic is commuting in a very smooth way, and there is no impact of the Bandh here. It's early morning at 9:30 now, and in a hot sunny day, generally people gather here in large number. There you can see some police forces have been deployed to take care of any violent protest on the street, and the senior officials are also present. As a matter of precautionary measure, 20 districts, internet services and mobile networking apps have been shut down so that there is no rumor, there is no misinformation campaign, as well as several trains have also stopped flying. And the decision to this effect has been taken by the Eastern Central Railway.
And so far as the FIRs are concerned, 138 FIRs have been lodged so far. 805 people have been arrested. More arrests are likely to happen. And some of the coaching institutes have also been named in the FIR. 6 coaching institute honors have been booked in this particular case because we've seen in the past that during the RRB exam, a certain group of coaching institutes were behind the protest and the violent protest that took place, and the same set of people are again involved. So in and around Patna district itself, 6 coaching institute honors have been booked for inciting violence. They instigated the students for a protest. So all of them is being ascertained. The CCTV footage is being ascertained. So far today, it doesn't look much of an impact as far as the Bandh is concerned, as it happened for a couple of days when the trains were set ablaze and the commuters had to face a lot of problem. Still, people, especially poor people traveling from one destination to another in different parts of the country, are facing a lot of problem because as a part of the precautionary measure because of the Bandh, several trains have stopped plying and people are finding it difficult to travel to different destinations. Back to you.
Right, Prakash. So when we talk about, well, clearly normal life disrupted due to these protests, the vandalism that we saw over the past few days in Patna and across Bihar, in particular, one of the states most widely affected. But when we talk about the fact how the centre has made it clear that the scheme will be moving forward, there is no question of a rollback. Clearly, that message seems to have gone through. Have there been any reactions? Well, Amandeep, if you can hear me, your response to this, the centre making it clear that that there will be no rollback of the scheme. Also, give us a sense of the situation there, even as a high alert has been sounded in a number of states, in 7 states so far. What is the situation like?
Well, Rukma, if we talk about the response against the union government's decision that this law will not get rolled back, and in fact, so far, no reaction has been witnessed on the road after they have declared that rollback is not the solution of this entire Agnipath scheme. And in fact, if we talk about the current situation, the entire Punjab is all on alert, and in fact, ADGP Law and Order has rolled out the strict directions to all the CPs and SSPs to deploy maximum force on the roads and to check their intelligence inputs that either their protest is going or not. And in fact, whereas those violent protesters who create the law and order situation at the railway station of Ludhiana, and similar situation is at Haryana also. Just because there are certain pockets adjoining to Delhi, they are heavily witnessing the protest against the Agnipath scheme. And in fact, Section 144 is imposed, and even internet services has been suspended in some districts. And in fact, the maximum force has been deployed on the ground, including RAF and the other forces, to control the situation, just because there are certain apprehensions that anytime randomly a group of these protesters can come and in fact they can create the damage to the public property. So just following these inputs, now a heavy police force is all on road, and in fact protesters are not very much visible. And so far Punjab and Haryana is on alert, but the point is no such violence incident has been reported so far. Rashifa.
Right, Amandeep. So Amandeep telling us about the situation in Chandigarh, all quiet as of now. And Satya joins us from Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh also one of the states on high alert. Satya, take us through the precautions that have been taken, the steps that have been taken in other states. All is quiet now. Peace prevails. What about in Bhopal?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए जैसा कि पूरे देश में आज भारत बंद का आह्वान किया है, मध्य प्रदेश की बात करें तो जो अग्निपथ योजना है जिसको लेकर सेना में भर्ती होनी है, इसके विरोध के चलते जो केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय का जो अलर्ट है, उसके बाद मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस पूरी तरह से अलर्ट पे है। हमने कुछ तस्वीरें भी अभी साझा की हैं, जिसमें देख सकते हैं भोपाल रेलवे स्टेशन जो है वहां पर भारी चाक चौबंद व्यवस्था पुलिस फोर्स की गई है। आरपीएफ जीआरपी वहां तैनात की गई है। हालांकि जो भारत बंद है, इसका असर मध्य प्रदेश में उतना ज्यादा देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि भारत बंद के चलते पुलिस तो अलर्ट पर है, लेकिन कोई भी संगठन मुखर होकर सामने नहीं आया है। कोई भी ऐसा यूथ कहना चाहिए ग्रुप जो है जो कह सकते हैं कि वो विरोध पे उतरे, ऐसा कुछ सामने नहीं आया। इसलिए प्रोटेस्ट का जो आह्वान है, उसके बाद मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस पीएचक्यू के निर्देश के चलते पूरी तरह सतर्क है, अलर्ट पर है। जो भी कोचिंग सेंटर्स हैं उनके बाहर पुलिस फोर्स है। भोपाल के 4 से 5 रेलवे स्टेशन और 3 से करीब 3 जो बस स्टैंड हैं वहां पर पुलिस फोर्स तैनात की गई है, क्योंकि जो विरोध करने वाले लोग हैं उन्होंने सबसे ज्यादा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मतलब कि रेलवे और बसों को ही अपना शिकार बनाया, आगजनी की घटनाएं की हैं। तो इसको देखते हुए मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस पूरी तरह से अलर्ट मोड में है और पुलिस अपनी चाक चौबंद इंतजाम किए हुए है। लेकिन जैसा मैंने रिपीट पहले कहा कि कोई भी संगठन खुल के सामने नहीं आया है, इसके चलते कह सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर उतना ज्यादा बंद का असर नहीं दिखेगा। अभी मैं भोपाल के व्यस्तम इलाके में हूँ, यहाँ पर भी जो कहना चाहिए जनजीवन है पूरी तरह से सामान्य है, लेकिन पुलिस नहीं चाहती या मध्य प्रदेश सरकार शिवराज सरकार नहीं चाहती कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह से, क्योंकि ग्वालियर और इंदौर 2 जगह यूथ जो है प्रोटेस्ट करने उतर चुके हैं। ग्वालियर में रेलवे स्टेशन में तोड़फोड़ भी की थी, तो वहां पर भी पुलिस ने चाक चौबंद इंतजाम किए हैं। और इसके अलावा प्रदेश के जितने 52 जिले हैं सभी जगह पर पुलिस अलर्ट मोड पर है।
So high alert in many states, in Bhopal also, as Satya, correspondent there, reporting live from the Madhya Pradesh capital. Even though, well, protests there quite muted and not as prolific as in Patna, for example. Meanwhile, Bharat Bandh call. Let's take stock of what's happening as far as the Bharat Bandh call is concerned. In NCR, we are getting you these visuals. Already, our correspondent Prakash has had shown us in those visuals how traffic is flying on the roads, clearly not that much of a success. Let's take a look at these visuals in which it is clear that the Bandh clearly not successful. Buses flying there, vehicles on the roads, and people too with private vehicles. Those visuals there, even as police are on high alert, checking in full swing as the vehicles ply on the road, traffic plying in full swing, as we can see. And Sumi, our correspondent, to take us through all that's happening. Sumi, we are getting visuals from Gurugram in particular, even as the police is on high alert clearly, and there is prolific checking going on. The Bharat Bandh call seems not to have been as successful as was expected by the organizations that had called for it.
Yes, absolutely. It is not a massive success for the organizations who had called for a Bharat Bandh. However, the splashes of it can be witnessed early in the morning today. There is a traffic disruption and a massive jam at the Delhi-Gurugram border. And in fact, in Haryana, Section 144 has also been imposed and the state police has been in high alert. In fact, that is just not the scenario in Haryana, but also in the NCR region, covering the national capital and parts of Noida. Here, Section 144 has already been imposed. Not more than 4 people are allowed, and in fact, specifically in Haryana, videography will also be done of various activities of the anti-social elements if that takes place. And in fact, at various traffic congestion points, supervising officer will also be monitoring the situation quite closely, and that is the preparation that has been undertaken by the Haryana police. And specifically in the national capital, buses are plying on roads as normally, and we cannot see any Bharat Bandh effects just as of now. However, the police is on high alert. We had witnessed arson and vandalism in 10 states. However, in 7 states, the police has already been on high alert. And this is the scenario in a lot of states, including Bihar, Punjab and Haryana, and in fact in the national capital as well. Police will be keeping a very close eye on all of the anti-social elements so that vandalism cannot be entertained, because it has been made quite clear by the army and their chiefs and by all the tri-services chiefs that any act of vandalism will not be entertained, and in fact this recruitment scheme will not have any protester. They will have to take pledge, and they will also have to provide a certificate of sorts, and police verification will also be very, very mandatory. So all of these steps have been taken by the army, by the military, by the army, naval, as well as by the Air Force chiefs, and in their respective press conferences that has been made quite clear. So it is a clear message for the protesters who are resorting to vandalism and not doing a peaceful protest against the Agnipath scheme.
Well, Sumi, stay with us. Meanwhile, let's listen in as the Howrah Police Commissioner speaking with Republic TV tells us about the stronger police arrangements that have been made in order to ensure that law and order is maintained, that peace prevails, and that no untoward incidents happen. He also spoke to us about how the police is coordinating with railway authorities too.
देखिए, बंद के दौरान साधारणतः हम लोग सुबह से एक स्ट्रांग पुलिस अरेंजमेंट रखते हैं। इम्पॉर्टेंट रेलवे स्टेशंस, जो हमारे इम्पॉर्टेंट इंस्टॉलेशंस हैं, सब जगह में पुलिस की पिकेट्स हैं, मोबाइल गाड़ियां हैं, सीनियर अफसर्स राउंड कर रहे हैं, और अभी तक कोई कहीं से अप्रिय घटना की सूचना नहीं है।
अक्सर देखा गया है कि जो भी ये प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं रेल को अपना निशाना बना रहे हैं, इसको लेकर के जैसे हावड़ा स्टेशन 17
हम लोगों का रेल पुलिस के साथ भी अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेशन है, आरपीएफ के साथ भी हम लोगों का कोऑर्डिनेशन है, तो हम लोग सब जगह अपना एक प्रॉपर कोऑर्डिनेटेड वे में अरेंजमेंट रखे हुए हैं, और हम लोग उम्मीद करते हैं कि कहीं कोई ऐसी घटना नहीं होगी।
So calm prevails across Delhi NCR, even as the Bharat Bandh call seems to not to have not to be responded to as expected by those who had called for it. And our correspondents Sumi, Amandeep, Satya with us telling us about all that's happening there on the ground. And as you can see in those visuals, it's jam-packed roads on the Delhi-Gurugram border. Massive traffic jam there as cars are seen bumper to bumper. Police, however, continue to maintain strict vigil, intense checking, careful checking, can we say, on the streets. Even as, well, Satya joining us from Bhopal. If you can hear me.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, राजधानी भोपाल की बात की जाए तो जो तस्वीरें हैं वो भोपाल रेलवे स्टेशन की हैं, जिसमें हम कह सकते हैं कि जैसा कि मैंने कहा था कि अलर्ट जो जारी किया गया केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय की तरफ से, इसके बाद की ये तस्वीरें हैं जो हम दिखा रहे हैं कि पुलिस किस तरह से सचेत है, अलर्ट मोड पे, हाई अलर्ट है, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश में इस तरह की कोई अनहोनी ना हो, इसको लेकर पूरी तैयारियां की गई हैं। और दूसरी बात ये कि यहाँ पर चूंकि भाजपा की सरकार है और शिवराज सरकार लगातार ये कह रही है कि जो अग्निवीर हैं उन्हें जब उनका ड्यूरेशन खत्म हो जाएगा इसके बाद मध्य प्रदेश की भर्तियों में भी प्राथमिकता दी जाएगी, तो इसको लेकर यहाँ पर बंद का असर ना के बराबर है, और कोई ऐसा संगठन भी सामने नहीं आया जिससे कहा जा सके कि बंद काफी तगड़ा होने वाला है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर सामान्य पूरी तरह से जनजीवन है। पुलिस अलर्ट मोड पर इसलिए है कि अगर इक्का दुक्का छोटे संगठन या कोई विरोध में सामने आता है तो उनको समझाया जाकर उनका विरोध शांत कराया जाए, लेकिन फिलहाल की जो ग्राउंड लेवल पर स्थिति है वो यही कहा जाएगा कि भारत बंद का मध्य प्रदेश में कोई भी असर देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है।
Meanwhile, normal life has definitely been disrupted because many express trains, 229 mail express and 254 passenger trains stand cancelled. As Prakash, our correspondent who is reporting on the situation in Patna, just told us clearly, it's a big blow as far as normal people are, as far as the public is concerned, as far as you were saying, the poorest of the poor are concerned. They were laborers set to travel in trains. The administration, however, having no option because of the Bharat Bandh call and also the kind of violence that we saw across the state in the past few days. Tell us more about the Bandh call. What are the public saying?
Well, as far as the Bandh is concerned, there is no impact here. As you can see in the visuals again, that vehicular traffic is moving very smoothly here. This is one of the busiest roads in Patna. There is no impact at all. There is no report of violence from any part of Bihar as far as this Bandh is concerned. Yes, for the past week or so, the way the protesters have been burning and setting ablaze government properties and trains, they have been able to create fear psychosis among the administration, and as a result of the fear psychosis, several trains have been cancelled, which has affected the travel and commuting of various people flying from one destination to another destination by train, and especially the poor people. But as far as the Bandh on the streets of Bihar is concerned, the roads of Bihar is concerned, there is no impact at all. No Bandh supporters have come out in the open, and the police is trying to now nail them down, because there was certain CCTV footage as well of various rioters in the past week or so. And some coaching institute honors have also been booked, namely 6 coaching institutes in Patna district alone. More than 800 people have been arrested, 138 FIRs have been lodged, more to be done, more arrests to take place, because named people have been FIR'd in various districts, especially in Patna, large number. So we'll wait and watch what kind of action police takes as and when things unfold. Back to you.
Well, so Bharat Bandh call, lukewarm response, or can we say no response at all as far as the Bharat Bandh call is concerned? We're getting you visuals from across India in some of the most widely affected or deeply affected states. Our reporters on the ground covering the event.
आज हमने अमृतसर रेलवे स्टेशन पर जो भारत बंद की कॉल है उसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए हमने जो सिक्योरिटी हमारे प्रबंध हैं वो हमने किए हैं, और अमृतसर रेलवे स्टेशन पर जितने भी प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, ट्रैक्स हैं और एंट्रीज़ हैं, वहाँ पर हम उसको टोटली डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं। और जो अंदर वाला जो पार्ट है स्टेशन का, प्लेटफॉर्म्स, वहाँ पर भी जो रेलवे आरपीएफ, जीआरपी और जो रेलवे की इंटेलिजेंस है उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके हमने जो अपना प्लान बनाया है कि किसी को भी कोई शरारती अंसर या कोई भी एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट वो किसी भी तरह का अंदर कोई तोड़फोड़ ना करे, या किसी भी तरह की जो आम पैसेंजर है, यातायात चल रही है, किसी भी तरह की प्रॉब्लम ना आए। ये ऑल ओवर जो बंद की कॉल है उसके रिलेटेड हम जो भी प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स सीपी अमृतसर के द्वारा ली गई हैं, और रेलवे स्टेशन जो पब्लिक प्लेसेस हैं, रेलवे स्टेशन, बस स्टैंड और बाकी जो जैसे कोई छोटे रेलवे स्टेशन हैं, शाटा है, दूसरी साइड पगतावाड़ा साइड है, वहाँ पर भी जो हमारी फोर्सेस लगी हुई हैं ताकि जो किसी भी प्रकार की कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति उस पर कंट्रोल किया जा सके।
So these are visuals from Mumbai. Even as high alert has been sounded in many states amidst the Bharat Bandh call, police are on high alert. Peace prevails across the country. After days of violent protests in numerous states, police on high alert, and it appears no response to the Bandh call, to the Bharat Bandh call.
For all the updates on Bharat Bandh, keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था।
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, वो काम ऑलरेडी शुरू हो चुका है।
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन। नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस।
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi. Bihar BJP chief and West Champaran MP Sanjay Jaiswal's house was also vandalized. Several coaches of trains were also set ablaze by the demonstrators.
Ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's two-day visit to Karnataka, pro-Kannada activists allegedly smeared Hindi banners welcoming the Prime Minister to Bengaluru with black paint. The Prime Minister will visit Karnataka today to inaugurate various developmental projects in the city. An investigation ordered after pro-Pakistan slogans allegedly were raised when AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi arrived at Ranchi airport, as per officials. Owaisi, the MP of Hyderabad, was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election to the Mandar assembly seat. Ranchi police have also set up a team to investigate the matter. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar expresses grief over the death of 17 people in lightning and thunderstorm and announces ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees for family members of each of the victims. And coming up next in a short while is the 4th round of grilling by the Enforcement Directorate for Rahul Gandhi in the Freedom for Struggle for Profit scam. Also coming up in a short while, massive crackdown on terror in the valley. In mega crackdown, 7 terrorists neutralized in the last 24 hours.
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quarantine Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his second gold, and this is just 10 months after he achieved and became the first Indian javelin thrower to have won a gold in any Olympics. And specifically in Tokyo Olympics, he had created a record of 87.58 meters. And in fact, earlier this week, the 24-year-old Neeraj Chopra also broke his own record and created a new record for his javelin throw. He has been quite determined, and in fact, Anurag Thakur also took to Twitter to celebrate this moment, and he said a heartfelt congratulations to the winner. And in fact, Neeraj Chopra has been making the country proud, and that is what every Indian has been hailing him for. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Pankaj, New Delhi.
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन। नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में, वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
एनरोलमेंट ऑफ first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में
In France, Emmanuel Macron's numbers look grim in the legislative polls as he is predicted to fall short on achieving the majority. In the final round of the parliamentary elections, the results will determine the ease with which he could pursue his goals and policies in the current presidency. Firefighters are struggling to contain wildfires amid a heat wave not experienced often this time of the year. Authorities have evacuated from 15 small villages as a precaution, with high temperatures not expected to drop for a few more days. Discussions for Ukraine becoming a member of the European Union scheduled to start soon, with leaders of the 27-nation bloc deliberating on recommendations for the country to be a part of the Union. The Ukrainian president calls the upcoming week historic, saying it would be one of the most fateful decisions in Ukraine's history. And time for a short break now, but coming up in a short while, it's round 4 of ED grilling for Rahul Gandhi. The Congress protests in Jantar Mantar.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quartering Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his second gold, and this is just 10 months after he achieved and became the first Indian javelin thrower to have won a gold in any Olympics. And specifically in Tokyo Olympics, he had created a record of 87.58 meters. And in fact, earlier this week, the 24-year-old Neeraj Chopra also broke his own record and created a new record for his javelin throw. He has been quite determined, and in fact, Anurag Thakur also took to Twitter to celebrate this moment, and he said, a heartfelt congratulations.
Sets the record straight, says no rollback. The Bharat Bandh becomes a mega flop show. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling in the freedom struggle for profit scam. Inside the ED, Rahul Gandhi remains evasive, but Vadra Congress launches an attack on source-based journalism. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 7 terrorists are gunned down in the last 24 hours. The Assam flood situation remains grim as rescue operations enter day 4. Death toll rises to 70. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking, and I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, a day after the government set the record straight that the Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back, calm appears to be prevailing across the country despite a Bharat Bandh call that has been given in various locations. Now, we have, of course, seen an amplified presence of security forces in various areas where there was a Bandh call. We have also seen the RAF deployment at sensitive locations. As of now, the situation seems to be quite calm, so the Bharat Bandh call really not taking effect currently. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground in just a bit. But earlier on, of course, Prakash sent us this report from Patna. All right, we are going to play out that walkthrough for you in just a bit, but visuals, of course, coming to you from various parts of the country. What we are given to understand is that in Bihar particularly, the situation remains calm, and Prakash sent us this report from Patna a short while ago.
Well, as far as the Bandh is concerned, there is no impact here. As you can see in the visuals again, that vehicular traffic is moving very smoothly here. This is one of the busiest roads in Patna. There is no impact at all. There is no report of violence from any part of Bihar as far as this Bandh is concerned. Yes, for the past week or so, the way the protesters have been burning and setting ablaze government properties and trains, they have been able to create fear psychosis among the administration, and as a result of the fear psychosis, several trains have been cancelled, which has affected the travel and the commuting of various people flying from one destination to another destination by train, and especially the poor people. But as far as the Bandh on the streets of Bihar is concerned, the roads of Bihar is concerned, there is no impact at all. No Bandh supporters have come out in the open, and the police is trying to now nail them down, because there was certain CCTV footage as well of various rioters in the past week or so. And some coaching institute owners have also been booked, namely 6 coaching institutes in Patna district alone. More than 800 people have been arrested, 138 FIRs have been lost, more to be done, more arrests to take place, because named people have been FIR'd in various districts, especially in Patna, large number. So we'll wait and watch what kind of action police takes as and when things unfold.
So that is the report that came in from Patna a short while ago. But just to give our viewers a sense of what we are seeing right now, at the moment, all appears to be calm across the country. Harsha, of course, is covering the protests from New Delhi. Harsha, give us a sense of what's happening over there. Of course, Delhi has been made a virtual fortress in terms of deployment of security forces to ensure that calm prevails.
Exactly, Nupur. Since Defence Ministry announced this Agniveer scheme, and from that day onwards, we are seeing more protesters in several parts of the country, from Bihar to Delhi, in national capital. We have seen protesters on streets staging protests at different places. But today's Section 144 have been imposed in national capital as well. So we would like to show you the visuals from the central Delhi, because at various places of central Delhi, forces have been deployed, barricades have been done, so that protesters should not be allowed in central Delhi to go nearby to Parliament Street, Thana, or nearby to Parliament Street, Vijay Chowk as well, because on Friday we saw how the protesters have gathered near ITO and outside Parliament Street also. They were conducting protests, and protest was seen violent as well. But today, national capital, you can clearly see huge security forces have been deployed in all these areas, so that the protesters should not be allowed at any of the places. And not only this, at borders as well, because we saw in Yamuna Expressway how huge protesters turned violent and effigy was burned, and the tires of the vehicle was also burned on Yamuna Expressways. Therefore, all the routes from Agra Expressway to Noida and going towards Delhi and Ghaziabad has also been blocked by security forces. And not only this, today the Bharat Bandh, several states have clearly imposed Section 143 and internet has been suspended in various states as well, because huge protests were seen in Bihar and Jharkhand as well, and the vicinity of railway station and bus stand, para forces have also been deployed, Nupur. So we have to understand that today Bharat Bandh, wherever small groups are promoting and saying that Bharat Bandh is being called, police is also on full alert that no protesters will be allowed in nearby areas, and such protests will not be
promoted. Absolutely, Harsha, as you're pointing out, security deployment has been tightened. Let me go across to Patna right now, where Prakash is reporting from. Prakash, we saw about 350 trains being cancelled in Bihar, particularly, but what we are seeing also is that Bihar government has increased security to make sure that normalcy can prevail.
Well, yes, there's no impact of the Bandh here on the roads. We are getting reports from various parts of Bihar. But yes, the impact is clearly seen on the railway route, because as far as the railway route is concerned, 350 trains have been cancelled, and that has affected the daily life and livelihood of daily wage laborers, because the trains face the severe brunt of the protesters, because many bogies of trains, engines, GRP railway stations all have been set ablaze. And as part of the precautionary measure, the railway authorities as well as the district administration is maintaining a tight vigil with security arrangements all across different parts of Bihar, especially on the railway tracks, because the rioters do not damage and destroy the railway properties. So railway, the Bandh has a fierce psychosis impact on the railways for sure, but not much impact here. We can see on the roads. You can see this is one of the busiest roads in Patna, and traffic and vehicular movement as smooth as possible. It is early morning, around 10 o'clock, so we can see there's no impact, and this is the scenario in all parts of the country. So we'll wait and watch what unfolds during the course of the day. But tight security arrangements made across different parts of the state. And yes, a message has been sent that the violent protesters would be booked, because there are many coaching institute owners, many people have been arrested, several FIRs have been lodged, more to be arrested, more to be detained, CCTV footage is being ascertained. So that has definitely percolated among the protesters, and a fear has definitely penetrated among the protesters that the administration may take a step in arresting them. Back to you.
Absolutely. As Prakash is pointing out, of course, internet services also remain shut in about 20 districts of Bihar. I'm going to go across right now to Chandigarh, where Amandeep is reporting from. Amandeep, we are told that the Punjab government has issued an advisory. Also, they have issued very strict security guidelines to the forces, to the security forces in terms of the police as well as the RAF. Tell us more.
Absolutely, Nupur. After witnessing the violence at Ludhiana railway station, now ADGP Law and Order has issued a very strict guidelines to all the SSPs and the CPs across Punjab to maintain the law and order situation and to press maximum force on the ground, especially on the bus stands as well as at the railway stations, just because these protesters are having the mentality to target the transportation. So that is the reason inside the railway station and in fact outside the railway station. Both are RAF, Punjab Police as well as GRP, all the police force has been deployed, and there is a perfect combination of, with the intelligence sources also, just to take the inputs that where the protesters are gathering, if anything is happening and anybody is trying to turn violent this protest. And just because, Nupur, there are certain pockets in the Punjab still witnessing a very peaceful protest, they are rolling out the march on the roads, including Fatehgarh Sahib and other places. But there is no such biggest impact of the following the call of Band. Forces are maximum deployed to maintain the law and order situation. No violence report has been procured across the Punjab from the different parts of the Punjab, and even the protest is happening, but in the silent, in a very silent mode, in a very peaceful manner. And Nupur, if I can show you the visuals of the Chandigarh as well, and in fact you can see the roads are, the life is very much normal here in Chandigarh, and in fact everybody is moving according to their daily routine, and there is no such impact of Bharat Bandh call in Chandigarh. You can see public transport, private transport, everything is on the road, and in fact people are into their routine. They are going to offices just because this is the time that the people have started moving towards the offices. And the similar situation is in Haryana also. Haryana is a very sensitive state from where this entire protest was generated, and especially the cities adjoining to national capital. And in fact, Section 144 has been imposed in several cities adjoining to national capital, and even the internet services has also been suspended. Home Department of Haryana has rolled out a very strict orders against the protesters that peaceful protest is all allowed, but if anybody tried to damage the public property, that person will not be spared.
Yes, as you're pointing out, Amandeep, there are strict measures that are in place in both Punjab and Haryana. Let's also get in a word from Harsha now. Harsha, we're also now getting reports that as far as Noida is concerned, calm prevails. These pictures that we are bringing you are, of course, from Noida or Gautam Budh Nagar, where security arrangements have been heightened. Harsha, tell us more.
Exactly, Nupur. We saw on Friday how the protesters broke the toll plaza as well from Jewar. The people who were coming from Nagra to Noida, they were stuck in the huge traffic jam because protesters jammed entire expressway, the Yamuna expressway. But today, police arrangements have been done and police officials are on full alert. RAF, CRPF, para forces have been deployed in the borders connecting Agra, Mathura and the Lucknow areas as well. In all the toll plaza, security forces have been deployed, and everyone who are coming or passing to Central Delhi or coming to the national capital or going beyond it, they are being thoroughly checked by the police officials that something or the protester should not be suspicious. If they are finding anything suspicious, the Noida administration is booking them under several IPCs. Therefore, Section 141 has also been imposed in nearby villages. If such protesters or small groups are hiding, they are also being tracked since yesterday by the cyber team and by the police officials as well, because we saw the public property was damaged, many buses were damaged. Therefore, in the vicinity of railway station as well as in the bus station as well, huge security forces have been deployed. Nupur, in Ghaziabad as well, the roads which connects Noida to Ghaziabad, security forces have been deployed. Barricades have been put on several roads. The entire routes have been blocked because we have seen how vandalism.
Roadblocks have been put in place to ensure that the situation remains calm. Let me go across quickly to Bhopal, where Satya Vijay is reporting from. Bhopal, give us a sense of what's happening there.
जी देखिए, बिल्कुल अगर मध्य प्रदेश की बात की जाए तो जो भारत बंद है इसका बिल्कुल भी असर देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है। राजधानी भोपाल की मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाता हूं। देखिए 10:15 हो रहा है, लोगों के ऑफिस जाने का समय, और सड़क पर आप देख सकते हैं जितने भी लोग हैं वो बिल्कुल नॉर्मल डेज की तरह आज भी ऑफिस जा रहे हैं। कोई भी तरह का किसी भी तरह का व्यवधान नहीं है। कुछ दूरी पर यहाँ से कमलापति रेलवे स्टेशन है, वहाँ पर पुलिस फोर्स लगी हुई है, लेकिन वहाँ पर भी किसी तरह का कोई व्यवधान नहीं है। हालांकि केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय ने जो अलर्ट जारी किया है उसके बाद PHQ की तरफ से सभी जिलों को अलर्ट पर रहने के निर्देश दिए गए हैं। इसीलिए भोपाल में तमाम वो जगह जहाँ पर कि यूथ की गैदरिंग होती है, युवा इकट्ठे होते हैं, वहाँ पर पुलिस फोर्स तैनात की गई है। इसके अलावा अब तक जो विरोध करने वाले लोग हैं उन्होंने रेलवे स्टेशन, बस या फिर इस तरह की गाड़ियों को अपना टारगेट किया है। इसके चलते भोपाल रेलवे स्टेशन समेत जितने भी रेलवे स्टेशन मतलब हैं यहाँ पर, उन सभी में पुलिस फोर्स तैनात किया गया है। लेकिन जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी कहा कि किसी भी संगठन ने बंद में सामने आकर ये नहीं कहा है कि वो इस प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं या उनके नेतृत्व में ये बंद हो रहा है। इसके चलते कोई असर मध्य प्रदेश में नहीं देखा जा रहा है। लेकिन चूंकि अलर्ट पर पुलिस इसलिए है क्योंकि जो तस्वीरें हम लगातार दिखा रहे हैं बाकी राज्यों से, मध्य प्रदेश में ऐसे हालात नहीं है। पहले दिन जब ये विरोध शुरू हुआ था तो ग्वालियर और इंदौर से कुछ तस्वीरें सामने आई थी यहाँ पर कि लोग हिंसक हुए थे, रेलवे स्टेशन में तोड़फोड़ की थी और इसी के चलते वो लोग जिन्होंने ऐसे मैसेज सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए थे, चाहे वो ग्वालियर हो चाहे वो इंदौर हो, इन सभी जगह से जो भड़काऊ मैसेज फैलाने वाले लोगों को पुलिस ने कस्टडी में ले लिया है। अब यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से फिलहाल शांति है और जो पुलिस फील्ड के साथ-साथ सोशल मीडिया या
quite normal the situation over there, but just to tell our viewers that these visuals that you see on your screen are from Gurugram, where massive traffic jams are being reported. That of course is partly because of the number of roadblocks that have been set up at various locations. Right now, Prakash, Harsha, Sumi, Piyush, Amandeep, as well as Satya Vijay, all of you joining us. Thank you for the moment. All right, so as we are pointing out, we are showing you pictures from across various states. Bihar appears to be calm right now. NCR, huge traffic jams reported, but that's also because of the number of roadblocks that have been set up to ensure peace. Bengal also appears to be normal. Punjab, security is heightened, but no protests have been reported yet. Maharashtra, of course, no results of the Bandh call really being seen. It's a Monday morning, so Maharashtra, very typical, these long queues that are being seen in Mumbai. Harsha, if I could come back to you. Harsha, New Delhi, of course, is seeing long traffic jams, but we understand these are routes that are coming into Delhi from Gurgaon as well as Noida, where traffic snarls are being reported. But that would appear to be normal on a Monday morning.
Exactly. Therefore, Nupur, several routes were diverted, and the police officials and the traffic team for Gurugram and Noida earlier issued the diversion as well, that the routes will be blocked because ahead of Bharat Bandh, protesters through various means were trying to enter national capital as well as were trying and planning to do the ruckus and create ruckus at expressway again. Therefore, many blockades and barricades have been created by police officials. Therefore, the Noida expressway is seen having 20 barricades as well, and if someone tries to come from Gurgaon to national capital via Chanakpuri route or via through the Chhatarpur route, and the blockades can be seen there as well. More than 15-20 barricades have been set up and police officers have been deployed because many messages through intelligence sources police have got regarding the suspicious activities and regarding the protesters who could enter by any ways. Therefore, barricades and blockades have been created by police officials, and therefore there are huge traffic jam. Now people who are trying to enter via Gurugram or via Noida to national capital through
for a minute, Harsha. Just hold your thoughts. Visuals on your screen are from Vijayawada. Now, Vijayawada also did see a large amount of protests on the first day that these protests had broken out, but all appears to be calm right now. Situation quite under control. We have, of course, seen in parts of Telangana as well as Andhra Pradesh, protests were taking place, but security measures have been put in place. This also comes after the fact that the government has firmly said that there will be no rollback of the Agniveer scheme that saw huge protests break out over the weekend. But right now, there is a Bharat Bandh call that has been given, but not much effect has been witnessed in various states across, even though there is a high alert that's been issued to make sure that no untoward incidents are reported. Trains, of course, have been affected due to the protests that we've seen over the weekend. They actually began on Friday, but apart from that, the situation appears to be normal. Pictures that we are seeing, visuals that we are getting for you are from Jalandhar, Kolkata, NCR as well as Bihar. We've also been getting you constant reports from Bhopal and Vijayawada, where the situation appears to be calm as of now. Security forces on high alert, making sure that nothing out of turn really happens. But also what we've seen is a crackdown in terms of WhatsApp groups as well as internet services being suspended in various districts in Bihar at least, and parts of Uttar Pradesh and MP. Satya Vijay is back with us. He's reporting from Bhopal on this. Satya Vijay, in Madhya Pradesh, we've largely seen calm prevail, except for the first day when the protests really broke out. But give us a sense of the kind of measures that have been put in. Okay, I don't think we've got Satya Vijay yet, but Just to tell our viewers that a Bandh call has been given and precautionary measures are being taken in many states after the Bandh call that was given by armed forces, by people who are protesting against the Agnipath scheme. Now, just to take you state-wise, in Punjab, the government has issued an advisory asking authorities to be on high alert. It's also issued an advisory to police forces over there to make sure that the situation can remain calm. We've been getting you reports from Chandigarh. So far, all is well, and even in Haryana, we are getting to know that the situation remains under control. Now, Bihar, where we saw a large part of those protests with protesters taking the law into their own hands and indulging in arson, there also we are now learning that the situation is calm. Prakash was sending us those reports a short while ago. Patna seems to be functioning normally. However, because of the arson incidents that were reported from Bihar, about 350 trains were cancelled in Bihar. Bihar, of course, did see violent protests over the scheme. I think Prakash is there. Prakash, the railways, the rail services seem to have been hit, but apart from that, it appears to be that everything is under control. Give us a larger sense of what's happening in the state. Prakash, can you... Prakash, can you hear us?
Well, as far as the Bandh is concerned, as I've been repeatedly saying, that there is not much impact here on the roads of Patna, and this is the report that we are getting in from different parts of Bihar. There is not much impact, and the administration is maintaining a tight vigil, as well as the security arrangements has been done in different parts of Bihar, especially in Patna at all railway stations where trains have stopped plying to a certain extent, causing difficulty to the daily wage laborer. That is the impact that we see, but not much impact here on the roads of Patna or in different parts of Bihar. No disturbance has been reported in any part of Bihar. That's what we can say. See, this is a normal traffic that is operational here in Patna at the Bangla Chauraha. So now is the time to take decision and action as far as the administration is concerned. So administration is now gearing up for another set of CCTV monitoring, and they will identify the culprits who are involved in this particular case, because today there doesn't seem to be much law and order situation in Patna. So as far as the action is concerned, the people who have been booked with named FIRs, they will be caught, and the police is on the manhunt to catch those people who have tried to disturb peace and normalcy and damage public property as well. So tower dumping is being ascertained. All the CDR call detail of 700 people will be ascertained were involved in the RRB exams earlier, as it was reported that those were the people who are involved, and they are the mastermind behind this entire operation, in fact planned operation against government property, especially trains were set ablaze. So all those people would be identified and booked.
Now, Prakash, what we've also seen in these particular protests is that coaching centers appear to be flaming, these protests. We are now learning that several several FIRs have also been lodged against coaching centers. Can you give us more details on that?
Well, in Patna alone, only 6 coaching institute owners have been booked for inciting violence, and they were the ones who also did the same thing during the RRB entrance exam in which the protest took place. So 6 coaching institute owners have been booked, and they are all being arrested. More to be arrested soon. because it's the coaching institute honors incite violence, they instigate students who doesn't know anything about what is going to happen, what is the policy of the government. So they are all being booked. Most of them would be arrested as soon as possible. I was speaking to the senior government officials as well as the district magistrate and SSPs of various districts. They've all said that now action will be taken because they've got enough evidence in the call detail record and the tower dumping. Back to you.
All right, Prakash, of course, is bringing us those details from Patna, where we see calm prevail right now. But other parts of India also not reporting any violence. We are seeing pictures that are coming in right now from Gurugram as well as Noida. Now, these are two arterial routes that seem to be blocked. They come into Delhi, so huge traffic jams are being reported in these areas. But that's also because there are roadblocks that have been put in place.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM President was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
There is not much impact of the Bandh so far as the administration gears up for taking strict action. Watch Republic TV for all the Bharat Bandh updates.
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi. Bihar BJP chief and West Champaran MP Sanjay Jaiswal's house was also vandalized. Several coaches of trains were also set ablaze by the demonstrators. The CRPF has been asked to quickly deploy armed commandos with these BJP legislators who have been facing threats in the view of the violence. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
Enrollment of first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के
Top headlines at 10:30 as government sets a record straight, says no rollback. Bharat Bandh becomes a mega flop show. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam.
एक्टिव लीकेज करके जो ये मीडिया को दिया जा रहा है और अपनी तरीके से नैरेटिव बिल्ड करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है, ये गैर कानूनी है.
Inside ED, Rahul Gandhi remains evasive, but Vora Congress launches an attack on source-based journalism. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 7 terrorists gunned down in last 24 hours. Assam flood situation remains grim as rescue operations enter day 4. Death toll rises to 70. It's a mega crackdown on terror in J&K. The IGP of Kashmir has informed that a total of 7 terrorists have been neutralized in the last 24 hours. Now, of the 7 terrorists that have been gunned down, 4 have been reported to be Pakistani terrorists. Remember, this comes as encounters took place across the valley in Kupwara, Kulgam and Pulwama. So, total of 7 terrorists that have been eliminated in the last 24 hours itself. We have the soundbite as well of the SDP Kashmir. Let's listen in.
कुपवाड़ा में जो कल इनकाउंटर हुआ था, जिसमें कल दिन में ही एलईटी के 2 पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट मारे गए थे. आज अर्ली मॉर्निंग एक और पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट मारा गया. उसके साथ में एक लोकल टेररिस्ट शौकत अहमद शेख जो शोपियान डिस्ट्रिक्ट के मारा गया है. उसके अलावा पुलवामा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में लोकल एलईटी के एक टेररिस्ट मारा गया और कुलगाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक जैश मोहम्मद का लोकल टेररिस्ट, एक एलईटी का मारा गया. तो टोटल अभी तक में 7 टेररिस्ट मारे गए, जिसमें 3 एफटी पाकिस्तानी और 4 लोकल टेररिस्ट हैं. कुपवाड़ा पुलवामा में इनकाउंटर कंप्लीट हो गया है और कुलगाम में अभी सर्च जारी है.
So, a crackdown there on terror in J&K. Of course, 7 terrorists that have been neutralized in the last 24 hours. Remember, this just comes days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra that is set to begin on 30th of June. And just ahead of that, we have full crackdown on terrorists. India's zero tolerance to terror approach. And now we have 7 terrorists that have been neutralized as a result of this anti-terror operations that continue across the valley. These anti-terror operations took place across in Kupwara, Kulgam and Pulwama, we are told. Also remember, this comes just days before the Amarnath Yatra, which is set to begin on 30th of June. We have Zeenat reporting live from Srinagar. Zeenat, if you could talk to us more about these anti-terror operations which continue. 7 terrorists that have been neutralized in 24 hours itself.
See, we see the big success for the Jammu and Kashmir police and the army in the Lolab of Kupwara, where the Pakistani terrorists have been killed. If we talk about the Lolab encounter, there the 4 terrorists, the dead bodies have been recovered and the operation is still going on. Then the focus was shifted to South Kashmir's Diashpora, Kulgam, where the 2 local terrorists have been neutralized, and the late night one more operation was launched by J&K police in Chatpora, Pulwama, where 1 terrorist have been neutralized. In all these operations, the input was generated by J&K police, and the operation was then carried by the joint forces, J&K police along with the Indian Army. If we see in 24 hours, less than another 24 hours, we are seeing the 7 terrorists neutralized by the J&K police along with the Indian Army in the Kashmir Valley. And if we see the toll from January this year till date, it's 114 terrorists, which is the highest number in all these years, which also includes the 36 Pakistani terrorists. So we are seeing the more eye on the Pakistani terrorists. Remember the press conference of the IGP Kashmir, where he said last time that apart from the local, the more focus will be given to the Pakistani terrorists present in the valley, and the J&K police along with other security agencies is going to decimate the terror network in the Kashmir Valley. So the figures of the Pakistani terrorists in the Kashmir Valley is much higher than the previous years. So we see the operation in Kupwara in progress, where the 4 terrorists have been neutralized. That also includes the Pakistani terrorists. Overall, the situation in the Kashmir Valley continues to remain normal for the last couple of weeks. We have not witnessed any target killing or any such attack on the security forces, but seeing the upper hand of the J&K police and the security forces, we see the more number of the terrorists being neutralized in the Kashmir Valley.
Well, absolutely. So, Zeenat, they're reporting live from Srinagar. Zeenat, thank you for that. So, that is the latest coming in. Full security that is in J&K, of course, ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. 7 terrorists, as Zeenat was pointing out, have been eliminated in the last 24 hours. Now, after the government has set the record straight that Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back, calm now prevails across the country, and the Bharat Bandh call has been a mega flop show. In the visuals that have surfaced from across the country, you can see how the services continue to function across the country, even though there are traffic snarls which are being seen at the Delhi borders, the Delhi-Gurugram border as well as the Gurugram border. But overall, the situation remains just fine. And this even as there is a Bharat Bandh call that was supposed to happen today. But even then, we see situation remains relatively calm. These are the scenes that we are getting to you from the Delhi borders, the Noida border as well as the Delhi-Gurugram border, where there is heavy traffic, as can be seen, a bird's eye view that shows the massive traffic snarls at the Delhi-Gurugram borders and the Noida border as well. Well, we will go across to our reporters as well to get us ground updates on the situation in all the states. But as of now, the visuals that are coming in from Delhi-Gurugram border and the Noida border, where you can see there is tight security, of course, but heavy traffic that can be seen in the border areas of Delhi. But the situation remains fine, peaceful as far as this Bharat Bandh call is concerned. You can see in the visuals that have surfaced from Bengal, Punjab, Maharashtra, Delhi NCR and Bihar, of course, where it seems a flop show when we talk about the Bharat Bandh call. We have Sumi joining us live from the national capital. Sumi, take us through the scenes that you are seeing right now, because as we can see in those visuals, there is heavy traffic that is being seen at the Delhi borders.
Yes, absolutely. There are traffic disruptions in the Bharat Bandh call that was given by several organizations, but it mostly looks like a flop, as buses have been normally plying on the road since this morning, and in fact the metro have been constantly working, the normal trains are functioning, the buses have been plying normally on the roads, and that is certainly gives a major hint as to how the Bharat Bandh has gone by. However, if we are talking about the NCR region, there is a massive traffic congestion at the Delhi-Gurugram border that the Haryana police and the Delhi police in a joint operation is trying to resolve. However, what we had also known that videography at various traffic congestion points will be done to avoid any antisocial activity and also to nab those elements once they resort to any such untoward incidents. And in fact, the supervising has also been constantly done by the Haryana police. Section 144 has also been imposed. Not more than 4 people are allowed to gather in the NCR region. That is the scenario in Noida as well, where Section 144 has been imposed. 200 arrests have already been made, and in fact Yamuna Expressway was very busy, and in fact 200 arrests have already been made. But looking at the entire Bharat Bandh call that was given, it mostly looks like a flop, because the situation and the normalcy of the life has been sustained by the intactness and also by the consistency and efficiency of the respective state polices.
Yes, Sumi, stay with us. Let me go across to Ashwin as well, who's reporting live from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, if you could give us a sense of the situation that currently prevails across Kerala.
To give you a sense of the situation, absolutely there is no situation at all. It is what needs to be told in the first place. Kerala, by and large, there is no protest whatsoever. People are hardly unaware if a bandh is there, if any. There is no organization which has come forward claiming that they are taking forward a bandh. In fact, roads are as busy as usual in the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. Even in the other major towns like Kochi and Kozhikode, there is no such untoward incident. Although, alert has been given by the DGP Anil Kant, stating that protection should be given to some of the key infrastructure in the state. Other than that, there has been no untoward incident whatsoever. There is no protest. Things are as normal as any other day in Kerala. At the moment, we don't even see a whisker of any protest or any kind of untoward incident in the state. So things, it clearly, it's clearly a normal day in Kerala.
Yes. Ashwin, stay with us. We will go across to other reporters as well who will get us ground updates from Bhopal and Patna as well. But as of now, as you can see in those visuals, situation remains calm. And even though a Bharat Bandh Bandh has been called today, of course, traffic snarls being seen at the borders of the national capital. We have Prakash as well joining us live from Patna. Prakash, if you could give us a sense if it is a flop show in Bihar as well, specifically Patna.
Well, yes, in entire Bihar there have been no reports of violent protest as it happened a couple of days back, and there is no absolutely no protest at all. And we can see here in Patna the traffic is very smooth, the vehicular movement is on, and there are no reports as such from any parts of Bihar. So maybe it was just rumor mongering on social media, as a result of which the administration took a precautionary measure. There is no certain organization which has taken the responsibility that they are calling for the Bandh, and as a result of which there is no presence of any Bandh supporters. Now the administration is gearing up to take action against those who vandalized, destroyed, damaged government properties, specifically train were set ablaze and government buildings were tossed and government vehicles were also tossed. Now, to this effect, more than 138 FIRs have been lodged all across Bihar.
Prakash, stay with us. I'm sorry, just hold your thoughts there, but those are the live visuals that are coming in at this point in time of the tight security that is in place amid the Bharat Bandh call today. The live visuals that are coming in from Varanasi, we are told, the visuals in which you can see the security personnel maintaining a strict vigil and also conducting a flag march. As you can see, the visuals of the Varanasi personnel there who are keeping a close watch of the situation, preventing any sort of violence that could happen amid the violence, amid the Bharat Bandh call today. As you can see, in the visuals, the security personnel are have completely beefed up the city. And in the visuals that are coming in right now are from Varanasi. This, even as there is a sense of calm that prevails across the states. We will go across to our reporters as well to get us the ground situation. Well, let me go back to Prakash. Prakash, if you could take us through the details as to the situation you currently see in Patna.
Well, as I've been repeatedly saying, there is no impact of the Bandh here. No organization has taken responsibility for the Bandh actually, and as a result of which we can see that traffic is smooth. Now the process is on by the government agencies as well as the police to book more people, because so far 138 FIRs have been lodged, more than 800 people arrested, so more arrests likely to take place today. The manhunt is still on by the police, and the police will take some action today because they've already ascertained the CCTV footage, the call detail records, as well as identified identified people and the culprit on the after the investigation. So all this would be done today or maybe in the days to come, and the administration is maintaining a tight vigil here.
Yes. Prakash, stay with us. We also have Itinerary reporting live from Hyderabad. Itinerary, what we saw in Secunderabad specifically cannot be forgotten. Take us through the situation right now, because of course violent scenes were seen across Telangana, Secunderabad to be specific.
The violence which took place on the 17th of June here in Secunderabad railway station, we saw that there was a massive protest which took place. There were near about 2,000 agitators who had jumped into the railway station at Secunderabad. But now the Bharat Bandh call which has been given doesn't seem to have any impact here in Hyderabad. Specifically when we talk about Secunderabad area, there are forces which have been deployed there, but the situation is completely under control. Police officials are making sure that no untoward situation takes place. There is security which has been beefed up, and also at the same time, when we talk about the incident which happened on the 17th of June at the Secunderabad railway station, now the police officials have arrested near about 45 people into this particular case. And also what we are learning is that this was a completely pre-planned protest which was done by these agitators who had come at the railway station. And also main role is being played by the army coaching center who had provoked them, is what the police says. But as the Bharat Bandh call given today doesn't seem to be having any sort of impact here, specifically when we talk about Secunderabad or a complete Telangana. Everything seems to be in a normal situation. People are on their duties and there are shops and everything is normal here in Hyderabad, Samisha.
Yes. Aniri, stay with us. I think we also have Harsha joining us live from the national capital. We will go across to Harsha as well, who is reporting live from the national capital. But the visuals that are coming live right now, in the visuals you can see how there is a calm that prevails across the states. This, even though the opposition has called for a nationwide bandh, of course, strict, tight security that is in place across the states. Just a short while back, we also got you visuals from Varanasi, where you could see the security personnel maintaining a strict vigil across the state, Varanasi to be particular. And these are the visuals, in fact, that are coming live, that are coming from the border areas of the national capital, the Noida border, as well as the Delhi-Gurugram border, where there is heavy traffic, of course. But overall, the situation remains calm. Seems like a flop show when we talk about this Bharat Bandh call by the opposition. Of course, this comes in the backdrop of the key announcements that were made by the Tri-Services just yesterday, making it categorically clear that the Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back and that the recruitment will start very soon. These are the visuals that are coming in from Jalandhar and Amritsar, where you can see the security personnel maintaining a tight vigil, and situation there remains calm.
In Kerala, we are closely tracking the impact of the so-called Bharat Bandh that has been called by an unknown organization, and we will be closely following the story after the break.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में, वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
Enrollment of first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था.
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, वो काम ऑलरेडी शुरू हो चुका है.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residents of Bihar.
And And breaking updates coming in, news coming in from J&K. This one from the Kathua district, where we are told that a bank was looted by unknown persons in Kathua district. As per initial reports, unknown person, we are told, fled away with 1 crore on gunpoint. So that is a big breaking coming in from the Kathua district. The police have registered a case and have also started investigation into the case. We have Gursimran joining us for the latest on that. Gursimran, that's a big news break coming in. Criminals fled with 1 crore from this particular bank in Kathua. Give us more details.
See, this was in the deep night, early morning hours when this incident took place in the Hatti Mode area of the Kathua district. This is the HDFC Bank branch, and we are being told that the unknown person who carried out this loot, they were equipped with guns, and they held the guard of the bank hostage and carried out the loot, after which the guard was left unconscious. This is what the preliminary investigation has suggested. Now the police is looking into the CCTV cameras of the bank and also of the roadside, so that they can get a clue about the whereabouts of these people who were involved in this big loot, because 1 crore rupees is the amount they fled with, and now the police has activated all its agencies also to find out these people who were involved in this loot. But yes, this is a big amount. 1 crore rupees has been looted from a bank, and that too from the Kathua district, which is already on the alert, keeping in view the recent happenings. Now the police is saying that they are looking into every possible angle. Even the internal hand is not being ruled out, and all the phone records and the dump data is being traced by the police, so that those who were involved in this loot can be arrested at an earliest.
Yes, Gursimran, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So a bank loot there reported in the Kathua district of J&K, and we are also told that the guard of this bank was held hostage by these unknown gunmen and was also left unconscious after this loot. Visuals coming in of the flag march being conducted by the police there in Gorakhpur. So in the visuals, you can see the heavy security that has been deployed in wake of the Bharat Bandh call that is being observed today. So the UP police, they're maintaining a very tight security, strict visual being maintained in the backdrop of the Bharat Bandh call, which is being observed across the country. Overall, the situation remains calm, as we just mentioned. The visuals that we've been getting from across the country show how there is a sense of calm that currently prevails, this even as a Bharat Bandh call has been given by the opposition. But security that has been ramped up across Uttar Pradesh. In the visuals, you can see the security personnel there who have been deployed in large numbers, maintaining a very strict vigil and carrying out a flag march there as well. This one in Gorakhpur. Just a short while back, we also got you similar visuals from Varanasi, where the police were seen maintaining a very strict vigil on the day when Bharat Bandh is being observed. The opposition has called for a Bharat Bandh across the country. This, of course, remember, comes just a day after the tri-services made it clear that the Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back, and that the recruitment for the Agnipath will also start very, very soon. And today there is a nationwide Bharat Bandh call which is being observed, and on this and in wake of that there is heavy security that is being seen across the country. This particular visual coming in from Gorakhpur, where you can see the personnel that are completely maintaining a very strict vigil. And more breaking news coming in, this one in which we are getting to know that the CBI has filed charge sheet against 18 people, including Anarul Hussain, block president, who is the block president of TMC, in the Birbhum case, where 8 persons were burnt to death. Accused has been charged for murder. So that is the latest coming in when we talk about the probe into the Birbhum case. The CBI that has filed a charge sheet against 18 people, which also includes a TMC block president, Anarul Hussain. So a TMC leader who has also been charged by the CBI. Remember, this comes days after the Birbhum violence, in which 8 people were charged to death. And the latest what we are told is that the CBI has filed a charge sheet against 18 people, which also includes the TMC leader Anarul Hussain, who is in fact the block president when we talk about the probe into the Birbhum case where 8 people were burnt to death. The accused has been charged for murder, we are told. We will go across. We have a senior editor, Shravan, also joining us to give us more details on that. Shravan, what more can you tell us about this TMC leader who has also been charged by the CBI?
Well, in fact, some of the latest details that we are getting is that 18 people have been charge-sheeted in this case. Important to point out, Anarul Hussain, who happens to be the block unit president of the Trinamool Congress, he too has been named in this particular charge sheet. If you remember, in this massacre, he was basically named as the main conspirator that claimed 8 lives at the Bostui village. This was on 21st of March. And in fact, what we're given to understand is that this was based on the Calcutta High Court's order that a CBI probe was undertaken into these killings. In fact, he was also arrested and thereafter he was charged under charges of murder, arson, rioting, deadly weapons, criminal conspiracy, and all of that was charged against Anarul Hussain, not just by the CBI, but also remember the first case that was registered by the Rampurhat police itself. And this had also led to several allegations that were essentially left. In fact, the government had told the court that Hussain had been named by the 22 people arrested so far in connection with the massacre. Hussain was remanded in police custody for about 14 days. Now, if you just take a look at some of the details that we are picking up from the charge sheet, particularly with regards to the chain of events, is the fact that Anubruto Mandal, who's known to be someone who's well within the ranks of the Trinamool Congress, has found himself also in an uncomfortable position after the massacre. Remember, a lot of questions were essentially raised, but what the Central Bureau of Investigation is essentially indicating right now is that they've got enough evidence to charge sheet at this point in time 18 people is what we are being told. In fact, there is a possibility that one number of people could be charged in the supplementary charge sheet. There's a provision of a supplementary charge sheet that could also be filed.
Also, all right. Shravan, thanks for getting us all those details. So that is the latest coming in when we talk about the probe into the Birbhum post-poll violence case. As Shravan was pointing out, 18 people have been charged by the CBI, and in fact the TMC block president has also been charged by the CBI. So the CBI filing a charge sheet on the Birbhum violence case in which 18 people have been charged, which also includes a TMC leader in which, remember the Birbhum violence in which 8 people lost their lives. A very small break. On the other side, as government sets the record straight, says no rollback, Bharat Bandh becomes a mega flop show. And round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quatermain Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his second gold, and this is just 10 months after he achieved and became the first Indian javelin thrower to have won a gold in any Olympics. And specifically in Tokyo Olympics, he had created a record of 87.58 meters. And in fact, earlier this week, the 24-year-old Neeraj Chopra Chopra also broke his own record and created a new record for his javelin throw. He has been quite determined, and in fact Anurag Thakur also took to Twitter to celebrate this moment, and he said a heartfelt congratulations to the winner. And in fact Neeraj Chopra has been making the country proud, and that is what every Indian has been hailing him for. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Pankaj, New Delhi.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
Enrollment of first batch will go live online on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था.
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं, और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है वो.
As the government sets the record straight, says no rollback, Bharat Bandh becomes a flop show. It is round 4 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling in the National Herald case. Inside the ED, Rahul Gandhi remains evasive, but Vadra Congress launches an attack on source-based journalism. Mega crackdown on terror in the Valley. 7 terrorists are gunned down in the last 24 hours. And big breakthrough in the Birbhum case. The CBI charge sheets TMC leader in the murder case. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, a day after the government set the record straight that the Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back, calm now prevails across the country, and the Bharat Bandh call has not taken off quite well. What we are seeing, of course, however, is traffic snarls that are being reported from the national capital. That's because of the roadblocks that have been put in place, as well as the heightened security that we are seeing in the national capital. Now, Delhi-Gurgaon highway as well as the Delhi-Noida highway is seeing huge traffic disruption. There are a large number of roadblocks that have been put in place in the national capital to make sure that calm prevails. We're going to try and go across and get you visuals from all across the country to give you a sense of what's happening. Right now on your screens right now, of course, is Bihar. Bihar remains largely calm. We have, of course, seen some amount of train diversions as well as cancellations owing to the torching of several of those trains. But Patna, traffic as usual. Prakash joins us live from there. Prakash, tell us more.
District Magistrate of Patna, Sri Chandrasekhar ji, and there's been a call for Bharat Bandh, but not much impact here in Patna. चंद्रशेखर जी, भारत बंद का आह्वान किया गया था, कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने इसकी ओनस नहीं ली थी, तो इसलिए कोई इम्पैक्ट खास दिख नहीं रहा है. क्या तैयारी है आपकी?
नहीं, तैयारी हम लोगों ने पूरा करके रखा है, और शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन जिनको भी जहां भी करना है वो कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आगजनी, हिंसा, तोड़फोड़ ये उचित नहीं है, और इससे निपटने के लिए हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी करके रखा है, और कहीं भी इस प्रकार की घटना होगी उससे हम लोग बहुत सख्ती से निपटेंगे. और हम लोगों को भी भारत बंद की कोई अधिकृत सूचना नहीं थी, सोशल मीडिया और अन्य माध्यमों से बस ये संज्ञान में था कि भारत बंद का आह्वान किया गया है, लेकिन हम लोगों ने देखा कि कोई बहुत असर यहाँ नहीं है, और तैयारी हम लोगों ने पूरा पुख्ता इंतजाम किया हुआ है.
पिछले दिनों हमने जो देखा चंद्रशेखर जी की लोगों ने ट्रेन जला दिया, उपद्रवी जो थे, और कितने एफआईआर हुए हैं पटना जिला में, खासकर बिहार में तो 138 या 140 एफआईआर हुए हैं, और कौन कौन लोग हैं, लोग कोई शिनाख्त हो पाई है कि इन उपद्रवियों के पीछे कौन लोग हैं जो शह दे रहे हैं?
ये जो घटना हुई है 2-3 दिन हम लोगों ने देखा है, ट्रेन जलाने की, स्टेशन जलाने की, बहुत ही दुखद है। सार्वजनिक संपत्ति का बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है और इसलिए इससे हम लोग बहुत सख्ती से निपट रहे हैं। इसमें पटना ज़िले में कुल हम लोगों ने 12 एफआईआर दर्ज किया है और अभी तक हम लोगों ने 190 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है वीडियो फुटेज के आधार पर पहचान करके, और बाकी लोगों की पहचान करने की कार्रवाई की जा रही है और हम लोग इसमें विशेष अभियान चला रहे हैं अरेस्टिंग के लिए, और वीडियो फुटेज पर्याप्त संख्या में हम लोगों के पास उपलब्ध हैं और उससे हम लोग पहचान करके इन लोगों को अरेस्ट करेंगे और सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे।
क्या ये वो लोग हैं जो आरआरबी के एजिटेशन के समय भी टावर डंपिंग में आया है कि वो लोग भी शामिल हैं और शह दे रहे हैं?
कुछ लोग हैं, कुछ कॉमन लोग हैं, और बाकी ये पूरी तरह से दूसरे तरह का मामला है। आरआरबी का वो दूसरे तरह के स्टूडेंट्स थे। ये मुख्य रूप से जो फिजिकल ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं लोग और ले रहे हैं लोग सुबह सुबह उठ करके, उन लोगों का था, और कुछ उन लोगों का भी सपोर्ट था जो पिछली बार की घटना में भी शामिल थे।
कुछ कोचिंग संचालकों पर भी एफआईआर हुई है, कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट ऑनर्स पर एफआईआर हुई है। ये कौन कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट हैं, कहाँ के कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट हैं? मसौड़ी।
Well, that's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi who is going to come out any moment from now. We are already live with the visual. That's the car. That's the Innova car in which Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi has just left. I'll ask my video journalist to continue give you the sense and the visual from Rahul Gandhi's residence. These are the visuals, live images coming in. That's Rahul Gandhi. We'll try and talk to him. Rahul, do you want to say anything? Rahul again laughing, and Rahul left. Rahul along with Priyanka Gandhi has just left. This is the 4th day for the questioning. We will follow Rahul Gandhi. We will see what exactly is going to be the next course of action. This is the 4th day. Rahul Gandhi just left from his residence along with sister Priyanka Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi duo just has left from their residence and now en route toward the enforcement directorate. But Priyanka Gandhi, as we can see, is also with Rahul Gandhi. We will see whether Rahul Gandhi is likely to go to Jantar Mantar or will Rahul Gandhi directly go to enforcement directorate. We will follow Rahul Gandhi. We are giving you the live visual. These are the live visuals of Rahul Gandhi carcade, which we are in it. Rahul Gandhi, again the repetition of the same could be clearly seen. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi duo, both sister and brother, left from the residence of Rahul Gandhi. This is the 4th day of the questioning. Residence of Rahul Gandhi. This is the 4th day of the questioning, as we do understand that the ED till now is not satisfied with the answer which has been given by Rahul Gandhi. If we talk about the 30 hours of the grilling which has been already done by the enforcement directorate in the last 3 days, and now this is going to be the 4th day. Earlier it was the relaxation which was seek by Rahul Gandhi to avoid for days in between, but finally today again this is Rahul Gandhi who has been called by the enforcement directorate in the National Herald case. We do understand that the enforcement directorate is continuously questioning Rahul Gandhi. This is the carcade. Same route right now on the Prithviraj Road. On the Prithviraj Road, from Prithviraj Road we'll be taking left, and if we take left, this is going to be the APJ Abdul Kalam Road. And if Rahul Gandhi goes toward APJ Abdul Kalam Road, then that makes it clear that yes, Rahul Gandhi is directly going to enforcement directorate. But earlier, what we have seen earlier, Rahul Gandhi went to AICC first. Rahul Gandhi went to AICC first, and after that only he went to APJ Abdul Kalam Road. That's the enforcement directorate office. But at this point in time, we are at the roundabout. We are at the roundabout circle. There, the barricading could be clearly seen because the bandobast has been done by the police. The proper arrangement has been done by the police. Where we are seeing the carcade of Rahul Gandhi, that's the carcade of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi along with Priyanka Gandhi is on the way, just has left from the residence of Rahul Gandhi. This is going to be the route toward the enforcement directorate, but yes, we will have to see, wait and watch whether Rahul Gandhi is also likelihood to go to the enforcement directorate office, or rather he will be attending the Janpat protest. So that is something what we are seeing. We are there, the barricading has been done, some people has been stopped, some cars has been stopped, and the carcade of Rahul Gandhi could be seen there where they have moved ahead. We are getting you the visual. These are the live images. Some cars has been stopped. We are trying to get an image.
Rahul Gandhi's carcass. There the cars has been stopped. I'm standing at the barricade, and what we can see that Rahul Gandhi's carcass is ahead toward its way. We will see, we will wait, we will watch whether through the enforcement directorate or through Jantar Mantar, because no plan and no permission has been given for the AICC. Earlier also we have seen the protest and the kind of march which has been done by. We will go
by. We will go to Harsha. We'll go to Harsha. My colleague Harsha is also getting the visuals, what I have been told. So we will go to Harsha. Harsha, if you can tell us what exactly is the location of Rahul Gandhi, if he has reaches there at ED office. Yes, Harsha.
Exactly. Rahul Gandhi has just reached ED office, but this time he has not gone through the same route which he have been going through since the past 3 days when 3-day summoning was done. But today Rahul Gandhi has been taken to ED office through gate number 1. We are showing you the visuals, the gate number 1 of the same APJ Abdul Kalam Road. There are 2 gates of enforcement directorate, gate number 3 and gate number 1. This time Rahul Gandhi route was completely changed, avoiding media, avoiding the camera of media persons completely. This time he has come from the different route. This time Rahul Gandhi entered from that barricade and has gone inside ED office from gate number 1, avoiding this route. We all are waiting for Rahul Gandhi at this gate number 3, which he has been entering through this gate from past 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, when 3-day summon by ED was done, when the questioning by ED was being done since 3 days. But today the 4th day of evening questioning, at the 4th day, today Rahul Gandhi enters ED office through gate number 1, avoiding all the ruckus by Congress protesters. And right now we are standing here. Today is the 4th day of the summon by ED officials, and today the grilling will be done around the last, as per our sources tell, the last time Motilal Vora name came in the picture, and Rahul Gandhi said that all the transaction and takeover and regarding the equity and debts, Motilal Vora know more about that. He was unaware of the transactions. This time the ED grilling will be around all those questions involving Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez, who have 24% and 12% share respectively in Young India. And not only this, the properties which were acquired by Young India of the AGL were 1600 crore in Delhi, UP, Mumbai and Haryana. Those questions will also happen today. But yes, Mr. Gandhi has reached ED office. It is 11:10 a.m. and correct at 11 o'clock Rahul Gandhi has reached ED office. So yes, this is the 4th day ED is questioning Mr. Rahul Gandhi. We have to see, wait and watch what today grilling happens, because ED officers clearly stated that 6 hours questioning continuously of Mr. Rahul Gandhi have been done since 3 rounds which were conducted on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. This is the 4th round of questioning. After 6 hours, Rahul Gandhi used to rectify his answers and used to correct the answers, taking 3 to 4 hours in the ED office. We have seen 10 to 11 hours of grilling in the ED office from Monday to Wednesday. And after the 4 days, today Rahul Gandhi has reached ED office. Tight security forces are here in this APJ Abdul Kalam route. You can clearly see that no vehicles are being allowed on this APJ Abdul Kalam road. I shall like to show you this part from where Mr. Rahul Gandhi has entered, and the other side as well, where huge security forces have been deployed. CRPF and Delhi police officials can clearly be seen, because no ruckus and no protesters, no Congress leaders will be allowed this time on this road, APJ Abdul Kalam road. All the vehicles have been stopped. Apart from media vehicles, no vehicle are allowed on this route. The commuters, the normal commuters are completely diverted from taking other routes. If they want to go to Khan Market or to different route towards Janpat or Akbar road, they can't take APJ Abdul Kalam road. So yes, the questioning of Mr. Rahul Gandhi today at ED office has started. He has reached ED office today, and let's see today the grilling for how long, how many hours today grilling will happen of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, because more than 30 hours of grilling yet of Mr. Rahul Gandhi we have seen today. The questions will not be easy, and it will revolve around Motilal Vora, his statements, what he gave in 2015 and 2016 when initial ED questioning was done. So today ED grilling is going to be very interesting. At this time, Mr. Rahul Gandhi can't escape those questions, because he tried to escape the question and tried to shift the blame on Motilal Vora. But certainly this will not seem to happen in this time at the ED office in the questioning. Let's wait and watch and see what more comes out from ED office, from our sources about the grilling and questioning. Back to the studio.
Right, Harsha, do stay with us. Let's also get in a word from Piyush right now, who's reporting from outside the AICC headquarters in the national capital. Piyush, the Congress party, of course, continuing with their protests. Give us a sense of what's happening at Jantar Mantar, the designated site for protests.
In trying to support Rahul Gandhi, they are also now trying to gather support for Agnipath protest. Having said that, I want to tell you that, when Congress leaders found out that their protests, earlier, which had turned violent, did not work out, now they have now changed their strategy and now trying to make it peaceful by making a satyagraha movement in Jantar Mantar. But it seems that, Rahul Gandhi is facing so much uncomfort as far as questioning is concerned, that it seems that this protest by Congress leaders is also not finding any support.
Right, so what you're saying, Piyush, right now is that not too many people have turned up for that protest at the Jantar Mantar?
No.
All right, I think we seem to have lost that audio connection with Piyush right now. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But even as Rahul Gandhi is set to appear for a fourth round of questioning, Congress is protesting at the Jantar Mantar.
In yet another shooting incident that has been reported from the United States, multiple people were shot at in Washington, D.C., reportedly near the site of music concert. While 3 suffered grave injuries, a minor succumbed to his. The incident was reported following an altercation near the intersection of 14th Street and U Street in the capital city. Police say the shootout was the result of illegal possession of firearms. The incident comes weeks after a shooting incident in Texas, which sends shockwaves across the world, further igniting a massive debate on gun laws. Concerns over unregulated gun laws have been many, and the larger question remains, will the Biden administration finally swing into action mode? Agency Report, Republic TV.
Well, a day after the centre set the record straight as far as the Agnipath scheme is concerned, saying that there will be no rollback, there has been a call that was given out for Bharat Bandh. But so far, the call for Bharat Bandh doesn't seem to be receiving much support. In fact, we're going to try and go across to various locations in the national capital to give you a sense of what's happening. Right now, we have been reporting from Patna in Bihar, where things seem to be completely under control. Also, the same that's being reported from various parts of Uttar Pradesh, where things look like under control. On your screens right now, pictures from New Delhi as well as West Bengal, Kolkata over there, where traffic appears to be normal. In Punjab also, we are seeing a normal Monday morning. Of course, security has been heightened across all these states to make sure that the situation does not go out of hand. In Delhi, we are seeing large traffic snarls. That's because roadblocks have been set up in both locations, on both the national highways that come into Delhi, the one from Gurugram as well as the other from Noida. But Amritsar and Jalandhar, those were 2 spots where there was some concern. Those seem to be peaceful. Also, advisories being issued by the Punjab police to make sure that protests remain under control. In Bihar, we have seen a large amount of action being taken by the police. They've booked several of those coaching centers for inciting protesters. Also in Madhya Pradesh, we were getting reports from Bhopal, where everything appears to be under control. There were some reports of violence on the first day of the protest, but after that, the situation remains calm. The army on its part, the armed forces, the military have set the record straight. They have said that there will be no rollback. In fact, they've also announced a schedule for the recruitment process for all the 3 services, which begins later. Also, what we have seen is the armed forces have come on to say that there has been some amount of miscommunication about the scheme, and that is what has led to these widespread protests. But currently the Bharat Bandh call that was given out and supported by various political parties does not seem to really be getting any support on the ground in various parts of the country. Itinerary is bringing us the latest from Hyderabad. Itinerary, in Telangana, we did see certain amount of protests, specifically in Secunderabad. But after that, give us a sense of what's happening today. Are there any takers for this Bandh call today?
Well, Nupur, we have been seeing the situation seems to be normal. The Bandh call which has been given seems to looks like a flop show, but yet we also see that there was a massive protest which took place on the 17th of June at the Secunderabad railway station, where there were near about 2,000 agitators who jumped onto the platform at the Secunderabad railway station. And also we have been seeing that they came with sticks, stones, and started damaging the railway property. And also now we see that the ruling TRS party has been slamming the central government over this Agnipath scheme, and they say that this scheme is not good for the youth, and so they have to roll back the scheme. But we also see that AIMIM chief Aswaduddin Owaisi also has been sitting out at the central government, questioning the central government and Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the scheme, over the Agnipath scheme. And also he mentioned about how the lockdown of COVID and the demonstration had led the youth of the country in a lot of troubles. And also at the same time we see that the situation, the Bharat Bandh call which is being given, seems to be like a flop show. We see that the situation here in Hyderabad is completely under control. There's a police deployment at various locations, and also we see that if any sort of untoward situation takes place, then police officials will immediately spring into action.
All right. So that's the latest that we are getting from Telangana. Currently, the situation over there remains calm. Security on high alert across the state to make sure that things don't go out of hand. Similar pictures that we are getting right now from Jharkhand as well. Jharkhand did see a large number of protests. Delhi is where we are seeing a huge amount of traffic snarls, but that's also because there are several roadblocks that have been set up. Harsha is reporting on the situation in Delhi. Harsha, tell us more, please.
Exactly, no, but as we all know that today Bharat Bandh has been called by several groups, but in several states we clearly seen in cities where Bharat Bandh has been called, because in more than 10 states we saw that violent protests erupted after Defence Ministry introduced this new Agniveer scheme. But today the effect of Bharat Bandh is not being seen in many states as well, because in Noida, Ghaziabad, if we talk about national capital, the traffic is smooth, the markets and shops are running very smoothly. All have opened the market association have opened the markets, and they have clearly not been seen on the roads as well. Yes, protesters are trying to create violence also. Therefore, blockades and barricades have been done at several places in national capital as well as in Delhi NCR as well. No, but I would like to show you the visuals, because right now I'm reporting from national capital. Various places, barricades and police officials can be seen who are in full alert, and not only in national capital but the areas surrounding national capital. The road which leads from Gurugram to Delhi, or road which comes from Noida to Delhi, and the Yamuna Expressway and the national highways have also. The road which goes from Delhi to NH24, which goes towards Meerut and different parts of Uttar Pradesh as well, which connects Saharanpur, Bareilly as well. All the roads, blockades and barricades have been created by police officials so that protesters couldn't gather. And the violent protest which erupted, which we saw with the protesters called for sit-in dharnas, the effigy was burned, the vehicles were burned, the railway station and bus station but were vandalized by protesters. Such visuals should not be seen today. Therefore, CRPF and para forces have been deployed at many places, and therefore the huge traffic jam could also be seen, because in the office hours there was huge traffic jam. Police was checking one-on-one vehicles, the cars were being checked, the drivers were being asked, and the RC and license was also being checked, because the suspicious activity could clearly be seen in the border areas surrounding including Ghaziabad, Noida and Gurugram, and police today didn't wanted any such activities. Therefore, Section 144 has been imposed, and the places where much violent protests turned out, like in the Danapur area of Bihar, or we talk about Patna, Ranchi, Jharkhand as well, in those places internet has also been suspended, so that the messages on social media which could create ruckus or which could incite the protesters, such message should not be circulated. And also the miscreants who were involved in the day before yesterday's protest all have been arrested. In Uttar Pradesh, more than 250 protesters have already been arrested, and military have made very clear that the youth who will be involved in the violent protest, they have no space for them. There is no place in military without or with Agniveer scheme. There's no place on the people, on the youth against whom FIR would be registered. Therefore, also we are seeing that many youths who are being called by several political groups or the small groups for today's Bharat Bandh, today they are not being involved or not clearly being seen on these streets, and police officers are also on full alert. Cyber team is very active, and today CDRs and cyber location of miscreants are also being tracked. Yes, back to studio.
All right, so Harsha, bringing us up to speed with what's happening in New Delhi. We are seeing traffic snarls and jams over there, but we are told that there are huge roadblocks that have been set up. But apart from that, in Kolkata, visuals of which are playing out for you on your screens, everything seems normal. Commercial establishments are working normally. That's the report that we are getting from all across the country. In Punjab too, daily life hasn't been hit by this call for Bharat Bandh, even though the Punjab police have been on high alert over threatened protests that could take place. In Maharashtra, in Mumbai, the commercial capital of the country, we are seeing daily life remains unaffected. Similarly, in Patna, since the morning, of course, we haven't really seen any response to that Bandh in Patna at least, but apart from that, train services from Bihar do remain affected, but the railways, of course, are looking into trying and fixing the situation over there. Do remember that arson was reported from various railway stations over the weekend. Also, we're going to get you a sense of what's happening in other parts of the country. In Jharkhand, also things appear to be normal as of now. Jharkhand, there was a call that was given, and we saw a lot of trains being disrupted over there. But for now, in Jharkhand, also the situation continues to remain normal. Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal, we were getting reports this morning, appears to be calm. Also, the police have acted in Madhya Pradesh against those who allegedly were involved in the protests. We did see some amount of protests at the beginning of the protests on Friday, but thereafter the situation remains largely under control. And in Hyderabad, in Telangana, where we saw some amount of protests in Secunderabad, and there was arson reported from the Secunderabad railway station, the situation appears calm now. The Telangana government has put in place security measures to make sure that the situation does not go out of hand. In Jalandhar as well as Ludhiana too, where we saw protests initially, we are told that everything is normal. Okay, I'm going to go across to Prakash, who's reporting from Patna. Prakash, give us the latest update in terms of the response that this Bandh is receiving. What's an update on the response that this Bandh call is receiving in Bihar? All right, I don't think we've got Prakash yet. We're going to try and get him just a bit. But we have, of course, seen a lot of traffic jams being reported from the Delhi-Gurugram Expressway. Traffic jams, of course, follow a call for the Bharat Bandh that was given against the Agnipath scheme. A massive jam has been seen near the expressway. But there is a large amount of roadblocks that have been put in place, and that's the reason for the traffic jams. But I think we've got Prakash back. Okay, I don't think we've got Prakash. Harsha is reporting from Delhi on this. Harsha, give us a sense of what's happening.
Exactly as you were stating that there were roadblocks at many places, be it Yamuna Expressway, be it Ghaziabad, be it Gurugram, or be it Delhi. There are many places roadblocks have been done by the police officials. And yesterday we saw the tweet of SSP Saharanpur also that the people who were trying to vandalize the railway station, those were arrested by Saharanpur police. So we can see the vicinity of basically this western UP as well, the road which goes from national capital towards Delhi, towards different areas of Uttar Pradesh, because more than 250 people were arrested from Uttar Pradesh who created ruckus, and protesters who created violent protests on streets after this Agniveer scheme came in light. And there were many politicians were also seen supporting these violent protesters. Therefore many were arrested as well. But the way public property was damaged, be it railway, be it the property of railway, many rail and coaches were also burnt on fire, and we can see how these were happened. So we will be continue on this story. Stay tuned, keep watching more with Republic TV.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था।
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, वो काम ऑलरेडी शुरू हो चुका है।
भारतीय सेना के फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन। नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस।
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi. Bihar BJP chief and West Champaran MP Sanjay Jaiswal's house was also.
Headlines at 11:30 a.m. viewers. Vadra Congress violence warning after bloodshed threat. Was the Agnipath conspiracy hatched? And India rejects Agnipath conspiracy, but opposition continues to provoke. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling in the freedom struggle for profit scam by ED.
तो जो सेलेक्टिव लीकेज करके जो ये मीडिया को दिया जा रहा है और अपनी तरीके से नैरेटिव बिल्ड करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है, ये गैर कानूनी है।
Inside Enforcement Directorate office, Rahul Gandhi remains evasive, but Vadra Congress launches an attack on source-based journalism. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 7 terrorists gunned down in the last 24 hours. Big breakthrough in the Birham case. CBI charge sheets TMC leader in the murder case. Viewers, thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I am Priyanka Sharma and I'll be taking you through all the breaking updates about what's really happening with respect to the Agniveer scheme and the protests that have broken out across the country about it. Now, a day after the government, well, we are first of all cutting across to some live images that we are getting for you viewers of Priyanka Gandhi
Remember, there is a lot happening with the Vora Congress today. Rahul Gandhi being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate once again today. And even as we get you the source-based information about what's really happening inside the ED office, Rahul Gandhi continuing to be evasive with his answers, not being direct in his answers is what we were understanding with respect to what's happening in the ED office. But as of now, we are looking at those live images of Priyanka Gandhi as well. Remember, the brother-sister duo, in fact, had come to the ED office together. This was to show the optics of support for Rahul Gandhi as well by Priyanka Gandhi, as you can see, who had also accompanied her brother to the ED office. And now we are getting you the live images of Priyanka Gandhi. Remember, Rahul Gandhi is also being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate officers with respect to the National Herald case and also the kind of involvement that he had from the very get-go of this entire scam that had come to light. Apart from that, we had also learned about the answers of Rahul Gandhi as to how he had been backtracking, changing his answers as well, and also sources had informed your channel that in fact many of his answers, he seemed as though he was also made to practice these answers as well. Now, these were some of the information that we were getting with respect to Rahul Gandhi's involvement in the National Herald case that is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. And for more details on this, let me bring in my colleague Anuj, who's been keeping us ahead on this story. Anuj, talk to us about these visuals as well that we are getting of Priyanka Gandhi, but also what's happened inside the ED office with Rahul Gandhi, the kind of questioning that he was subjected to, and the answers that he did not give to the ED officers.
Well, at this point in time, let me tell you that these are the visuals from right outside the Enforcement Directorate office. This is Priyanka Gandhi, who accompanied Rahul Gandhi from the residence of Rahul Gandhi to the Enforcement Directorate office. There, she was not allowed to go beyond a certain point, and after that, she waited for around 2-3 minutes, and after that, she left from this particular place, which is like APJ Abdul Kalam Road, where ED office is. On the other hand, if we talk about the investigation, then yes, this is the 4th day of the investigation. 30 hours of grilling has been already done by the Enforcement Directorate, but Enforcement Directorate is not satisfied with Rahul Gandhi's answers to the questions, and he seems evading the question or putting the onus on Motilal Vora. So these all are the points which has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate, where the satisfaction level has not reached yet, and that is why the questioning continues. We have seen it earlier if we talk about the last 3 days where the questioning of Rahul Gandhi happened. This was for 10 hours, and almost 30 hours of the grilling has been already done. So that is something what we are expecting today also. But the most important point to mention here is that Sonia Gandhi is also being called on 23rd. But she is not well. We will see what exactly will going to be there if we talk about this particular development. But before Sonia Gandhi, this was said that Enforcement Directorate will end the questioning with Rahul Gandhi, and then the next step of investigation will be Sonia Gandhi. But now, as Enforcement Directorate, as it till now is already done with 30 hours of grilling, and still the questioning continues because Rahul Gandhi is not giving the appropriate answer, or rather the Enforcement Directorate is not satisfied with the answer. Even the evading could be seen, and the onus has been put on Motilal Vora, who is no more. So that is going to be the bigger question, and the Enforcement Directorate today, what we have been told, is going to continue with their investigation and continue with the connection with what exactly has happened and who all were behind this particular scam alleged by the Enforcement Directorate, what exactly are the transaction and how it has happened. Whereas we need to understand that the Enforcement Directorate, until and unless did not get the satisfactory answer, is going to go ahead with the investigation. That is something what we have seen, and that is something what we have been told. So let's see, wait and watch how much time it is going to take. Our break is always given. If we talk about the last 3 days investigation by the Enforcement Directorate, this is between 2 to 3 in afternoon sometime for the lunch break. That is something what we are expecting today also, that Rahul Gandhi is going to leave Enforcement Directorate for the lunch break for an hour. And after that, we'll be joining back again the investigation, which usually, if we talk about this investigation, ends at around 11 or 11:30 in the night. So that is something what we are expecting today also. But yes, Rahul Gandhi has reached Enforcement Directorate office. This was duo, brother and sister Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, who together reaches to Enforcement Directorate office. Earlier also we have seen the same visual. There on the other hand, we are getting the visuals from Jantar Mantar also, where
Yes, Anuj there getting us the details of what really has happened so far and what to really expect, viewers, when it comes to the questioning of Rahul Gandhi. Remember, he has been grilled by the ED officers for quite some time now, and we are also learning of how Rahul Gandhi, in fact, have also shifted the blame on Motilal Vora, who had been the treasurer of the AICC at the time. But I'm also being joined by my colleagues Harsha, and we will go across to her first. Harsha, tell us about these latest visuals also that are coming to light of Priyanka Gandhi. And what really is the line of questioning that today specifically that Rahul Gandhi will be subjected to? Because as of now, we know that Rahul Gandhi has been completely evasive. He has not been answering the questions of the officers.
Yes, exactly. The fresh visuals clearly show that how Priyanka Gandhi has also reached there, and we have seen this pattern since the first day when there was the first day of questioning by ED of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Priyanka has been assisting Mr. Rahul Gandhi first by reaching his residence, and then by accompanying him till the ED office, and then for ED office she used to leave. But today again we are seeing the fresh visuals in the fourth day of ED questioning by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. As you stated that now Rahul Gandhi in ED questioning, the third day of ED questioning, our sources completely from ED to tell us that Rahul Gandhi has shifted the blame on Motilal Vora, who was 24% shareholding in Young India. And today the entire grilling and questioning to Mr. Rahul Gandhi will happen across this only, because ED officials has the documentation and the details of the last questioning which happened with late Motilal Vora in 2015-16 ED questioning. At that time there were certain things which Mr. Vora told about the transaction and the debts which were turned into equity, and how Young India acquired the shares of AJL, and how those all things happened. All the details ED sources have. So today Rahul Gandhi can't escape the questions of ED, because from the starting of how the properties of AJL were taken by Congress through this firm Young India, till the time Motilal Vora was involved, and the documentation and the signing of both the major shareholders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi was clearly seen. So today, if again Rahul Gandhi tried to shift the blame on Motilal Vora, the answers of ED officials, the questions of ED officials will be around those only, because they have the documentation. And since the ED officials have been stating that Mr. Rahul Gandhi was not given satisfactory answers, most of the time he was again and again shifting his answers, saying that he is not involved, he doesn't know anything about the transactions and takeover. But this time, today is the fourth day of the questioning, and the questions to Mr. Rahul Gandhi is not going to be very easy. He has to answer regarding Dotex, the shell company which have been named, which was completely involved in giving the loan to Young India, because Young India only had ₹5 lakh. Then how come this 1 crore came to take the acquisition of AJL, and the acquisition of AJL was transferred to Young India? How Congress leaders were involved, because in AJL and Young India the founder directors are office bearers of Congress party itself. Earlier Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal were also questioned. So these are very important allegations which have been made on Gandhi Parivar and as well as on the office bearers.
ಎರಡೂವರೆ ಲಕ್ಷ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ RSS ನ ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಿಡನ್ ಅಜೆಂಡಾ, ಇನ್ನ 75% ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 11 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. 75%
Karnataka,
ಅವರು ಏನಾದ್ರು RSS ಇಲ್ಲೂ
controversy. And he says in the soundbite that you lose the 75% of the retired force in India, they will be like Nazis. I wasn't born then. Even this was, and he's referring to the RSS thing. Even the RSS wasn't born then. They're trying to bring a Nazi movement in India, and hence they have come with Agnipat and are creating Agniveer. So he's making a comparison, a straight comparison to Nazis. And Kumaraswamy here saying, who will select 10 lakh Agniveer? RSS leaders will select them, or army will select them. In the selected 10 lakh, there will be an RSS team. He says there are workers in RSS. 2.5 lakh who are retained in Agnipat. There will be RSS workers then. It's RSS hidden agenda. And the remaining 75% who are sent out after 4 years, will spread them to the rest of India. it is there also RSS on one side. RSS wants to take control of the army. This is a statement there, complete tirade against the army. Now he's gone and to give a very bizarre logic to the entire Agnipath movement. Sagaraj is with me. Sagaraj, let me go for Sagaraj. Sagaraj is joining us with the details. Nupur, this is a breaking news update. So he was speaking in Ramanagara in Karnataka. Sagaraj is with me right now. Sagaraj, very, very shocking statement being made, saying that Agnipath is like a Nazi movement, saying that they will become Nazis. What is wrong with Mr. Kumaraswamy when he says such things?
Probably have not done his homework when it comes to Agnipath, because several army officials, seniors have spoken about this, stating that they will never let down all these Agniveers. They will try to retain them in one or the other job profile. And at this point of time, a leader who should lead from front, a leader who should promote these kind of programs from the central government. He is otherwise making these kind of statement definitely discourage the people. And in this particular statement, where he says that people whoever will come out of 4 years of Agniveer contacts will become the Nazis, and this was a model which was being followed previously when Hitler was in power, and similarly this kind of model has been followed. And Niranjan should also see that he has stated that people whoever will be recruited, these members will be RSS members, who will be retained in the army will be RSS members, and those kind of people will be retained in the army. So likewise he's saying that the central government is trying to saffronize the army by recruiting people whomever they want, and they will retain people whomever they feel that they will suit their agenda.
Well, that being said, Sagaraj, Priyanka this side now. The kind of statements that are coming to light by several political leaders, this seems to be the most bizarre. And also he's saying that this is something that is being called as a hidden agenda of the RSS. But really, what really makes him say this? What exactly are his allegations on the government? Because the government of India yesterday itself had stated that this is the defense making these kind of research-based decisions to transform the entire defense system of the country. So what really is the problem of Mr. Kumaraswamy?
See, you know that politicians are trying to make politics out of every single issue, and this time it is Kumaraswamy who have raised up this issue, claiming that the central government is trying to saffronize the entire army. Yes, as you rightly pointed out, that many seniors, including the chief of army, have spoken about this and said that they will never try to roll back. And also this particular program is going to benefit a lot of youths, whether it is army or even if they finish the contract, definitely many of them will be retained, and many of them will also get opportunities in various other departments. And even if you notice, Karnataka Home Minister said that they will give preferential for the Agniveers for police department as well. So when these kind of opportunities are there, when people are looking out for some kind of motivation, a politician from a responsible position.
All right, Sagaraj, thank you for joining us with those details, because we are tracking with respect to what's really happening on the politicization of the Agniveer.
Hello? അതിശക്തമായ പോരാട്ടം ഏറ്റെടുക്കുന്ന ചരിത്ര സന്ദർഭമാണിത്. ഈ സന്ദർഭത്തിലാണ് ഡിവൈഎഫ്ഐ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള സംഘടനകൾ, യുവജന പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ, രാജ്ഭവനിലേക്ക് ഇടതുപക്ഷ യുവജന സംഘടനകൾ ഇന്ന് മാർച്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്.
DYFI is protesting outside the Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram against the Agniveer scheme that has been announced by the government. You can see like large number of youngsters have crowded over here. All party workers and affiliates of the left have gathered in large numbers, stating that they are against this particular move. Let's ask some of them what they were also saying. We'll also find out if they actually know about what the scheme is. And as you can see behind me also, There are a lot of people who are here gathered. The LDF convener EP Jayarajan is also here, along with the mayor of Thiruvananthapuram, Arya Rajendran is also there on the stage, and lots of youngsters are taking part. Now, what is being said in this meeting is that this particular scheme is an RSS scheme. This is the allegation that has been put forward by the left. There are a large number of youngsters, all DYFI workers, unit workers have been all called. About 1,500 is the number that has been given to the police. So they are expecting 1,500 youths to take part in this particular protest outside. And so let's ask some of these youngsters, why are you against this project? Why are you against this?
ഈ സമരം നമ്മളെ തൊഴിലില്ലായ്മ
ഇതൊരു തൊഴിൽ കിട്ടില്ലേ?
തൊഴിൽ നമുക്ക് വേണം.
നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എത്ര വയസ്സായി?
എനിക്ക് 27 വയസ്സായി.
തൊഴിലുണ്ടോ?
ഇല്ല, ജോലിയില്ല. ഈ നരേന്ദ്രമോദി.
This is a 27-year-old guy saying that he does not have a job. But interestingly, the scheme is for those between 17 to 23. But the 27-year-old man who claims to be jobless is right now protesting outside the Raj Bhavan. Let's ask more people. Mone, etra vayasund? Okay, doesn't want to speak. Etra vayasund? Etra vayasund? Etra vayasa? 28. Appo endirane protest cheynadu? Okay, this is a 28-year-old guy. He is also protesting. Let's ask him, why are you protesting? എന്തിനാണ് protest ചെയ്യുന്നത്?
ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാർ ഈ ടെസ്റ്റിലൂടെ ടെസ്റ്റ് എഴുതിയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ പട്ടാളത്തിലേക്ക് കയറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്.
നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ജോലിയുണ്ടോ?
എനിക്ക് ജോലിയുണ്ട്.
എന്താ ജോലി?
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quarantine Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his second gold, and this is just 10 months after he achieved and became the first Indian javelin thrower to have won a gold in any Olympics. And specifically in Tokyo Olympics, he had created a record of 87.58 meters. And in fact, earlier this week, the 24-year-old Neeraj Chopra also broke his own record and created a new record for his javelin throw. He has been quite determined, and in fact, Anurag Thakur also took to Twitter to celebrate this moment, and he said a heartfelt congratulations to the winner. And in fact, Neeraj Chopra has been making the country proud, and that is what every Indian has been hailing him for. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Pankaj, New Delhi.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में, वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं. एनरोलमेंट ऑफ फर्स्ट बैच विल गो लाइव ऑनलाइन on 24th of June, and before the end of the year, the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था.
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं, और उसके लिए
Outside the Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram, there's a massive protest that has started by the DYFI after one of their leaders, who was a Rajya Sabha member and also the DYFI national president, A. Rahim, was arrested by the Delhi police after he was protesting in Delhi against the Agnipath scheme. Now you can see outside the Raj Bhavan, large number of youngsters have gathered around. All of them definitely are, the DYFI members. As you can see, there are top left leaders are on the stage also speaking that the Agnipath scheme is a fascist scheme, is what the EP Jayarajan, the LDF convener, has stated. A lot of youngsters over here, probably we'll speak to some of them also to find out why they're exactly protesting against this particular project. So why are you protesting against this project?
It's completely unacceptable that our own Prime Minister is trying to put our country at this risk.
Own Prime Minister is trying to
Put this country at this risk.
Why is it risky? Why is Agnipath scheme risky as per you?
Well, they're trying to put what can I say about
like age group of 70 to 23, at an age of 70 somebody can get a job with 30,000 rupees. How is that a problem for you?
It's there a time when the people are trying to get, like...
What is your age?
I'm 19.
You're 19. Would you like to get into the army?
No, because I have no
Okay.
We should be trained, right?
Yeah, that is what it's a 4 years training. There are a lot of countries which take similar kind of training, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, short training.
Well, they're trying to what should I say? Oh my God.
No, what I want to ask you is, you're 19 years old. You get in. In 4 years, you come out with diploma and 10 lakhs in your hand, along with the diploma, and then the NEP scheme is also going to come. Then you can get into graduation, a 4 years integrated graduation. By the age of 26, you'll have a master's degree, a diploma, as well as training from the defense forces. Don't you think that will be good for your career?
Well, what about my family?
What about your family? Otherwise, what about your family?
Well, actually for me, my dad's really old. I have really old parents.
That means the employment at an early age is good for you, isn't it?
Well, what about them? Like when I'm gone, who's gonna look after them?
So this is the kind of there are a lot of youngsters similar who has come out over here trying to protest, but clearly the information given to them is definitely seems like it's not clear. Anyways, the protest is happening in large number of DYF.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं.
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है. ये प्रावधान करा गया है.
Neeraj Chopra has done it again, and it's a massive moment for the country to celebrate his win at the Quarantine Games in Finland, where he clinched another gold of his career by securing 86.69 meters. And in fact, this javelin throw, he achieved this gold in a very difficult condition, in a very difficult terrain. And in fact, this is his
Welcome back, viewers. We are tracking for you all that is happening with respect to the Agnipath protests that have broken out, and also the Bharat Bandh that had been called for, and how it is turning out to be a complete failure, as we are getting you ground reports from across the country that show that people are going on with their lives. But as of now, we are also seeing how there were words of condemnation for the people who were hijacking these protests and carrying out these violent outbursts in the name of protesting over the Agnipath scheme. And even as we track for you, we are seeing how the political war of words is also breaking out on the same. Even then, we had seen that the army chief, in fact, had come out and stated that the politicians and opposition specifically need to be more careful about the kind of statements that they make with respect to Agnipath scheme, since there is already a lot of misinformation that is out there and the aspirants are being misguided with the same. And as of now, we are showing you the visuals of several leaders, in fact, who had carried out those irresponsible statements out in the public forum, and also we were learning of how the authorities are taking cognizance of such kind of incidents to make sure that there's no untoward violent protest that breaks out as it had just a few days back as well.
भाजपा का काम ही यही है। आदमी कहता कुछ और है, अपनी खामियों को छिपाने के लिए इरफान अंसारी है उनके पास। ये नहीं होना चाहिए। अग्निपथ आप जो लाए हैं, भाजपा ने जो लाई है, क्या इससे हमारे युवा खुश हैं? हमारी सेना खुश है? सेना में जिनका बहाली हुआ वो खुश है? नहीं है। आज पूरा देश जल रहा है।
ഏതാണ്ട് 10,000കണക്കിന് ആളുകൾ റിക്രൂട്ട്മെന്റ് നടത്താൻ വേണ്ടി പോവുകയാണ്. പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചത്
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi. Bihar BJP chief and West Champaran MP Sanjay Jaiswal's house was also vandalized. Several coaches of trains were also set ablaze by the demonstrators. The CRPF has been asked to quickly deploy armed commandos with these BJP legislators who have been facing threats in the view of the violence. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन। नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
एनरोलमेंट ऑफ फर्स्ट बैच विल गो लाइव ऑनलाइन on 24th of June, and before the end of the year the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
The Congress Party's violence warning after bloodshed threat was the Agnipath conspiracy hatched. After the Congress violence threat, Owaisi plays politics. Kumaraswamy berates the army. India rejects misinformation campaign, but the opposition continues to provoke. It is round 4 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling in the National Herald case.
सेलेक्टिव लीकेज करके जो ये मीडिया को दिया जा रहा है और अपनी तरीके से नैरेटिव बिल्ड करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है, ये गैर कानूनी है।
Inside ED, Rahul Gandhi remains evasive, but Vadra Congress launches an attack on source-based journalism. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 7 terrorists are gunned down in the last 24 hours. And big breakthrough in the Birbhum case. The CBI charge sheets TMC leader in the murder case. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. This is Live and Break-In. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, a day after the government set the record straight that the Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back, politics is continuing as the opposition is continuing to provoke. Now, there is a Bharat Bandh call that's been given for today. However, we're not seeing too much of an effect in various states across the country. But we are continuing to hear voices from the opposition on this. We've seen how the Aam Aadmi Party has supported the Bandh call, and not just that, we also seen the Congress's support for the Bandh call.
ಆದರು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡೋರು ಯಾರು ಇವ್ರನ್ನ? RSS ಮುಖಂಡರುಗಳು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಆರ್ಮಿಗೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಆರ್ಮಿಯವರು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ? ಈಗ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಅವರಲ್ಲ, ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕೋರು? RSS ಟೀಮ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕವಾಯತ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋರು, ಕವಾಯತ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಅಂತ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಆರ್ಮಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಿ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ RSS ನ ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಡನ್ ಅಜೆಂಡಾ, ಇನ್ನ 75% ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 11 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟು, ಅವರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಆ 75%, ಅವರು ಏನಾದರೂ RSS ನರೇ ಇದ್ದು, ಇಲ್ಲೂ RSS ನರೇ ಇದ್ದು, ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಆರ್ಮಿನ RSS ನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಿಗೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು.
देखो अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके RSS में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं. कभी आपने सुना है क्या किसी देश में ऐसा हुआ है कि 4 साल ट्रेनिंग देना और छोड़ देना? यहाँ पर तो परमानेंट वैकेंसीज हैं. हमारे डिफेंस में कम से कम लाखों वैकेंसीज हैं. पहले वो भर्ती करो, और वो अगर वहां पर भर्ती करेंगे रेगुलर बेसिस पे, उनको ट्रेनिंग देंगे, वो तो रेडी है. तो आप सिर्फ 4 साल का ट्रेनिंग देके, स्टाइपेंड देके, इलेक्शन तक इनको एंगेज करने के लिए आप ये काम कर रहे हैं. और इन्फ्लेशन पे, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट पे, इस मुद्दे पे दूसरे युवकों का जो आज हर जगह एजिटेटेड है, तो उनको अलग निकालने के लिए, उनका दिशा भटकाने के लिए ये काम कर रहे हैं.
अग्निपथ आप जो लाए हैं, भाजपा ने जो लाई है, क्या इससे हमारे युवा खुश हैं? हमारी सेना खुश है? सेना में जिनका बहाली हुआ वो खुश है? नहीं है. आज पूरा देश जल रहा है, ट्रेनें जल रही है, सरकारी संपत्तियों का भारी नुकसान हो रहा है, युवाओं पर पुलिस गोली चला रही है, युवा मर रहा है, युवाओं को खून बह रहा है. तो मैंने कहा अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ. तो क्या मैंने गलत बात कर दी भाई? जो पूरे मीडिया में मुझे एकदम विलन बना के दिखाया जा रहा है. अपने भाजपा को से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, अरे भाई आप क्या किए अब तक 8 साल में? कौन सा हितकारी योजना आप जनता के लिए लाए भाई? कृषि बिल लाए, 800 लोगों को शहीद हो गया है. अग्निपथ लाए, अब तो कितना युवा हमारा लगता है मर गया है, देश जल रहा है. तो बेवजह अब हमें क्यों टारगेट करते हैं? अच्छा ये होगा कि आप इस बिल को वापस ले लीजिए.
All right, and to get us a sense of how the Bandh call has been responded to, we are joined by Ashwin. He's reporting from Thiruvananthapuram. Aneri is in Hyderabad, and Sage Raj is reporting from Bengaluru on this. First to you, Sage, give us an update of what's happening, where you are reporting from. How much support has this Bandh call really received? Also, we have seen comments come in from H.D. Kumaraswamy on this, where, you know, it doesn't make too much sense what he said.
Any sense of a person of Kumaraswamy's stature speaking like this? And definitely when people are agitated and protesting on the street, these kind of statement will add more fire to the fuel in the society. And talking about the bandh called by a few associations in Karnataka, especially in Belagavi district of Karnataka, there was a bandh called in Belagavi. But today, if you see, the day-to-day life seems to be normal. Vehicles are on the road, and few people who tried to join the protest were detained by the police. In Shumaga, Youth Congress members had tried to get out the railway station, but the police was quick enough to act on that and detain them. In Bengaluru, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting for 2 days, Bengaluru and Mysuru, and there are no incident or no protest which is happening in the capital city of Karnataka.
Absolutely. Let's also get in a word from Ashwin right now, who's reporting from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, a large amount of security measures were put in place to make sure that the situation does not go out of hand. So give us a sense of what's happening in Thiruvananthapuram, and also share with us a report from all of Kerala.
Absolutely. Though the life is normal, going on normal across Kerala, there is no bandh as such. What you see behind me, around me, is the bandh. It's the protest that has been called in by the DYFI after one of its national leaders, also Rajya Sabha member, A. Rahim, was arrested by the Delhi police. So here you can see large number of young DYFI workers all gathered in large numbers protesting in support against the call made by the left, stating that the Agnipath scheme is not good for them. So I'm just going to ask some of these guys if they're really interested to join the defense forces. We'll hear with a yes or no. Probably that will be interesting. Ninka defense forces cheran agra no. 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 Defense forces. So, 4 of these youngsters, they don't want to join the defense forces in the first place. But, they are all protesting here outside the Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram in solidarity with the call made by the left leaders, stating that the Agnipath scheme, some grievous allegations being made that Agnipath scheme is an RSS scheme, and even, the kind of speech that is being given brings down the entire, that sanctity of the defense forces of our country. And that is what is happening in Thiruvananthapuram right now outside the Raj Bhavan.
All right, so protests over there taking place outside the Raj Bhavan. Let's also go across to Itinerary. Now, Itinerary, Secunderabad did see a large amount of protest, but today it does seem, does it appear right now that the situation is calm across Telangana?
Well, definitely Secunderabad railway station saw a massive protest by near about 2,000 agitators who came there at the Secunderabad railway station and completely damaged the public property. But also at the same time, the Bharat Bandh call which has been given seems to like a flop show here in Telangana, specifically when we talk about Hyderabad. There are no protests happening. Everything is in a normalcy. We see that though the TRS party has been against the Agnipath scheme, and they also have been asking the central government to roll back this particular Agnipath scheme, we see that the bandh call which has been given doesn't seem to have any sort of impact on the on the commuters or at the commercial establishments also, as everything is running normal. But yes, there is a police deployment at various locations, and also we see that the Asaduddin Owaisi, AIMIM chief, also has been demanding that this Agnipath scheme is not good for the youth, and so they should roll back this particular scheme. We also see that there were near about 2,000 agitators who came down at the Secunderabad railway station, and completely this looked like a pre-planned protest which happened, Nupur, on the 17th of June at the Secunderabad railway station. We had the video audio messages, and also the WhatsApp chats which we had access 2 days back, which clearly showed that everyone has to gather at the Secunderabad railway station on the 17th. And so we see that this seems to be a completely pre-planned protest. Police officials also have been mentioning that the protesters came in large number with stones and sticks and various other things to create a panic-like atmosphere at the railway station. They tried to hurt the police officials, and also the people there, passengers there at the railway station were also being targeted, is what the police officials say. But however, 46 people have been arrested by the police till now, and further they say that there was a loss of near about 20 crores for the railways here in Secunderabad railway station. So we see that this was a completely pre-planned protest, but as a Bharat Bandh call, looks like a flop show here in Telangana.
Absolutely. Also, Aneri, what I wanted to ask you was that certain coaching centers have been in the spotlight over what the police says is incitement to violence by these coaching centers. Is the police acting against those, and what are you hearing from the police?
Nupur, we saw that there was a press conference which was held by the police officials, which clearly stated that these agitators were provoked by the army coaching centers, and also one of the persons, Subba Rao, has been arrested. He also used to run army training center, and also we see that he was here in Hyderabad, and there were audio messages and WhatsApp chats. There were groups which were created to form this protest and also attack at the railway stations. They clearly came in large number. Near about 2,000 agitators came all together, and so the police could not control. But later, the police had to do open firing, and in which we saw that one person died and 12 others were injured to bring the situation under control.
Just hold your thoughts for a moment, Aneri. I'm going to come back to you. Major General G.D. Bakshi also on the phone line with us. Major General Bakshi, good afternoon. How do you see these protests that we've seen over the weekend and the Bharat Bandh call that's been given out?
I am not very clear of what has been said or what call has been given. I haven't heard that as yet. But, you know, these protests, I once again state unequivocally. Look, if you want to join the army, the navy, the air force, you can't be an arsonist, you can't be a rioter, you can't be going around destroying public property, period. If you have any chance of entering the disciplined armed forces, you are shooting yourself in the foot by indulging in such activity. This is my appeal to the boys who want to join. I'm sure they are not involved, all of them, or most of them, in this rioting and arson. Because if they do, they will get police cases against them. They will be marked for life. Not only the armed forces, they will not be able to get any central government job. So why are you harming yourself? If you have problems, you could agitate peacefully. You could get onto the Twitter and you can nowadays communicate right till the PMO. So your suggestions, your problems can be put before the government. The government is sensitive. The government is संवेदनशील to such wherever the shoe is pinching. This is a new scheme. It will take some time to stabilize. They are trying to work it out and see where there are problem areas. They will be addressed. I'm sure they will be addressed. I have personally suggested to the government, to my colleagues in the military, that if they can increase this period from 4 years to 7 years, it will help a lot. It will make a viable career for the boy entering, and not just a stepping stone to a second career. Because the army also has to get the bang for the buck.
Right.
So therefore, people are trying to help. Everybody is trying to help because everybody is conscious of the pain and suffering of the youth in terms of employment seeking. India is a very young country, 1.4 billion people. Average age 26, quite obviously we need jobs, and so the government is trying to help. That is why this Agniveer scheme, it is to bring down the average age of the services, it is to give employment to our youth and take full advantage of their zeal, their zest, their energy. So whatever tweaking has to be done should be done in a decent manner so that I'm sure the government is sensitive, government is sensitive. And all this politicization and Nazism and this and that, I'm sorry that you are now getting into dangerous territory. You are now getting into a mode that it seeks to get any excuse to destabilize the country. Because I know India's very, very strong stand against not taking sides in the Ukraine war, against, and going ahead and buying Russian oil and gas because it suits us, because it suits our national interest. It hasn't gone well with a number of, important countries, and I hope people are not falling into the money traps of George Soros and the other such elements. So don't get misled, don't get entrapped by forces inimical, hostile to the union, to the state, to the government of India. I mean, you have a problem, put it across in a civilized manner. The moment you get into burning trains and burning buses, you are destroying government property, which is your problem. Your father, mother, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, they all travel in the same train. You are destroying them, you are burning them. We are trying to stage a recovery from COVID. The Ukraine war has caused great damage to the Indian economy, so instead of helping,
absolutely,
you are now further destroying the Indian economy. That's not done. You can't then hope to join the armed forces. That's a very disciplined organization. It doesn't burn public property, it protects public property. Those are opposites, polar opposites.
Absolutely, Major General G.D. Bakshi, as you're pointing out, of course, the Indian armed forces look at discipline, and this kind of vandalism is not something that will hold anybody in good stead. Thank you for joining us, Major General G.D. Bakshi. Major General Bakshi over there, of course, saying that if you have a problem, there's always a civilized way to discuss it. But even as the Bharat Bandh call does not seem to be getting any traction across various states, we are now playing out a report that we got from Patna earlier.
Much impact of the Bharat Bandh here, but a few group of people from the AISF have gathered here at the Kargil Chowk in Patna. We'll try and get in a word from them. What is their demand? ये बताइए कि आप लोगों का क्या डिमांड है?
देखिए, अभी हम लोगों ने अभी अपने आंदोलन को हम लोगों ने यहाँ समाप्त किया है। हम लोग पटना यूनिवर्सिटी से निकले थे। सुबह 10:30 बजे हम लोग वहाँ से निकले। तमाम अशोक राजपथ की दुकानें बंद हैं, आप देख सकते हैं, और व्यापक जनता का समर्थन है। हर तरफ जनता इस योजना के खिलाफ में है, और यहाँ पर भारी पुलिस वाला आप देख सकते हैं कि उसके दबाव में हमारे आंदोलन को यहाँ रोक दिया गया।
छात्र युवा का भविष्य खतरा में है, रोजगार नहीं है, ठेके पर बहाली हो रही है। अब मोदी सरकार चाह रही है कि 4 साल
lies within the country. The values of constitution is deep in trouble. Okay, so this is a matter of great concern for all the people, all the law-loving people. So we are determined to protest peacefully of all the dictatorial approach taken by this government. This is our system, this is our heritage, this is our pattern of the democracy.
All right, these pictures that we are getting are from New Delhi, where political parties have also given a call to join the Bandh. We have, of course, seen how roads are chock-a-block in Delhi. There's congestion being reported from various parts because of roadblocks that have been set up towards Gurugram as well as Noida. But these pictures appear to be coming in from a railway station right now, where protesters have gathered and are protesting against the Agnipath scheme. All right. But apart from that, largely we are seeing a very little response that's coming in for the Bandh call that's been given across various states. We're going to try and touch base with our correspondents on the ground in various states. We have, of course, been seeing reports coming in from Patna as well as Chandigarh and Jharkhand. Ranchi, we saw a report come in which appears to suggest that things are normal. But even as all of this happens, we are seeing a lot of political instigation that's coming in from leaders. Now, the JDS, of course, has released a statement which would appear to many to be very bizarre. But apart from that, we have seen political parties join the protest call that's been given. Even as this happens, there is tight security that has been put in place across various states in the country. We have seen increased security in Haryana as well as Punjab, where the police have given out strict instructions not to allow for gathering. Also, what we've seen is Section 144 was in place in Noida, and several blockages were set up to make sure that the situation does not go out of hand. A news in brief. In a mega crackdown on terror, the IGP Kashmir has said that 7 terrorists have been neutralized in the last 24 hours. Of the 7 gunned down, 4 were reported to be Pakistani terrorists. This comes as encounters have taken place across the valley in Kupwara, Kulgam and Pulwama. Ahead of the Maharashtra Legislative Council polls, the BJP leader Praveen Darekar has said that the BJP is confident of its victory because of the ruling party's strong leadership. He added that MVA leaders have not performed well in these 2.5 years. The BJP candidate for Maharashtra Legislative Council polls, Prasad Lad, has said that he's sure of his victory in the poll. Citing Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's performance in the state, he said that the people of Maharashtra were not happy with it. Congress Kisan Cell members detained by the police ahead of their protest against Prime Minister Modi's visit to Karnataka today. Congress workers were detained with their vehicle much before they could stage their protest. In view of Congress protests over Enforcement Directorate's probe against Rahul Gandhi in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper, Delhi Traffic Police issued a fresh set of advisories to commuters. Expressing grief on violence around Agnipath scheme, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra has announced to recruit Agniveers. Anand Mahindra has said that the Mahindra Group welcomes this opportunity to recruit trained and capable young people. Ahead of the Maharashtra Legislative Council polls, Congress leader Nana Patole has said that all 6 candidates of the MVA will win, while the BJP would lose due to their overconfidence and greed. Well, we are now cutting across to visuals that we are getting of the Prime Minister arriving in Bengaluru. He's got a packed schedule today. He will be at the IISc very shortly. Also, what we understand is that he has a packed itinerary. I'm going to try and go across to Sage Raj to give us more details. But as I was saying earlier, Prime Minister, of course, in Bengaluru today, he is going to be addressing various engagements today. Sage Raj is reporting live on this. Sage, give us a sense of what we are expecting today. The Prime Minister will also be launching several infrastructure projects.
Absolutely. Today you will be there in Bengaluru and tomorrow you'll be visiting Mysuru. Just now he has landed in Yelanka Air Force Station. He was been received by Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, and from here he will be visiting Indian Institute of Science, where there will be inaugurating a brain research institution inside Indian Institute of Science, and followed by that he will be going to Mysore Road, where he will be inaugurating several other development programs, including suburban railway railways, where he will set a foundation stone for suburban railways in that particular program, and followed by that he'll be visiting Mysuru, and tomorrow he'll be participating in international yoga in Mysuru Palace.
All right, so as Sagiraj is talking about, the Prime Minister, of course, has a packed two-day visit to Karnataka. He will take part in a host of events, including the laying of the foundation stone of a 148-kilometer long suburban rail ring in Bengaluru. This, of course, was conceived first nearly a decade ago. So the Prime Minister over there touching down in Bengaluru. He's also scheduled to go to the Indian Institute of Science today. That's also part of his program. So packed itinerary for the Prime Minister on his two-day visit to Karnataka.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे. तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं. एनरोलमेंट ऑफ फर्स्ट बैच विल गो लाइव ऑनलाइन on 24th of June, and before the end of the year the intake 1 of 22 for Agniveer will be enrolled.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है. 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ था.
विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं और उसके लिए अपनी जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो भी मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, वो काम ऑलरेडी शुरू हो चुका है.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन. नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन, वैंडलिज्म, नो स्पेस.
The Ministry of Home Affairs has sanctioned CRPF Y category security to 10 BJP leaders in Bihar in the wake of these leaders receiving threats amid the protests against Agnipath scheme announced by the centre. Earlier, these protesters allegedly attacked the residence of Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Renu Devi and the car of BJP MLA Aruna Devi. Bihar BJP chief and West Champaran MP Sanjay Jaiswal's house was also vandalized. Several coaches of trains were also set ablaze by the demonstrators.
Vora Congress's violence warning after bloodshed threat. Was the Agnipath conspiracy hatched? Owaisi plays politics. JDS berates the army. India rejects misinformation campaign, but opposition continues to provoke. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam.
तो जो सेलेक्टिव लीकेज करके जो ये मीडिया को दिया जा रहा है और अपनी तरीके से नैरेटिव बिल्ड करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है, ये गैर कानूनी है.
Inside ED, Rahul Gandhi remains evasive, but Vora Congress launches attack on source-based journalism. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 7 terrorists gunned down in last 24 hours. Big breakthrough in Birbhum case. CBI charge sheets TMC leader. in murder case. And well, even as protests continue in certain parts, largely peace prevails. A day after the government set the record straight that Agnipath scheme will not be rolled back, but politics continues. It's our correspondent Anuj at the protest site right now. Anuj, it's over to you to tell us about what the situation is like. The Congress blocking a train at Shivaji railway station.
Well, exactly. I'm reporting from Shivaji Bridge railway station in the national capital. Let me give you the sense of the security first and the kind of arrangement that has been made in. And as we are talking a minute before, this was none other but the Indian Youth Congress workers from Maharashtra, from Nagpur, who work here, who were protesting here and who have been detained at this point in time. Let me give you the sense from the platform. Also, there the adequate arrangement of the security and the bandobast of the security along with the Delhi police personnel, along with the railway police force, that RPF and the forces could be clearly seen. This exactly is the railway station, the platform number 2, on which the train was stopped. And there on your screen, you can clearly see the visuals coming in from Shivaji Bridge railway station. The proper bandobast of the police and the forces could be clearly seen. These were Indian Youth Congress workers from Maharashtra. What we have been told, we tried to talk to them. They were protesting against the government scheme, that's Agnipath. And yes, they have been detained now. We have given the visuals earlier. They have been detained, but more visuals we are getting from the other different area of the national capital, the Connaught Place. We have been told these are the youth workers, these are the Indian Youth Congress workers and the Congress workers who are protesting there also. On one hand, this is the Satyagrah, the Pradarshan, the Dharna, which is on at Jantar Mantar. But yes, these are the live images I'm giving you from Shivaji Bridge railway station. The adequate arrangement of the police could be clearly seen. The RPF, a railway police force, is deployed over here. The Delhi police is deployed over here. On the other hand, we can also see the forces which has been deployed here to control the situation. And as around 5 minutes back, these were the Indian Youth Congress workers who were protesting at the railway station. They stopped the train. We have given the visual. They tried to stop it. And when they were trying to do so, when they were not listening, the police detained them. They have been detained, what I have been told. They have been, some of them has been taken to the hospital also. But yes, these were the protesters of Indian Youth Congress, the workers of Indian Youth Congress from Maharashtra, from Nagpur. When we were talking to them, they told us, and they have been detained now. They have been taken to the concerned police station. We'll continue with the live images. We'll continue with the visuals. What exactly is the security arrangement that has been done on the Shivaji Bridge railway station? I'm reporting from the platform number 2 of the Shivaji Bridge railway station, where this protest held and where the Indian Youth Congress workers were trying to stop the train. Rather, they stopped the train. And there on the platform, you can clearly see, that is on my left is the bridge, is the entry of the station. That is the entry of the railway station. And there you can see the police bandobast, the arrangement which has been made in. And on the platform, if we talk about, let me give you the visuals of the platform also. This is the same platform where Indian Youth Congress workers were protesting. And these are the live images from the platform of Shivaji railway station. And there it was the same place when the train was stopped here at the Shivaji railway station by the protesters. So we are giving you the live visuals from the Shivaji Bridge railway station. The arrangement could be clearly seen. I'm walking toward the platform. This is exactly the same platform where the Indian Youth Congress workers were protesting. So the arrangement could be clearly seen. Behind me is the adequate arrangement of the forces, and we can see the CRP deployed. We can see the Delhi police deployed. We can see the RPF deployment. That's the railway police force. So all the forces deployed over here at the railway station. This is Shivaji Bridge railway station from where I'm reporting, and we have seen in the visual how the train was stopped. So this exactly is the image from the visuals from the railway station, from the Shivaji Bridge railway station where the train was stopped. These were the Indian Youth Congress worker, let me remind you again, from Nagpur, from Maharashtra. We have been talking to them. They were trying to stop the train, and that's why the adequate arrangement of the police and the RPF and the CRP could be clearly seen. The railway police force is also deployed. On the other hand, Delhi police is also deployed, and the forces could be clearly seen, the CRP could be clearly seen, who are taking care of the things now, that there should be no further movement, there should be no protest. And as we are getting these images from the Shivaji Bridge railway station showing you the security arrangement which has been done now, so that no miscreancy should happen and the protesters should not reach here, because no kind of protest is allowed. On the other hand, these are the live images, but we have been told this is not limited to Shivaji Bridge railway station, but the Connaught Place area of the Delhi is also being jammed, and there the workers of the Congress party is on the road. They are protesting against the scheme of the government, that's Agnipath. Whereas we have seen the certain meetings at none other but Rajnath Singh's, the Home Minister's residence, to sort out the issue, to spread the clear message that what exactly is the benefit of the scheme is, and how the youngsters and the youth and the Indians are going to get the benefit of the same. But to avoid this kind of miscreancy, the government is very much focused to send a clear message that what exactly this scheme is all about and how the people are going to get benefit. But on the other hand, vice versa, we are getting the images, we are getting the protest visual from different part of the country. We have seen it from the Bihar, we have seen it from the different part, and now this has been witnessed in the national capital also. National capital, this is the railway station next to New Delhi railway station. This is called the Shivaji Bridge railway station from where I am reporting, and we have seen the visuals of Indian Youth Congress workers who were protesting over here, and they have been detained now. They have been detained. This is the platform number 2 from where I am reporting, and that's on my right is the platform number 1. There also we can see the adequate arrangement of the police personnel, but this exactly is one of the entry. This is one of the entry from where the protesters came in. If we talk about the latest protests, then we talk about the Indian Youth Congress workers from Maharashtra who were protesting over here.
So, in Shivaji Bridge railway station in New Delhi, earlier in the day, the Congress High Command had said that they would be confining their protest, what they called a satyagrah, to Jantar Mantar. But now we are seeing visuals that completely contradict that statement, even as other provocative statements emerge from top Congress leaders. Right here, these are visuals from the railway station in New Delhi, very close to New Delhi railway station, where Congress workers blocked a train. They have been detained by police. Police have been successful in controlling the situation. Peace prevails now, but these are visuals of just a while back when Youth Congress workers blocked a train at a station which is known as the Shivaji Bridge railway station, very close to the New Delhi railway station. Even as various provocative statements are made by Congress leaders across the board. Our reporter Anuj just told us. And well, let's listen in to to some of the reactions coming in regarding Agnipath.
दिल्ली में सिचुएशन बिल्कुल नॉर्मल है। यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का कोई बंद नहीं है, सारे रास्ते खुले हुए हैं, सारी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट और शॉप्स खुली हुई हैं, मार्केट्स भी अभी टाइम हो रहा है तो वो भी खुलेंगी। यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की अराजकता है उसको टॉलरेट नहीं किया जाएगा। दिल्ली पुलिस पूरी तरह से तैयार है किसी भी ऐसी स्थिति में जिसमें असामाजिक तत्व हैं जो सार्वजनिक प्रॉपर्टी का डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो उसके लिए वी आर रेडी। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि दिल्ली में कोई इशू आने वाला है।
इसमें ये कहना है कि जिसके लिए बनाई है वो संतुष्ट हो जाए तो हमें क्या समस्या है, लेकिन जिसके लिए बनाई है वो बेचारा संतुष्ट नहीं है, वो चिल्ला रहा है, वो रो रहा है। तो जब तक वो रोएगा हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है कि उसकी रोने की बात, उसके दुख का विषय जो है वो हम देश के सामने रखें। और इसमें सिर्फ नौजवानों की समस्या नहीं है, नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
ಯಾರು 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋರು? ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡೋರು ಯಾರು ಇವ್ರನ್ನ? RSS ಮುಖಂಡರುಗಳು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಆರ್ಮಿಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಆರ್ಮಿಯವರು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ? ಈಗ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಅವರಲ್ಲ, ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕೋರು? RSS ಟೀಮ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕವಾಯತ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋರು, ಕವಾಯತ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವ್ರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದಿರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಅಂತ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಆರ್ಮಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಿ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ RSS ನ ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಡನ್ ಅಜೆಂಡಾ ಇನ್ನ 75% ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 11 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟು. ಅವರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಆ 75% ಅವರು ಏನಾದ್ರು RSS ನರೇ ಇದ್ದು, ಇಲ್ಲೂ RSS ನರೇ ಇದ್ದು, ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಆರ್ಮಿನ RSS ನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು.
So various leaders of various political parties making different statements regarding Agnipath. Let's listen in to what senior Congress leader Salman Khurshid has to say. He questions the character of our forces. His statement says the character of our forces has put a question mark on it. Let's listen in.
ये कहना है कि जिसके लिए बनाई है वो संतुष्ट हो जाए तो हमें क्या समस्या है, लेकिन जिसके लिए बनाई है वो बेचारा संतुष्ट नहीं है, वो चिल्ला रहा है, वो रो रहा है. तो जब तक वो रोएगा हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है कि उसके रोने की बात, उसके दुख का विषय जो है वो हम देश के सामने रखें. और इसमें सिर्फ नौजवानों की समस्या नहीं है, नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है. लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है. वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है.
So political parties continue to politicize the issue of Agnipath, making a mockery of the terms used in the scheme. Various Congress leaders making provocative statements about Agniveers. Senior Congress leaders Mallikarjun Kharge, Salman Khurshid among them. And as Republic brings you all the updates as they are happening, earlier in the day the Congress had issued a strong statement saying that they would confine their protest to the premises of Jantar Mantar, which is a designated protest site in New Delhi. Now, however, just a short while back, as we are showing you in those visuals, Youth Congress workers blocked a train. Piyush Mishra, our correspondent, to tell us about all that's happening in the national capital as far as the protests are concerned. Piyush, we were getting in updates from across the country how peace was prevailing. The Congress earlier in a statement in the day had said that it would be confining its satyagraha, what it's termed its satyagraha, to the premises of Jantar Mantar. Now, however, its leaders are making provocative statements about Agnipath, and Youth Congress workers are blocking railway trains. What is happening?
Well, absolutely. Right now we are getting these pictures coming in from Delhi's Shivaji Bridge railway station, where Youth Congress workers who have come from Maharashtra, they have blocked a train after they protested for around 10 to 15 minutes. The RPF, which was deployed there, and the paramilitary forces, those have been deployed, they detained them, and now as we are speaking, the normalcy has returned there at the railway station. The trains are functioning properly, the operations are going on properly there after the actions which was shown by the RPF and paramilitary forces, those who are deployed there. Soon after that, we are also getting these pictures coming in from Delhi's heart, and that's a Connaught Place, where these workers of Youth Congress have again reached there, and this time they are protesting against the ED summons to Rahul Gandhi. Permission has not been given to Congress workers to protest there at these important junction, important places, be it the railway station or
the market areas, busy stretches, those are there near Connaught Place. Because of these protests, the areas connecting India Gate, Connaught Place, New Delhi railway station and also Old Delhi railway station have been completely blocked. Though police personnel have reached there, the CRPF personnel have also reached there and they have detained these workers. Congress party did not have any kind of permission to go and protest there. In fact, they were told to protest only at Jantar Mantar, and we are already seeing the Satyagraha movement which is being carried out by Congress party. And yesterday they protested against the Agnipath scheme. Today they are protesting against the ED summons to Rahul Gandhi. But because of the protests which they carried out there at Connaught Place and Shivaji Bridge railway station, people are facing a lot of problems. Remember that a lot of politics is also underway on this entire issue, be it the issue of Agnipath or the issue of ED summons to Rahul Gandhi. As far as the Agnipath scheme is concerned, Congress party continues to propagate the false narrative. They continue to tell to people and also provoke them. We have seen how a few office bearers of Congress party were also arrested from Uttar Pradesh for provoking. In fact, police had also issued a statement that they were provoking two Agnipath aspirants. 5 people have been arrested from Saharanpur. This is what the senior police officer also told us. Here in Delhi also we are seeing similar thing happening, and as far as ED summons are concerned, Congress continues to protest against the ED summons and questioning of Rahul Gandhi. We'll have to wait and watch for how long this will continue. Though the government is trying its best to address all the concerns of the Agnipath, of the protesters who are protesting against the Agnipath scheme, the Defence Ministry as well as Tri Services had also done press conference yesterday, where they once again tried to bridge the gaps, also address all the concerns, where it was told to the protesters that it is in the welfare of the people who will become part of the Agnipath scheme. In fact, in longer run, it is going to benefit them. After they complete their tenure, they will be eligible for multiple job opportunities, be it the central government's different ministries or in corporates also. But protest continues to take place. At the same time, it is also important to highlight that the call which was given by various organizations of Bharat Bandh seems to be failing, because in Delhi only Congress workers blocked the rail route there at Shivaji Bridge railway station and at Connaught Place, and in other parts of the country we are seeing not much participation of people. Slowly and gradually the protests are also coming down. Few people are understanding what the government is telling them and what the defense minister is telling them, but there are some political parties who continue to fuel the fire, and because of that we are seeing in some parts of the country protest continues to take place. In national capital, situation is completely under control. The Delhi police as well as the Noida police and also Haryana police, they had put barricades there at different border points to check if any anti-social element is crossing to the Delhi or not. The sources are suggesting that the protesters who are protesting against Agnipath, they had planned to come to the central Delhi and gherao different ministries, but that has also not happened because of the alertness of all the agencies.
Well, Piyush, stay with us even as we go across to our other reporters who are on the ground at different places across the country. Ashwin joining us with the latest from down south. Ashwin, even as peace prevails, even as tight vigil is being maintained by the authorities as they take various precautions, there are pockets of, unruly behavior. In Delhi, for example, just a short while back, Congress workers came out onto the railway tracks at Shivaji Bridge railway station. What about where you are? Give us a sense of the situation there.
Unlike other states, Kerala, there is only a protest that is happening right now outside the Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram. The left parties have come together. DYFI, the youth wing of the CPM, has come forward along with the AIYF to protest against the Agnipath scheme. Now, a lot of these youngsters are standing out here, hearing the leaders speak, that stating some of the statements which has been taken on the stage is that the Agnipath scheme is in an RSS scheme. It is a scheme where RSS workers will get infiltrated into the army, and several such statements which says that this will weaken the existing regimental system of the army and the other defense forces as well. So a lot of these youngsters over here are taking part. About 1,500 youngsters are here, as the leaders are also speaking, including the mayor of Thiruvananthapuram, the youngest mayor of Thiruvananthapuram, is also here speaking against the idea of Agnipath. But let's ask some of these youngsters, probably, they are holding placards also. ഇതിന് എതിരാണോ?
ഈ അഗ്നിപഥിന്
എത്ര വയസ്സുണ്ട്?
എനിക്ക് 30 വയസ്സുണ്ട്.
30 വയസ്സുണ്ട്. എന്താ ജോലി?
ഞാൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രൈവറ്റ് മേഖലയിലാണ്.
അപ്പോൾ ഇന്ന് ലീവ് എടുത്തിട്ടാണോ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്?
അതെ അതെ.
എന്താണ് ഈ 17 വയസ്സിന് 23 ഇടയിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ കയറിയ പ്രശ്നം എന്താ?
ശരിക്കും ഈ അഗ്നിപഥം എന്ന് പറയുന്നതാണ് ഏജിന്റെ മാത്രമല്ല, ഓരോ വർഷത്തിൽ 2 കോടി തൊഴിൽ തരുമെന്നും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് ശരിക്കും BJP സർക്കാർ വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇന്നേക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ 8 വർഷം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ആകെ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത് ഇപ്പോൾ നോർമലി ഫില്ല് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള vacancy അല്ലാതെ ഒരു.
So essentially what he is saying is that 8 years of BJP, they had promised jobs, but that has not been done, and now they are saying a new scheme has come and promising that they don't believe in it, is what this young man is essentially trying to say. Likewise, there are a lot of these youngsters who are out here trying to protest, but we did speak to.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Bengaluru, just a day ahead of the International Yoga Day celebrations. He has power-packed agenda for today as well as tomorrow, when he will be in Mysuru. Right now, these are visuals we're getting you of the Prime Minister in Bengaluru, where he is inaugurating a slew of projects. A number of infrastructure projects the Prime Minister is launching today in Bangalore. It's a 2-day visit to the state of Karnataka. He is to take part in a host of events, including laying the foundation stone for the 148-kilometer-long suburban rail network in Bengaluru, first conceived nearly 4 decades ago. He'll also be leading the International Yoga Day celebrations in Mysuru tomorrow. He will also part of his agenda is the inauguration and foundation laying ceremony in the IISc, among others. Let's go across now to our correspondent Sagai Raj, who will be telling us all about the other top story of the day. That's protests by various political parties, even as their leaders make immensely provocative statements about Agnipath. Sagai, tell us what's happening there, even as, Congress leaders and even Kumaraswamy making provocative statements about Agnipath. It appears the opposition not willing to step back from its provocative stand regarding the scheme.
Yes, if you notice that Kumaraswamy, who has addressed the media yesterday in Ramnagar, has hit out on central government on this particular program, where he went on to say that who will select 10 lakh Agniveers, RSS leaders will select on, army will do the selection process. And he has also said that out of 35 of the retired force in India, it will be like Nazi. So he also compares that people who are steps out of a 4 years term and some Agnipath service, they will be termed as Nazis and they will be used like Nazis. So these kind of statements were made by Kumaraswamy hitting out of some central government on Agnipath though, and this actually adds more fuel to the fire, where people are already agitated and called for a ban in several parts of Karnataka, especially in Belagavi district, that they have called for a ban, but it was unsuccessful as police have.
So Sagar Raja, correspondent there, reporting on the situation down south. Even as you see in those visuals, Congress youth workers blocking a train at Shivaji Bridge railway station in the national capital. Just a short while back, police now have ensured that the situation is under control. Congress leaders insulting the army, making provocative statements and threats regarding bloodshed. And well, let's go in now for more breaking news. Mamata Banerjee, Chief Minister of West Bengal, says the BJP creating a cadre through Agnipath. Provocative statement there by Mamata Banerjee, TMC Supremo and Chief Minister of West Bengal, speaking out against the Agnipath scheme, saying the BJP is creating cadre through Agnipath. Mamata Banerjee repeats a statement made by other Congress leaders, made by other political leaders who have been aiming to politicize the entire introduction of the Agnipath scheme. Opposition leaders across the board clearly making statements that continue to provoke. Mamata Banerjee now says the BJP is creating a cadre through Agnipath. Joining other leaders of the opposition who continue to make provocative statements against Agnipath, even as the government has reiterated that it's a scheme that will not be rolled back, and has introduced and dealt with many of the concerns of the aspirants, such as increase in age limit, as well as creating reservations. Mamata Banerjee now comes up with a new statement regarding Agnipath, says the BJP is creating a cadre through Agnipath. Even as the Bharat Bandh called in protest against Agnipath is clearly a failure, various leaders in the opposition continue to make provocative statements. Time now for a short break.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
As per standard operating procedure, they followed the checklist, the QRH. They first announced a pan call, which means there is something abnormal but not requiring immediate assistance. Then they did the checklist, which takes a few minutes. The checklist calls for shutting down the suspected engine. They shut down that suspected engine and then they landed as per procedure on a single engine.
Just a few hours after the first mid-air SpiceJet fire accident, another SpiceJet flight was forced to turn around. Preliminary reports suggest that the cause of the cabin pressure differential not building up along with the rise in cabin altitude was the reason. The aircraft was leveled off at 6,000 feet. Prime Minister Modi will visit Karnataka today and also visit the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru, where the Prime Minister will inaugurate Centre for Brain Research and lay the foundation stone of a multi-speciality hospital. He will inaugurate the new campus of Pace University and unveil the statue. And the live visuals that we are getting to you right now of Prime Minister Modi in Bengaluru. We have Sagai reporting live also from Bengaluru. Sagai, if you can hear us, take us through Prime Minister's itinerary for the day. And as we can see in those visuals, a rousing welcome there being given to Prime Minister Modi.
Absolutely. You can see that a few minutes back he has landed in Bengaluru at the Indian Air Force Center in Sri Lanka, and from here he will be visiting
Indian Institute of Science, where he will be inaugurating Brain Research Center there. And following that, he will be going to Komagatta, where he will be inaugurating several development programs, including a foundation stone laying ceremony for local urban train in the city of Bengaluru, which will relieve serious traffic congestion in the state. And following that, he will be visiting Mysuru tonight and to the temple of Chamundeshwari temple in Mysuru. And tomorrow, he will be partaking in international yoga organized in Mysuru Palace. So he is on a 2-day visit. As you can see in the visuals, that Prime Minister, while heading towards Indian Institute of Science, there were a large number of people who were gathered to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he had waved at all the supporters and fans of the people.
Yes, Sagai, we are also being told that Prime Minister will lay the foundation stone of the Bengaluru suburban railway project as well, that is going to connect the capital city with its suburbs and satellite townships as well. If you could take us through the details. Well, we will connect with Sagai again, but the live visuals that we are getting to you right now of the warm welcome that Modi is receiving, the Prime Minister receiving, as he is in the state on a visit. And as you can see in those visuals, the flags that are being raised as Prime Minister also greeting all those people who are giving him a rousing welcome there in Bengaluru. He is, remember, on a 2-day visit to Bengaluru and will inaugurate several projects. Significant to note here that the state is also will also be going to polls very soon, and just ahead of that we have Prime Minister visiting the state and launching several projects as well. A slew of development projects that will be launched, a multi-speciality hospital as well that will be launched by the Prime Minister while he is on a visit to the state. We are told that several development projects amounting to over 15,000 crore rupees will be launched by the Prime Minister there. And this also includes a suburban railway project in Bengaluru, we are told, that will connect the capital city with its suburbs and satellite townships. So today also Prime Minister is expected to launch a slew of projects there in Bengaluru. He will leave for Mysuru today itself. Currently, as we speak, Prime Minister is in Bengaluru and receiving a warm welcome by all those supporters there who have gathered in large numbers to give a rousing welcome to the Prime Minister of the country. So Prime Minister there in Karnataka on a 2-day visit will inaugurate several projects, a multi-speciality hospital as well that will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister there. He will launch 150 technology hubs and will also be attending the 8th International Yoga Day celebrations in Mysuru, we are told. And this, in fact, we are told several development projects that he will be inaugurating in Bengaluru include dedicating India's first air-conditioned railway station, 100% electrification of Konkan railway line as well. So, several projects that will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister there. And to other top story that we are tracking this afternoon, government has set the record straight on the Agnipath scheme. India has spoken, but Vora Congress continues to provoke. And some of the visuals as well that we have been getting through the day of the Congress staging a protest in the national capital. We will go across to our reporters as well to give us the ground reports as to the situation in the national capital and in other states as well. Let me go across to... before we go to our reporters, let's play out some of the reactions we've been getting this morning.
आप देश की सेना को बेचने जा रहे हैं, इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ आप देख लीजिए आप लोग। युवा सड़क पर है और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम नहीं होने देंगे।
आज पूरा देश जल रहा है, ट्रेनें जल रही है, सरकारी संपत्तियों का भारी नुकसान हो रहा है, युवाओं पर पुलिस गोली चला रही है, युवा मर रहा है, युवाओं को खून बह रहा है। तो मैंने कहा अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ।
ಈ 7.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ನಾವು 4 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಜಿ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಲ್ಲ, ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗ, ಆ ನಾಜಿ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ದು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಇದು ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಈ RSS।
देखो अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके RSS में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं।
And as you just heard there, shameful tactics by the opposition. You had Irfan Ansari, the Congress leader, reiterating the bloodshed remark on the Agnipath scheme. H.D. Kumaraswamy, the HDS leader and former Chief Minister of Karnataka, drawing the Nazi analogy. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress MP, saying that, drawing the RSS link, saying that do they want Agniveers in the RSS? So shameful remarks and tactics there, which is at play by the opposition. This even as the centre has set the record straight when we talk about the Agnipath scheme, and which this scheme, the recruitment for which will start very soon, and centre making it absolutely clear with that there's going to be no rollback of the scheme. Well, we have Piyush also joining us to give all the latest updates. Piyush, if you could take us through the latest scenes you're seeing right now. We understand you're at the national capital where Congress continues with its protest.
Well, absolutely. We are seeing these pictures coming in from national capital where the Congress party continues to protest against the Agnipath scheme. We have seen the protest taking place there at the Shivaji Bridge railway station, where the workers of the Congress party who have come from Maharashtra, they are seen blocking the routes of railways. But right now, as we are speaking, the situation has come down under control. The RAF personnel who were deployed there, the RPF personnel and also CRPF personnel who were deployed there have detained all these workers, and now the route has been cleared. There is the normalcy has returned there. The operations of train have resumed there from Shivaji Bridge railway station. On the other side, Congress party workers also protested against Rahul Gandhi. Summons were issued to Rahul Gandhi by Enforcement Directorate, and that protest took place at Connaught Place. So there are two different protests being carried out by the Congress party. One on Agnipath scheme, another one on summons being sent to Rahul Gandhi. Fourth day of grilling of Rahul Gandhi. As we are
Piyush, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you there. Just hold your thoughts. We have Anuj also reporting live from that very location where the Congress has been staging protests. Anuj, take it away. Tell us about the scenes you are seeing right now.
Well, at this point in time, let me give you the visuals from the Shivaji Bridge railway station, where a moment before we were seeing the protest and the train was stopped. Now the things has reached normalcy and the things are under control. As the police deployment was done here, the forces were deployed. The protesters, the Indian Youth Congress workers from Maharashtra has been already detained. They were protesting over here. I'm reporting from the same railway station. This is railway station of Shivaji Bridge, and this is the platform number 1 from where I'm reporting. So now the things has become normal. The protesters has been already detained.
Yes.
But these were the
Anuj, I'm sorry, just interrupting you there. We have a guest also joining us on the phone line, Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS joining us on the broadcast. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction to this latest remark that has been made by H.D. Kumaraswamy, drawing the Nazi link here to the Agnipath scheme. How would you want to respond to that?
Firstly, you need to really understand what is the why is that Kumaraswamy had made such a strong statement. Why was the parliamentary committee not formed? Why was opposition not taken into consideration? What is that the current government was trying to hide? Are they trying to really support their masters and help RSS in future? That is exactly what Kumaraswamy is questioning. And 75% of Agniveers who are going to be trained to use weapons, to use bombs, to use to understand guerrilla warfare and all those things, they are going to be out. And who are they going to serve later? The minister in BJP, Mr. Reddy, says that they are going to become drivers, they are going to become electricians, they are going to become barbers. Do we need army to train for barbers and electricians and drivers? I don't think so. The current government definitely needs to come clean to really explain to the opposition and especially mainly to the youths of this country what is the idea behind it. What exactly are they planning? You can't really run this country like this. You must be ruling, but you are not the masters. This is exactly what BJP and RSS definitely need to understand.
Sir, the tri-services in the joint briefing, they made it absolutely clear that all these Agniveers, they will be given preference in the CAPF, they will be given preference in the Assam Rifles, and they will also be given preference when we talk about deployment for the police forces in the respective states. So all concerns have been addressed by the tri-services there.
Giving preference and giving assurance is two different things. What is preference? Even when I finished my masters, I was preferred over others. But did I get a job? Is an important question. 75% who are going to be out and open is not a small number. And second thing, from a respectable employment, you are going to unemploy those youths, ma'am. We are really creating Frankenstein.
All right,
devil.
Sir, we'll have to leave it at that. Thanks for speaking to us. Let me go back to our reporters who are reporting live from the national capital. Anuj, if I can come to you, take us through the scenes you're seeing right now. Is the Congress still staging protest right now?
Well, the protest at this point in time is over. Let me give you the sense and visuals from the railway station, from Shivaji Bridge railway station, from where I am reporting at this point in time. The moment back, these were the protesters, Indian Youth Congress workers from Maharashtra who were protesting over here. This exactly is the same track where the train was stopped by these workers. Now they have been detained. Let me tell you, the workers had been detained. The Youth Congress worker from Maharashtra has been detained. We have seen the adequate arrangement of the police. This was Delhi police personnel who was deployed over here. This was RPF, the railway police force which was deployed here. This was the forces CRP which was deployed over here. So seeing the situation on the ground, the forces deployment was seen over here, and now the protesters who were protesting here against Agnipath, the scheme of the government, has been detained and they have been taken to the concerned police station. At this point in time, we'll give you a 360 view of the railway station. The situation at this point in time is normal. The things has reached back to normalcy. There you can clearly see the movement of the train could be clearly seen. We have seen 2-3 trains moving from this particular track. So no more huddle in the place, no more huddle by the protesters. They have been detained, but this was the Indian Youth Congress protesters, the workers of Indian Youth Congress from Maharashtra who reaches here and who stopped the train. Where on the other side we have seen the same kind of visual from the Connaught Place. That too comes in the Lutyens Delhi, in the central area of the national capital, in the central Delhi of the national capital. There the Congress workers were protesting against the enforcement directorate, and there on the other hand we have seen the visuals from this particular railway station, which is Shivaji Bridge railway station, from where we have seen the visual when the protesters, the Indian Youth Congress workers from Maharashtra were protesting. This exactly is the same track. We'll give you the visual of the normalcy now, but this exactly is the same track where the train was stopped. This is platform number 2 of the Shivaji railway station, where these protesters landed, where these protesters came and they tried to stop the train, and after which these were the forces which came in action. We have seen how they were.
A quick roundup of news in brief then. Ahead of the 8th International, we will go across to our reporters again. Thank you so much for getting us all the latest on that. Ahead of the 8th International Yoga Day, Baba Ramdev said that yoga can cure diseases and takes forward the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, raising his voice in support of Centre's Agnipath scheme. Baba Ramdev said protests should not be violent. BSP Supremo Mayawati raked up the issue with the BJP over the Agnipath scheme, said that despite the scheme being linked to the country's security and soldiers' self-respect, the way BJP leaders have been making unrestrained statements is unfair. An HDFC bank was looted by Union Beg your pardon, an HDFC bank was looted by unknown persons in Kathua district in Jammu and Kashmir. The police have registered a case against the unknown gunmen who carried out this loot. In a press conference, Congress leader Ajay Makan said that Delhi has turned into a fortress. He added that the BJP government has been insulting the unemployment of the youth. The Congress party, meanwhile, has sent a notice to Nirmala Sitharaman, Amit Shah as well as Kiran Rijiju stating that selective leakage is not good for investigations.
तो जो सेलेक्टिव लीकेज करके जो ये मीडिया को दिया जा रहा है और अपनी तरीके से नैरेटिव बिल्ड करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है, ये गैर कानूनी है.
Amid the violent protests against the Agnipath scheme across the country, BJP decided to clear the misconceptions prevalent among the youth regarding Agnipath scheme and educate them about the benefits. And also tracking closely Prime Minister's visit to two-day visit to Karnataka. The visuals that he got you just a short while back showed the rich welcome that Prime Minister received in Bengaluru. In fact, those are the visuals in which you can see Prime Minister greeting his supporters there. We have Sagai reporting live from Bengaluru. Sagai, if you could take us through the finer details of Prime Minister's itinerary for the day. Well, we will go across to Sagai again, but those are the visuals in which you can see Prime Minister waving to his supporters there as they've gathered in large numbers to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. A slew of schemes that will be launched by the Prime Minister during his two-day visit to Karnataka. Today, the Prime Minister will be leaving from Mysuru, but these are the visuals of Prime Minister Modi in Bengaluru of Prime Minister there receiving a warm welcome in Bengaluru as he can be seen stopping there to greet his supporters, his fans who've gathered in large numbers to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister there. And in the visuals in which you can see the Prime Minister launching a project and also the officials there taking the Prime Minister through the finer details of the project and schemes that are being launched by the Prime Minister in the state. We will go across to Sagai as well to get us more details of Prime Minister's itinerary for the day in Karnataka. But in the visuals that we are getting to you right now, Prime Minister there can be seen taken through the details of the schemes that are being launched in Bengaluru there. A lot of projects that will be launched by the Prime Minister while he is in Bengaluru. We are told 150 technology hubs will be launched by the Prime Minister. He will also be dedicating India's first air-conditioned railway station. 100% electrification of Konkan railway line will also be launching, as I just said, 150 technology hubs. Other than that, the Prime Minister will be laying the foundation stone for multiple rail and road infrastructure projects in Bengaluru. And this evening, the Prime Minister will be leaving for Mysuru and attend a public function at Maharaja College ground, we are told. So there are several schemes and projects being launched by the Prime Minister there. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, also joins us on the phone line. Abhishek, if you could take us through the significance of Prime Minister's visit to the state, several crores of projects that are set to be launched by the Prime Minister while he's in Karnataka today.
Well, yes, the Prime Minister is in Karnataka today and tomorrow, Samiksha, and tomorrow, of course, is the big one, the participation in the International Yoga Day, and the Prime Minister would be leading the celebrations by performing yoga like he does every year, and every year one new place is selected, so this time it's Mysuru. Prime Minister essentially in Karnataka at Bengaluru as of now, at the IISC, the Institute of Sciences, Bengaluru, and their Center for Brain Research is being inaugurated. The Prime Minister having look at it,
Apart from that, he would be laying a foundation stone of the Bakchi Parthasarthi multi-speciality hospital. This again would be in Bengaluru, after which he would go on to the B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics at the Base University, and
Yes.
he would be inaugurating the new campus of the institute. That's what's lined up during his Bengaluru leg. Apart from this, he would be dedicating to the nation about 150 upgraded ITIs, which are
All right.
modeled more like tech hubs. So that's how the visit really pans out. And projects worth about 27,000 crore rupees being inaugurated, Samiksha.
Yes, Abhishek, thank you so much for getting us all those details.
In a massive crackdown on terror, Jammu and Kashmir police have launched an operation in a bid to nab all the terror-linked suspects. The crackdown comes ahead of Amarnath Yatra as Jammu and Kashmir police with its crisis response team, Special Operation Group, along with Central Reserve Police Force is carrying out search and cordon operation.
एक मुहिम चलाई जा रही है जिसमें कि जितने भी जो सस्पेक्ट्स हैं जो टेररिज्म रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज़ में शामिल थे उन पे नज़र रखी जा रही है और हम ये पूरी यात्रा जो है अच्छे तरीके से कराएंगे, पूरे सुरक्षित तरीके से कराएंगे.
With the Amarnath Yatra set to begin on June 30, forces are now maintaining a stricter vigil to thwart any untoward incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the government has set the record straight on the Agnipath scheme. India has spoken, but the opposition continues to provoke. Unapologetic over the bloodshed threat, Vadra Congress, even more shocking defense, has now raised questions as to whether the conspiracy was pre-planned. And joining the misinformation brigade, while Kumaraswamy insulted the army with the RSS link, Mamata Banerjee touted the scheme as the BJP recruitment scheme, while OVC further politicized the move and questioned the scheme.
आप देश की सेना को बेचने जा रहे हैं, इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ है। आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग युवा सड़क पर है और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम लोग नहीं होने देंगे।
आज पूरा देश जल रहा है, ट्रेनें जल रही है, सरकारी संपत्तियों का भारी नुकसान हो रहा है, युवाओं पर पुलिस गोली चला रही है, युवा मर रहा है, युवाओं को खून बह रहा है। तो मैंने कहा अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ.
ಈ 7.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ನಾವು 4 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ದೇಶ.
After the completion of the 4 years, they will be sent home. No pension benefits will be given. See, after 4 years, what they should do? They are going to be unemployed youths. That is why the old system may be continued, where pension benefits are given. That is why they are opposing. That is why Congress party is supporting their just demand.
Sir, opposition party leaders also claiming that this is a model which has been followed in Nazi system. They are trying to replicate the same model in here in India also.
Which one?
This Agnipath.
Agnipath. That is why the demand of the youths who are agitating, it is just demand according to us. That is why we are supporting that demand. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So several reactions coming in on this Agnipath scheme, even though the centre, in fact the tri-services have clarified several doubts of the aspirants when we talk about recruitment via the Agnipath scheme, and there the opposition continuing with its tactics. H.D. Kumaraswamy there drawing the Nazi comparison and the RSS link that has also been drawn there by Kharge. Slipping into a very short break, but Congress propaganda over the Agnipath scheme continues unabated.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM president was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
Top headlines this afternoon as government sets record straight on Agnipath, dismisses rollback rumours, India stands with the Agniveers. Shameful provocation continues, Vadra Congress insults Indian Army, questions character of forces. But Vadra Congress remains unmoved, repeats bloodshed across India threat. After bloodshed and violence threat, Congress blocks train in the national capital. Owaisi plays politics. Kumaraswamy insults army, compares Agniveers with Nazis. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam. Sonia Gandhi next. And our top story this afternoon as government sets record straight on Agnipath, dismisses rollback rumours, India stands with the Agniveers, latest tracking all the political reactions that are also coming in when we talk about the politics that is in full play with regard to the Agnipath scheme. Several comments there being made by the Congress leaders. JDS also saying, drawing the Nazi analogy when we talk about the Agnipath scheme. Kharge also insulting the armed forces and making several controversial remarks. So several reactions coming in, and we continue to track and get you all the ground reports as protests also continue in the national capital by the Congress. We will go across to our reporters as well to get us all the latest from the ground. But lot of reactions coming in there. The Congress leader reiterating his bloodshed remark. Kharge insulting the army. Salman Khurshid there questioning the character of the armed forces. And in the other visual, you can see how the Congress workers blocked the train in Shivaji railway station. So we will go across to our reporters as well as opposition continues with its politics and smear campaign when we talk about the Agnipath scheme. Several reactions as well that are coming in. HD Kumaraswamy drawing the Nazi comparison. and several other Congress leaders as well, other than JDS, who are also making several such controversial remarks. Irfan Ansari, for that matter, the Congress leader, reiterating his bloodshed remark. HD Kumaraswamy, as I just said, drawing the Nazi comparison. Mallikarjun Kharge saying, drawing the RSS link here, saying, do they want Agniveers in the RSS? So several such statements there being made by the opposition as we speak. And we will get you more ground updates as we will go across to Anuj as well as Harsha and Piyush, who are there on the ground tracking all the latest on the big story that we are tracking this hour. In fact, we have Prakash, I'm told, joining us from Patna. Prakash, tell us what is the latest that you're picking up?
Well, I'm joined by Deputy CM of Bihar, Tarkishore Prasad, to speak to us on the issue that is plaguing Bihar, in particular, the recent protest, violent protest that has taken place. Tarkishore ji, ये देखा गया है कि बिहार में पहली बार देखा गया 15 साल में हमने अनुभव किया कि कानून व्यवस्था बिल्कुल चरमरा गई। पूरा बिहार जल रहा था, लेकिन शासन प्रशासन बिल्कुल सुस्त था, जो कि जिसका आरोप आपके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष ने भी लगाया। आपके डिप्टी सीएम रेणु देवी और प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के घर पर हमला बोल दिया गया।
देखिए, प्रारंभिक दौर में इतना सब अचानक हुआ कि मुझे लगता है कि ये अनुमान से परे था, लेकिन जब इस तरह के हमले होने शुरू हुए तो सरकार ने कार्रवाई की है, और उस कार्रवाई के कारण ही आपने देखा होगा कि जो शेष जिले हैं वहाँ पर सुरक्षा बढ़ाना और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को और दृढ़ करना, दंगाइयों की गिरफ्तारी और उस पर बल प्रयोग करके दंगाइयों को खदेड़ना, इस तरह के कार्य हमारी सरकार और हमारा प्रशासन ने किया है। लेकिन शुरू के जब यह दंगा प्रारंभ हुआ तो मुझे लगता है कि कुछ समझने में विलम्ब हुआ या उसके कारण वो
नहीं, लेकिन आपके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर संजय जायसवाल ने सीधा आरोप लगाया कि प्रशासन के लोग मिले हुए हैं और बीजेपी कार्यालय पे हमला हुआ, और उसके बाद जेडीयू ने आरोप लगा दिया कि संजय जायसवाल जो है आपके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वो मेंटल बैलेंस खो चुके हैं। अब तल्खी बढ़ गई है बीजेपी जेडीयू में।
दोनों चीजों को बहुत स्पष्ट तौर पर देख रहे हैं कि हमारे माननीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर संजय जायसवाल जी, बेतिया में जो घटना हुई और जो और भी जो 3-4 जिले हैं जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जिला कार्यालय को क्षति पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया गया, सिर्फ खास तौर पर उन जिलों के लिए उन्होंने कहा था, पूरे बिहार के परिप्रेक्ष्य में उन्होंने नहीं कहा था। और वास्तव में जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय को लक्ष्य करके उसे नुकसान पहुंचाया गया, तो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के नाते जो पीड़ा थी उसको उन्होंने व्यक्त किया। लेकिन जो हमारी एनडीए की सरकार है तो उसने जो शेष जगह पर सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को भी मजबूत करने का काम किया, और जहां घटना हुई थी वहां भी हम सबों ने।
लेकिन जेडीयू के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने यह बयान दिया कि संजय जायसवाल आपके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष मेंटल बैलेंस खो चुके हैं, वो अपना यूपी और हरियाणा में देखें।
नहीं, देखिए, ये स्पष्ट तौर पर उनको इस तरह के बयानों से बचना चाहिए। जो इस तरह के बयान दिए हैं, आपने जो नाम बताया है, वो बचना चाहिए था। मैं तो अभी भी कर रहा हूँ, और मैंने व्यक्तिगत तौर पर भी सभी अपने जो नेता हैं उनको आग्रह भी किया है कि इस तरह के बयानों से बचना चाहिए। हम लोग एक बड़े उद्देश्य लेकर बिहार के नव निर्माण में हम सबों की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। हम लोग साथ मिलकर नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में काम किए हैं। केंद्र में भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में विगत 8 वर्षों में हम सबों ने एक बड़ी लंबी रेखा हमारी सरकार ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में खींची है। तो जब बड़े उद्देश्य के लिए हम सब साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं तो इन बयानों से बचना चाहिए, चाहे किसी भी स्तर के हमारे नेता हों। तो मैंने कहा भी, हम सभी से कहे हैं, सभी जो अपने साथी उनसे भी मैंने आग्रह किया कि इस तरह के बयानों से बचें, क्योंकि हम बड़े उद्देश्य के लिए।
Now viewers, the government has set the record straight on Agnipath scheme and India has spoken, but the opposition continues to provoke. Unapologetic over the bloodshed threat, Vora Congress, even more shocking defense has now raised questions as to whether the conspiracy was pre-planned. And joining the misinformation brigade while Kumaraswamy insulted the army with the RSS link, Mamata Banerjee touted the scheme as a BJP recruitment scheme, while Owaisi further politicizing the move too questioned the scheme as well. Let's take a look.
आप देश की सेना को बेचने जा रहे हैं, इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ है। आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग युवा सड़क पर है और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम नहीं होने देंगे।
आज पूरा देश जल रहा है, ट्रेनें जल रही है, सरकारी संपत्तियों का भारी नुकसान हो रहा है, युवाओं पर पुलिस गोली चला रही है, युवा मर रहा है, युवाओं को खून बह रहा है। तो मैंने कहा अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ।
ಈ 7.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ನಾವು 4 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಜಿ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಲ್ಲ, ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗ, ಆ ನಾಜಿ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ದು ಆಗಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಇದು ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಈ RSS।
देखो अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके RSS में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं।
Well, there you have it, viewers. In fact, the developing story with respect to the Agniveer scheme that we are tracking for you, and we have our correspondents on the ground who are also joining us on the broadcast, getting you the latest when it comes to what's really happening on the ground and the protests that had also broken out, the bandh that has been called for today. And I'm being joined by Itinerary, Harsha and Sagaraj as well from across the country. And let me go across to Harsha first. Harsha, you have been tracking this story very closely from the beginning. On the ground, there is a bandh that has been called for, but it is a complete flop, isn't it? That there are people still not with the people who are calling this bandh, not with the people who are inciting the people on the ground and creating violent like situation across the country.
Exactly. There were many groups who tried to incite the protesters and tried to call the bandh. But if we talk about National Capital, in National Capital, the Market Association has taken the decision to open the market and not support this bandh. However, we saw in National Capital, the Shivaji Bridge, 2 trains were stopped by protesters.
Harsha, stay on with us. Our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining us on the broadcast, and we are looking at the notification that has been sent out by the army as well. Abhishek, over to you. If you could also walk our viewers through what this notification is all about.
Well, so government really moving forward, Priyanka, and coming out with the notification for enrollment, recruitment of Agniveer under the Agnipath recruitment scheme. Essentially, the rollout of Agnipath happening now. What is clear is that it's a 19-page notification. It talks about the start of the process of recruitment of Agniveer, and it says that online registration is mandatory. All candidates have to log in, and if they want to join the Indian Army, and there's a website given which is called joinindianarmy.nic.in, which is .nic.in, and the registration will be opened from July onward by respective AROs, as in those regional offices, Army Regional Recruitment Offices. This is for general duty, Agniveer Technical in Aviation, Ammunition, and Agniveer Clerk, Storekeeper, and Technical. So I think all these requirements being given, and it's 10th pass for most and 8th pass as per ARO rally schedule for the tradesmen. So this is what is coming out of the joinindianarmy.nic.in website. Enrollment is going to be under the Army Act 1950. There are more details about service conditions, their pension gratuity, which is not applicable, of course. Then leave, uniform, discharge, enrollment for regular cadre, employability, annual leave. They would be getting 30 days per year of annual leave. And apart from that, pay and allowances are specified, as was mentioned in the press conference when the scheme was announced, a customized package of rupees 30,000 per month. There would be applicable allowances as well, apart from the salary based on the posting. That would be in the first year. Second year would be 33,000. Third year would be 36,500. And the fourth year would be 40,000 rupees, plus, of course, the allowances that continue. And from the above package, about 30% would be deposited as part of the corpus, which is to be given at the end of 4 years, completion of 4 years, equally matched, of course, by the Government of India contribution. Then this is going to be called the Seva Nidhi package, about 11 or 12 lakh rupees. Then there would be allowances, and there is life insurance cover of 48 lakh rupees. This is going to be for the entire period of or the entire duration of the service, which is 4 years. And apart from that, termination and other conditions are given in. Procedure is for applying online only, and the age relaxation is included now from 17.5 years to 23 years. That's the entire period of 5.5 years for which candidates are eligible, which includes which includes the relaxation that was given to include those aspirants who could not appear in the last 2 years due to pandemic, and also Priyanka, other physical requirements like they go with any army exam, running of 1.6 kilometers, height, weight, all those things are given in. So what this underscores is, Priyanka, that the government is not going to be cowed down by these protests, and particularly the motivated campaign being carried out by the opposition. And as Army had made it clear yesterday also during the prior services press conference, all the three services, that character certificate is a must, and there has to be a pledge given by the candidates appearing that there are no police cases against them. So this really excludes all these vandals who have indulged in arson and damage to public property, thinking that they would be able to hoodwink and blackmail the government and somehow manage to force the government to take the scheme back, which is not happening. The coming out of this notification is essentially proof that the government has firm resolve to make sure that its objective of having leaner forces in service of India, in defense of India over the next decade fructifies, and that no amount of blackmail really succeeds. There are going to be some other relaxations given, as I can see. For example, if those candidates who have NCC certificate, either ABC or proof of participation in the Republic Day parade, they get some relaxation or some extra credits and helps them become Agniveer. Similarly, if there are some sports certificates and those that list is there, and apart from that, there are bonus marks which are to be given for service sons of ex-servicemen, and those NCC certificates, as I said, among other things. So in all, the government coming out with the dates. In fact, I can go on and tell you the dates, that 1st October 2022 is taken as the date effective for determining the age, and with other requirements for that the candidate would need to complete. I think a lengthy process for the tradesmen, it's 8th class pass candidate, and for the Agniveer in the fighting arms, so 10th class pass certificate, and then there are instructions if you go on, including a small one, that candidates should not be having tattoos on their body. I think it's a very comprehensive one. There is a clause on vaccination certificate also, that all candidates appearing for the rally, recruitment rally, wherever it happens, should be fully vaccinated for COVID-19 and should be carrying the vaccination certificate as well. This is how it really pans out. But obviously the date is still to be brought out. But what is important is the government has kick-started the process of Agnipath recruitment scheme, coming out with this notification for the Agniveer for all the three services, to Priyanka.
Well, that's right, Abhishek. I'm looking at the notification and it is right there in black and white. Yesterday as well, we saw that very important press conference where the tri-services officials, in fact, had come out and clarified that there is absolutely no room for vandalism and for this kind of public good damaging that these people are doing. But let me also go across to our correspondents on the ground. Anuj, Aneri, Sagaraj, Harsha and Ashwin also joining us on the broadcast. But to you first, Anuj, let's speak about this notification, because there has been a lot of misinformation and a propaganda campaign that is being done by the political parties as well. But it is right here in black and white. The fine print is there for the aspirants to read now to understand what really the Agniveer scheme is all about. And this time as well, what really can you speak to us more about the notification and the details the army has sent out in this notification as well, as far as Agniveer is concerned?
Well, as you pointed it out very rightly, that there has been miscommunication within the people that what exactly this particular services is all about and what is Agnipath all about is. So that is something to make it clear now. The notification is there in our hand, and notification we can go through the things. In notification it has been made in very much clear that the process is going to be started. It is all going to be started from July 2022, what we are reading. Online registration is going to be mandatory. That is written in the notification. The services has been defined, that who exactly is going to play what role is being defined, whereas employability has been defined, leaves have been defined. Everything, that how the candidate or the student or the one who is applying for the same is going to be enrolled in the same, and what exactly are going to be the services of the same, how the annual leaves will be given, what is going to be the pay scale, everything has been defined in this particular notification. There the things have been made in very much clear that the online registration is going to be mandatory. And now as we are talking, we have seen earlier how the meetings after meetings was done by the tri-services chief, as well as there was a meeting with none other but Raksha Mantri himself. So the government of India has taken the next step now. Government of India has made it very much clear that if there is any misconception, if there is any confusion, then this is the notification how the things are going to go ahead with the thing. And these are the rules and regulation for the same. This exactly has to be done in July. This is going to start. The date we are waiting for, what exactly is going to be the date, but the online registration will be done, and there the government and the defense ministry has made it very much clear that how the things are going to be taken ahead. Yes.
Right, Anuj, very important what you're pointing out right now. And as I'm also reading through this entire notification, it is completely clarified as to what the Agniveer scheme is really all about. But let me also bring in Aneri at this point. Aneri, you were covering all these violent protests that had broken out in Secunderabad as well. And apart from that, several protesters also not having too much information about what Agniveer scheme is all about. Now, there is a pay scale mentioned here, allowances mentioned here, the medical insurance that is to be done of the Agniveers, that all of that is mentioned here, the severance packages as well. So could you speak to us a little bit about how the protesters are now responding to this, how the people on the ground are responding to this? Are they still angry? Are they still having questions? What can you tell us more?
Well, definitely a lot of angles being covered in this, and all complete details being given in regard with the Agniveer scheme, which has been announced by the government. And now that the notification also has been issued, we see that this is a completely online process which has to be done. But as you mentioned about the protest which happened on the 17th of June here at the Secunderabad railway station, where there were near about 2,000 agitators who jumped onto the platforms at Secunderabad railway station and came with an intention to damage the complete property. The public property was completely damaged, and also at the same time many of them did not know what exactly the Agniveer scheme is. But also what we have been seeing, that these agitators were provoked, and also they were highly influenced by many of them. And so the police officials have as of now arrested 46 people, but there are still many of them who are roaming out, but they still do not have a clear picture in regard with what Agniveer scheme is. And also they have been saying that they want the exams to be conducted, but as the government also has been announcing that now the age limit has also been increased to 23. Earlier it was from 17.5 to 21, but now it has been increased to 23.
Aneri, sorry to cut you short there, but at this point we are tracking that story very, very closely, and we are taking a small break now, but we will be coming back to all of you to get the latest on what's really happening with Agniveer.
Government now out with a notification of Agnipath that how the things are going to go ahead. Keep watching Republic TV. This is non-stop rolling coverage. We'll be back after our short break. Stay tuned.
A quick roundup of news in brief. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Sunday met with his Bangladeshi counterpart Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen for the 7th India-Bangladesh Joint Consultative Commission meet. Both leaders mutually marked strengthened bilateral ties and signalled a better relationship in all possible aspects in the near future.
Today, Bangladesh is our largest development partner. It is our largest trade partner in the region. It is our largest visa operations overseas. And that really underlines every aspect of our cooperation. And we, in turn, are your largest export destination in Asia. And I'm glad to see that your exports have doubled to $2 billion this year.
As a massive accident was averted after a Delhi-bound SpiceJet flight made an emergency landing at a Patna airport after catching fire mid-air, the chief of flight operations of the airline lauded the pilots for handling the situation well, further stating that the Directorate General of Civil Aviation will probe the matter.
In France, Emmanuel Macron's numbers look grim in the legislative polls as he is predicted to fall short on achieving the majority. In the final round of the parliamentary elections, the results will determine the ease with which he could pursue his goals and policies in the current presidency.
Cutting across live images that we are getting of the Prime Minister, who is in Bengaluru today. And my colleague Sagaraj has been reporting on the entire visit of the Prime Minister. Sagaraj, over to you. What really is happening right now? The itinerary of the Prime Minister. Take our viewers through it all.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Bengaluru, and as we speak, we can see the visuals that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inaugurating this
statue of B.R. Ambedkar in the city. Initially, when he visited, he had visited the Indian Institute of Science, where they had inaugurated a brain research center, and following that, on the way to Kumagutta, he has inaugurated the Ambedkar statue. Followed by that, he will be also inaugurating laying foundation of local urban trains in the city of Bengaluru.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
As per standard operating procedure, they followed the checklist, the QRH. They first announced a pan call, which means there is something abnormal but not requiring immediate assistance. Then they did the checklist, which takes a few minutes. The checklist calls for shutting down the suspected engine. They shut down that suspected engine, and then they landed as per procedure on a single engine.
Just a few hours after the first mid-air SpiceJet fire accident, another SpiceJet flight was forced to turn around. Preliminary reports suggest that the cause of the cabin pressure differential not building up along with the rise in cabin altitude was the reason. The aircraft was leveled off at 6,000 feet. Prime Minister Modi will visit Karnataka today and also visit the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru, where the Prime Minister will inaugurate Centre for Brain Research and lay the Stories from across the world in brief. Despite all the measures taken to ensure preparedness against agitatory actions, the calls for Bandh seem to have failed across several states, with no disruptions to the ordinary lives of citizens across major cities. Security has been beefed up in several states amid the call for Bharat Bandh given by organizations who are protesting against the Agnipath scheme of recruitment for defense services. In the wake of the call for Bharat Bandh against Agnipath scheme, railway services have been majorly impacted as trains were blocked by the Congress party workers at the New Delhi railway station. Shameful provocation continues as senior Congress leader Salman Khurshid waded into the Agnipath row. Called the Agnipath scheme a moment of crisis, senior Congress leader questioned the armed forces' character, suggesting that the Agnipath scheme may be a part of the hidden agenda of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. The former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy compared the scheme as an attempt by the RSS to take control of the army on the lines of the Nazi party in Germany. Now, after days of misinformation campaign, the army has sent out the notification in black and white. Whoever needs to understand the Agniveer scheme can go through it. Getting you details on the other side.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
Top headlines at this hour as government sets record straight on Agnipath and dismisses rollback rumours. India stands with Agniveers. Shameful provocation continues. Vadra Congress insults Indian Army, questions character of forces. But Vadra Congress remains unmoved, repeats bloodshed across India threat. After bloodshed and violence threat, Congress blocks trains in national capital. Opposition insults nation first scheme. Kumaraswamy insults army, compares Agniveers with Nazis. Round 4 of the Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam. Sonia Gandhi next. We are live and breaking this Monday afternoon. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's go to the top story at this hour as government sets record straight on Agnipath, dismisses rollback rumors. India stands with Agniveers, but shameful provocation continues. Vora Congress insults Indian Army, questions character of forces. Now this is continuing as the Indian Army has also released the Agnipath recruitment notification. You can see that on the left of your screen. The Agnipath notification is out, viewers, and which has spelled out the details of employability, benefits and more in the notification. But Khurshid questions the charitra or character of the army. Vora Congress continues to insult and keep insulting, in fact, and the opposition at the same time holding a Bharat Bandh. Security has also been, in fact, beefed up in several states amid the call of Bharat Bandh given by some organizations who are protesting against the Agnipath scheme of recruitment for defense services. So this is something which is continuing, and we are tracking the story minute by minute on Republic. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in on this big story.
इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ आप देख लीजिए। आप लोग युवा सड़क पर है और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम लोग नहीं होने देंगे।
आज पूरा देश जल रहा है, ट्रेनें जल रही है, सरकारी संपत्तियों का भारी नुकसान हो रहा है, युवाओं पर पुलिस गोली चला रही है, युवा मर रहा है, युवाओं को खून बह रहा है। तो मैंने कहा अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ।
ಈ 7.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ನಾವು 4 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಜಿ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಲ್ಲ, ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗ, ಆ ನಾಜಿ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ದು ಆಗಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಇದು ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿರೋದು ये आरएसएस।
देखो अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं।
Our reporters are on ground and they are on ground right now and tracking the story minute by minute. Joining me is Piyush and also Anuj from New Delhi as well. I want to go across to Anuj first. Anuj, take us through what is happening right now on ground.
Well, if we talk about the ground, then the situation is a bit normal, but we were getting the visuals from different locations of the national capital. We have seen the same in the Connaught Place area, and we have seen the same at the railway station in the national capital. This was Shivaji Bridge railway station where the protesters was there. These were the Indian Youth Congress workers from Maharashtra who were protesting over there. They stopped the train. Later, they were detained. But on the other hand, the latest what we are getting and latest what we are breaking is that the notification which has been given by the government of India. Now the things are being made in very much clear by the government that what exactly it is going to be. If we talk about the Agnipath, because the several visuals we were getting from different areas in the national capital as well as from across the country is the protest against the Agnipath. There was some miscommunication, there is some misunderstanding. To clear the same, now the government has came out with a notification also, in which the notification is making it clear how the things are going to go ahead. There it has been mentioned how the services are going to be given. There it has been mentioned that how the pay scales is going to be. There it has been mentioned about the leaves and all the criteria for the candidate. Back to you.
Right, let me go to Piyush now. Piyush, we are seeing swift developments happening today. Notification is also out, but the opposition there continuing to attack the scheme after even the chiefs have said it's a great scheme for the youth of a country. Piyush.
Well, absolutely. We are continuously seeing these pictures coming in of the Congress party workers holding protest. We saw how the protest was carried out there at Shivaji Bridge railway station where the train was stopped. On the other side, the government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. There are multiple points those have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government as to how Agniveers would be benefited after their 4 years tenure completed. Yesterday, we also saw how all trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but we are still seeing the protest continues to take place. At one side, the government is trying its best to address all the concerns and tell to all the people who are part of Agnipath scheme that how beneficial it is going to be. On the other side, the political parties continue to fuel fire to the kind of protests those are taking place. In fact, we also got these pictures and also information as to how a few Congress leaders were also arrested by the Saharanpur police who were trying to provoke the real aspirants of Agnipath. Now we'll have to wait and watch for how long this is going to continue. The government continues to tell to Agniveers, the people who will take part in Agniveers, that after their 4 years of tenure come to an end, they will be given priority in many government services.
Right, Piyush.
The 10% reservation has already...
Piyush, I'm also being joined. Hold on, Piyush. I want to go across to Thiruvananthapuram, where my colleague Ashwin is also getting us the latest. Ashwin, in Thiruvananthapuram, we have seen many people request that the exam be the one which is delayed. It should not be postponed anymore. And also, many had actually marched to the Raj Bhavan demanding that the centre ditch the Agnipath scheme. So, what is happening today, Ashwin?
What we witnessed in Thiruvananthapuram a few hours ago was the DYFI taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan. You know, they called all their local units to take part. About 1,500 youths had come forward, and in that, the speech which is given by some of the leaders, the top leaders in the state, stated the following: one, the Agnipath scheme is an RSS recruitment scheme. Now, these are the political, political rhetorics that are being called out. The Agnipath scheme is fascist move. The Agnipath scheme will destroy the reputation of the Indian Defence Forces. The Agnipath scheme is a way to get more RSS workers from the army to RSS. Now, these are some of the lame, rhetorics that was being called out on the street when thousands of youths are absorbing these wrong information. But with the recruitment, the notification that has come forward, it's quite interesting, must say, because it is very exhaustive. There are 6 different types of Agniveer which has been mentioned in this. You know, the 6 different types of Agniveer, and each of them, like if you look at the Agniveer tradesman, an 8th standard pass can apply as an Agniveer, with just a 33% mark can apply as an Agniveer under the category of tradesman. A 10th standard Agniveer can get into a 4 years course, and after 4 years, and after that he gets an equivalent of a +2 certification plus a skill certificate and 10 lakhs in hand when he goes out. Now, 48 lakh worth rupees insurance that has been covered when during the time he is serving for this 4 years. And what's also interesting is the fact that if you look at very carefully at these 6 categories, you look at these are the ancillary services which the defence forces in the country also require. For instance, there is technical aspect of Agniveer. Only +2 students, only those who graduated from +2 can apply for that. Then there is non-technical things like storekeeper, tradesman, and all these schemes. So these, if you look at it, you understand anybody who is a 10 standard pass and just 4 years of service, you get 10 lakhs in hand after 4 years, you get a +2 equivalent certification, you get a skill certification, and more importantly, the reputation of being part of the defense forces of the country for 4 years. What else could the youth of this country would want is what definitely any common citizen would ask.
Right.
But unlike that.
Hold on, Ashwin. We're getting some more breaking news right now. Another Congress Neta abusing PM Modi. Another Congress Neta there abusing PM Modi, saying Modi Hitler ki maut marega. Very, very strong and abusive statement coming there, viewers. This is another shocking statement there from a Congress Neta, viewers. In fact, it's extremely shocking. Extremely shocking. The opposition there continue to target PM Modi and the centre over the Agnipath scheme. And they are not stopping, viewers. They are not stopping. Now, this is not the first one. In fact, they are unapologetic over the bloodshed threat. Earlier, there was a bloodshed threat being made, and even now, more shocking defense is coming in. It's difficult for me to even, in fact, read it out. But what I just read out, saying Modi, Hitler ki maut marega. Let's have a look at what exactly was said on record.
की सरकार मोदी जो मदारी के रूप में इस देश में आके और पूरी तरह से तानाशाही स्वरूप में आ गया है। मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुड्डा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी। ये देश कांग्रेस पार्टी शहीदों की परंपरा की पार्टी है। फंसाया जाए, हमें इस बात को याद रखना होगा कि भाजपा हमारी दो चुनी, तीन चुनी हुई सरकारों को कैसे गिराने का काम किया है। और यह लुटेरों की सरकार मोदी जो मदारी के रूप में इस देश में आके और पूरी तरह से तानाशाही स्वरूप में आ गया है। मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुड्डा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी। ये देश कांग्रेस पार्टी शहीदों की परंपरा की पार्टी है। फंसाया जाए, हमें इस बात को याद रखना होगा कि भाजपा हमारी दो चुनी, तीन चुनी हुई सरकारों को कैसे गिराने का काम किया है। और यह लुटेरों की सरकार मोदी जो मदारी के रूप में इस देश में आके और पूरी तरह से तानाशाही स्वरूप में आ गया है। मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुड्डा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी। ये देश कांग्रेस पार्टी शहीदों की परंपरा की पार्टी है। फंसाया जाए, हमें इस बात को याद रखना होगा कि भाजपा हमारी दो चुनी, तीन चुनी हुई सरकारों को कैसे गिराने का काम किया है। और यह लुटेरों की सरकार मोदी जो मदारी के रूप में इस देश में आके और पूरी तरह से तानाशाही स्वरूप में आ गया है। मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुड्डा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी। ये देश कांग्रेस पार्टी शहीदों की परंपरा की पार्टी है। फंसाया जाए, हमें इस बात को याद रखना होगा कि भाजपा हमारी दो
Coming out. I'll just tell exactly what he said, viewers. Modi Hitler ki maut marega. Modi Hitler ki maut marega. That was a statement coming in from a Congress neta. And earlier, in fact, remember that Irfan Ansari, Congress MLA, had earlier also stoked a controversy by warning of bloodshed over the Agnipath recruitment scheme. So we are getting back-to-back statements on this. I would like to go across to my correspondents who are on ground. Anuj, we heard that terrible statement come in right now. Straightforward abuse to the Prime Minister of a nation.
Well, this is not the first time when we are seeing such kind of language being used by the Congress party. This is like a repetition of the same, and this is now, this time, Subodh Khan Sai of the Congress party who is using and coming out with this kind of term and using this kind of language where he is saying that Modi Hitler ki maut marega. This is something which is making it very much clear the Congress party mindset about the chair, the respect about the chair, the respect of the chair of the Prime Minister. So this is not the first time. We have seen Ansari using these kind of language. We have seen Subodh Khan Sai using this kind of language. We have earlier seen the Congress party leadership, whether being it Manishankar Iyer to Navjot Singh Sidhu, whether being it Sandeep Dixit. So we have seen such kind of languages being used by the Congress party leadership earlier also, and this is repetition of the same. Whenever government used to take any kind of action, or whenever government used to come out with any kind of scheme, whether being it about Article 370, whether being it about the Ram Mandir initiative, whether being it about now the Agniveer and the Agnipath scheme. So now this is the same line which has been taken by the Congress party, and now this is Subodh Khan Sai, the Congress leader, who is saying there that Modi, the Prime Minister of country, Hitler ki maut marega. So this is the kind of language which has been used by the Congress party, and as I have been telling you that this is not the first time. This is the mindset of the Congress party. We have seen it earlier also, that the respect of the chair which should be done, because he is the Prime Minister. If we talk about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is Prime Minister of the country. He is not Prime Minister of Bharatiya Janata Party. He is not the Prime Minister of Congress party, or he is not the Prime Minister of any other party, but he is the Prime Minister, and that's the value of the chair. That's the respect of the chair. But we are seeing such kind of language, such kind of terminology, such kind of bizarre statement being again and again used by the Congress party workers and the Congress party leadership. Now this is Subodh Khan Sai. Subodh Khan Sai of the Congress party is now coming out with this kind of bizarre statement where he's saying Modi Hitler ki maut marega. So that is something what we have been seeing earlier also. Such kind of bizarre statement used by the Congress party leadership earlier in the past also. Ansari coming out with a bloodshed statement. So these are the lines which have been taken by the Congress party, and as I have been telling you that this is not the first time. Subodh Khan Sai now coming out with these kind of bizarre statements. Subodh Khan Sai now coming out and disrespecting the chair of the Prime Minister. Subodh Khan Sai now sometime calling Prime Minister Narendra Modi a Madari, sometime calling Prime Minister Hitler, and saying that ke Modi Hitler ki maut marega. These are the lines which has been taken by Subodh Khan Sai, the Congress leader. So the Congress leadership, again we are seeing on the back foot, again we are seeing with same kind of mindset and the strategy coming out. We have seen the Congress protesters. We have seen the Congress party protesting across the country. We have seen the Congress party, Indian Youth Congress workers from Maharashtra today early in the morning stopping the train. But there the government of India is making their agenda clear. There the government of India coming out with a notification is making it more clear that what exactly in Agnipath scheme is, what exactly is going to be the benefit for the youth of the country and for the people of the country. That is something which has been made in by clear by the Defence Ministry and the Tri Services Chief. So this is something which has to be kept in mind, where on the one side the government is trying to put it down on the ground, to make it understand to the people on the ground that there should be no miscommunication, there should be no misconception what exactly the scheme is all about. That's why the notification also has been issued, that how it is going to work and how the things are going to be taken ahead. But on the other hand, we are seeing such kind of bizarre statement that has been used by the Congress party leadership. There, one Congress MLA, Mr. Ansari, coming out with the line of bloodshed. There, Subodh Khan Sai, the senior Congress leader, is coming out with these kind of bizarre statement where he is disrespecting the chair of the Prime Minister, that's none other but Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he's taking the name, calling Prime Minister Narendra Modi a Madari, calling Prime Minister Narendra Modi a Hitler, and saying that Modi Hitler ki maut marega. So these are the lines which has been taken, and as I have been repeatedly telling this, that this is not the first time when such kind of language or such kind of statement is being used by the Congress Party leadership. We have seen the controversial leader of the Congress Party, that's none other but Digvijay Singh. We have seen Manishankar Ayya, we have seen Navjot Singh Sidhu, we have seen Sandeep Dixit calling army chief Gali Ka Gunda. So we have seen all these kind of languages and the terminology and the statement which has been used by the Congress Party earlier in the past also. So this is repetition of the same now. This time this is Subodh Khan Sai of the Congress Party. Subodh Khan Sai, the senior leader of the Congress Party, who is coming out with such kind of bizarre language.
I want to go across to Piyush. Piyush is also in New Delhi right now, tracking this development minute by minute, and Piyush has been tracking every development from New Delhi. Piyush, we just heard a Congress neta openly insult, and a very, very terrible insult at that, a shameful tactic by him. At the same time, Piyush, we are seeing that the Delhi Traffic Police has also issued an advisory for the commuters, because today the opposition has called a Bharat Bandh as well, Piyush. Piyush, can you hear me?
I think.
All right, I think we are having some trouble getting to Piyush right now. But viewers, what we are telling you right now and showing you is extremely shocking. We are seeing a terrible statement, a shameful tactic coming from a Congress neta who said, and it is in fact shameful for me to even say this out loud, but he said Modi, Hitler की
इसी तरह से आर्मी में बनाया था कॉन्सेप्चुअल, उसका क्या भविष्य होगा और क्या होगा, तो इसीलिए ये कहावत हमने कही है
सर। लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर को ऐसा कमेंट करना बिल्कुल उचित नहीं
कही है हमने। ये आपको समझना चाहिए कि जो आदमी में इतना दम नहीं है, ये राजनाथ सिंह हो या नरेंद्र मोदी, कि पहली बार उन्होंने आर्मी चीफ को और तीनों सेना के पदाधिकारियों को आगे करके और इसको डिफेंड कर रहा है। ये सेना के पदाधिकारी ने बनाया है या ये रक्षा मंत्रालय ने बनाया है या मोदी जी ने बनाया? सेना हम लोगों के लिए अल्टीमेट सम्मान का सूचक रहा है। उनको राजनीतिक तौर पे डिफेंड करने के लिए भेज के सेना के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं।
सर, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर की ओहदा बहुत ज्यादा होता है सर। प्राइम मिनिस्टर का ओहदा इज द मोस्ट प्रेस्टिजियस पोजीशन इन द कंट्री। उनके लिए ऐसा बोलना सर इनअप्रोप्रिएट है। विल यू अपोलोजाइज फॉर योर कमेंट सर? आप माफी मांगिए। जिंदाबाद।
मैंने जो कहावत कहा है वो कहावत है।
राहुल गांधी तेरे नाम।
सर, आप अपना कमेंट वापस नहीं लेंगे?
किससे क्या हमने कहा है? कहावत कभी वापस होता है?
कहावत कभी वापस नहीं होता है। Exactly, that's the comment. In fact, he said that he will not withdraw his comment and he will stay firm with his statement. And what he has said on the Prime Minister of India will certainly stand by. And he's completely dismissing the very fact that he used a derogatory comment on the Prime Minister. In fact, he says, and he defends his comment by saying that that is a phrase that he had used. And in fact, he stands by it. He justifies it.
Well, Sumi, you're reporting live for us, Sumi, and we have got that confrontation live on Republic TV, Sumi. It is very shocking, Sumi, that Subodh Kant did not even apologize. He is remaining unapologetic, Sumi.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we asked him in the end. Will he apologize for his derogatory remark on the Prime Minister of our country? And he said that he will certainly not. And in fact, he said कि मैंने जो phrase बोला है वो I will not take it back. I will not withdraw it. I will not roll it back. And that is what he said. In fact, he stands by it with every ounce of confidence that has in him. And in fact, that was Subodh Kant. He made that statement while he was allowed for a speech from the Congress stage at Jantar Mantar. Remember, this entire protest is a joint protest, which is also for the Agnipath scheme and for the ED summoning that has been happening against Rahul Gandhi. All of these leaders have gathered here. However, Subodh Kant went and crossed that line. He went to give a speech to the workers who have gathered here in huge numbers. However, he crossed that line and he मोदी को हिटलर से, आपको लगता है ये अप्रोप्रिएट कमेंट था?
100% है, क्योंकि हिटलर ने भी एक खाकी करके संगठन इसी तरह से आर्मी में बनाया था, कॉन्सेप्चुअल। उसका क्या भविष्य होगा और क्या होगा, तो इसीलिए ये कहावत हमने कही है।
सर, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर को ऐसा कमेंट करना बिल्कुल उचित
कही है हमने। ये आपको समझना चाहिए कि जो आदमी में इतना दम नहीं है, ये राजनाथ सिंह हो या नरेंद्र मोदी, कि पहली बार उन्होंने आर्मी चीफ को और तीनों सेना के पदाधिकारियों को आगे करके और इसको डिफेंड करा रहे। ये सेना के पदाधिकारी ने बनाया है या ये रक्षा मंत्रालय ने बनाया है या मोदी जी ने बनाया? सेना हम लोगों के लिए अल्टीमेट सम्मान का सूचक रहा है। उनको राजनीतिक तौर पे डिफेंड करने के लिए भेज के सेना के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं।
सर, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर की ओहदा बहुत ज्यादा होता है सर। प्राइम मिनिस्टर का ओहदा इट इज द मोस्ट प्रेस्टिजियस पोजीशन इन द कंट्री। उनके लिए ऐसा बोलना सर इनअप्रोप्रिएट है। विल यू अपोलोजाइज फॉर योर कमेंट सर? आप माफी
मैंने जो कहावत कहा है वो कहावत है।
राहुल गांधी तेरे नाम।
सर, आप अपना कमेंट वापस नहीं लेंगे?
किससे क्या हमने कहा है? कहावत कभी वापस होता है?
हिटलर से, आपको लगता है ये अप्रोप्रिएट कमेंट था?
100% है, क्योंकि हिटलर ने भी एक खाकी करके संगठन इसी तरह से आर्मी में बनाया था, कॉन्सेप्चुअल। उसका क्या भविष्य होगा और क्या होगा, तो इसीलिए ये कहावत हमने कही है।
सर, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर को ऐसा कमेंट करना बिल्कुल उचित
कही है हमने। ये आपको समझना चाहिए कि जो आदमी में इतना दम नहीं है, ये राजनाथ सिंह हो या नरेंद्र मोदी, कि पहली बार उन्होंने आर्मी चीफ को और तीनों सेना के पदाधिकारियों को आगे करके और इसको डिफेंड करा रहे। ये सेना के पदाधिकारी ने बनाया है या ये रक्षा मंत्रालय ने बनाया है या मोदी जी ने बनाया? सेना हम लोगों के लिए अल्टीमेट सम्मान का सूचक रहा है। उनको राजनीतिक तौर पे डिफेंड करने के लिए भेज के सेना के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं।
सर, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर की ओहदा बहुत ज्यादा होता है सर। प्राइम मिनिस्टर का ओहदा इट इज द मोस्ट प्रेस्टिजियस पोजीशन इन द कंट्री। उनके लिए ऐसा बोलना सर इनअप्रोप्रिएट है। विल यू अपोलोजाइज फॉर योर कमेंट सर? आप माफी
मैंने जो कहावत कहा है वो कहावत है।
राहुल गांधी तेरे नाम।
सर, आप अपना कमेंट वापस नहीं लेंगे?
किससे क्या हमने कहा है? कहावत कभी वापस होता है?
Subodh compares Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Hitler and doesn't even feel apologetic about his obnoxious comment that he has made. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
In France, Emmanuel Macron's numbers look grim in the legislative polls as he is predicted to fall short on achieving the majority. In the final round of the parliamentary elections, results will determine the ease with which he could pursue his goals and policies in the current presidency. Firefighters are struggling to contain wildfires amid a heat wave not experienced often this time of the year. Authorities have evacuated from 15 small villages as a precaution, with high temperatures not expected to drop for a few more days. Discussions for Ukraine becoming a member of the European Union scheduled to start soon, with leaders of the 27-nation bloc deliberating on recommendations for the country to be a part of the Union. The Ukrainian president calls the upcoming week historic, saying it would be one of the most fateful decisions in Ukraine's history.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM President was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. The Indian government has satisfied.
There's a massive protest that has started by the DYFI after one of their leaders, who was a Rajya Sabha member and also the DYFI national president, A.H. Rahim, was arrested by the Delhi police after he was protesting in Delhi against the Agnipath scheme. Large number of youngsters have gathered around. Top left leaders are on the stage also.
No impact of the Bandh here on the roads of Patna. Administration is maintaining a tight vigil as well as the security arrangements has been done.
Not a massive success for the organizations who had called for a Bharat Bandh. In 7 states, the police has already been on high alert, and clear message for the protesters who are resorting to vandalism and not doing a peaceful protest against the Agnipath scheme.
Says record straight on Agnipath that dismisses rollback rumours. India stands with Agniveers. Shameful provocation continues. Vadra Congress insults Indian Army, questions character of forces. But Vadra Congress remains unmoved, repeats bloodshed across India threat. After bloodshed and violence, a threat, Congress blocks trade in national capital. Opposition insults Nation First scheme. Kumaraswamy insults army, compares Agniveers with Nazis. Violence, insults and now abuse. Congress resorts to abuse tactic. Neta abuses PM Modi. Round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom, a struggle for profit scam. Sonia Gandhi next.
प्रधानमंत्री ने राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया है और ये जो प्रौद्योगिकी केंद्र हैं जिनको प्रधानमंत्री ने राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया है वो पूरे कर्नाटक में औद्योगिक प्रशिक्षण संस्थानों आईटीआई में परिवर्तित करते हुए इन प्रौद्योगिक केंद्र को विकसित किया गया है जिन्हें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया। तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी 2 दिनों के कर्नाटक के दौरे पर हैं जिसमें आज पहले दिन वो राजधानी बेंगलुरु में हैं और कई विकास परियोजनाओं की आधारशिला रख रहे हैं, उद्घाटन कर रहे हैं।
Yeah, you can see in the visuals that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Kumgata in Bangalore University, where he'll be participating in various inaugural programs, and today he'll be participating in the foundation laying ceremony of local urban trains in the city of Bengaluru, which will decongest the traffic jam in the city. Following that, he will be also addressing a huge gathering at Kumgutta. After that, he will be leaving to Mysuru, where he'll be visiting Chamundeshwari Temple, and tomorrow he'll be participating.
में हैं जहां पर उन्होंने कई परियोजनाओं की आधारशिला रखी है, साथ ही उद्घाटन किया है। आगे भी 2700 करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा की जो परियोजनाएं हैं उनका शिलान्यास और उद्घाटन उनके कार्यक्रम में शामिल है। और इसके साथ ही आज वो एक जनसभा को भी बेंगलुरु में संबोधित करने वाले हैं। और प्रधानमंत्री ने ऐसे सिलसिले में बेंगलुरु की दौरे के दौरान 150 प्रौद्योगिकी केंद्र भी राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया है, जो कि तकनीक के लिहाज से अगर देखा जाए, देश में तकनीक के इस्तेमाल और उसकी शोध को बढ़ावा देने के लिहाज से अगर देखा जाए तो 150 प्रौद्योगिकी केंद्र जो हैं ये काफ़ी अहम हैं। उसमें कई तरह के शोध, कई तरह के अध्ययन शामिल हैं। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी कई तरह के शोध, कई तरह के अध्ययन शामिल हैं।
He is here to inaugurate a slew of programs. Prime Minister who reached Bengaluru today was received by the Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, and you can see his visuals there with the Chief Minister. He's there launching a slew of programs in Bengaluru. He will be dedicating India's first air-conditioned railway station here. He will also be talking about 100% electrification of Konkan railway line, also launching 150 technology hubs. Those are just some of the few programs that he will be launching in Bengaluru. And getting an update in the Varanasi violence probe, Congress linked to violence over Agnipath is now out. The police has made NSUI student leader Rahul Raj the main conspirator. Rahul Raj is the main conspirator. FIR has been registered and police are looking out for Rahul Raj. Now, NSUI student leader Rahul Raj has been named as the main conspirator in the violence. Main conspirator in the violence in Varanasi. So the huge Congress link now comes out. The violence that broke down in Varanasi, and we even saw visuals of young men who had covered their faces, and they had actually been they'd gone breaking down buses at the bus depots in Varanasi, and those visuals had come out from Varanasi. Piyush joins us on the story. Piyush, NSUI student leader being named as the main conspirator behind the violence in Varanasi. What's more?
Well, absolutely, Sucharita. This is the information which we are right now picking, and that's the confirmation also given by the police authorities there in Varanasi that NSUI leader has now been made as the main conspirator of the violence which took place in Varanasi. He and FIR also been registered. This is the second arrest of a big leader of the Congress party. Remember that earlier NSUI leader was arrested from Saharanpur, where he was arrested by Saharanpur police for allegedly provoking the real aspirants of army, and now again we are seeing as to how another arrest has been made, and that's from Varanasi, where the top leader of NSUI from Varanasi has been made the big conspirator. The police have also registered a FIR against him, and further investigations are underway. So this exposes as to how there is a planned thing which is going on. Everything has been planned by these political parties to provoke the students. We are already getting these pictures from different parts of Uttar Pradesh, from Bihar, where there are good number of protesters who are seen torching railway stations, vandalizing railway stations, and also putting buggies on fire. In fact, they are also seen blocking highways. Today, a Bandh call was also given by various organizations, but fortunately, no such big incident has been reported from any part of the country so far as if we talk about today. But multiple trains have been cancelled. Now the Varanasi police has come out with a statement saying that an NSUI leader has been made as the big conspirator in the violence which had broken out there in Varanasi, and FIR has been registered. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation in this case is further going to take place. Sucharita.
Right, Piyush, because we're also showing to our viewers the visuals of Rahul Raj along with senior Congress leaders, and what comes across is this clear link between the violence and Congress, and it comes on a day when again certain comments are being made against the Prime Minister, very clearly an anti-Modi political an anti-Modi politics which comes into foray, be it Agnipath, be it the ED questioning of Rahul Gandhi?
Well, like you rightly mentioned that how there is a planned protest which is being carried out by the leaders who are linked with the Congress party. In fact, NSUI leaders have now been arrested from Saharanpur and now Varanasi. Today itself we saw as to how good number of NSUI workers had gathered there at a railway station in national capital near Shivaji Bridge railway station. They had stopped the train, but because of the alertness of the authorities there, the protesters were detained, after which we also saw the pictures coming in from Connaught Place where the entire market area was blocked by the protesters. Now we are getting this piece of information from Varanasi where NSUI leader has been made a conspirator in the violence which had broken out in Varanasi. Like I earlier mentioned, this is the second big arrest of a Congress leader from Uttar Pradesh. Earlier from Saharanpur, NSUI leader was also arrested. He was allegedly seen provoking the aspirants. In fact, the police is also on radar of multiple leaders who have got links with many political parties. Many of them are from Bihar also. We have seen how there are links of RJD, Papu Yadav's party links have also come out. So at one side, government is trying its best to address the concerns of these aspirants. On the other side, the political parties continue to fuel fire to the agitation which is going on. Today is the day when we have not seen violence on massive level. In fact, a Bandh call was given by various organizations, but fortunately not such a big incident has been reported from any part of the country. But yes, another piece of information which we are right now picking is that an NSUI leader has been arrested by the Varanasi authorities, and he has been made as a big conspirator. FIR has been registered in this entire case. We'll have to wait and watch how things are going to further proceed. Today, the Congress party workers protested in national capital. They are at Shivaji Bridge railway station where they tried to stop the trains. On the other side, government continues to request to agitators to listen to the benefits also of this entire Agnipath scheme. Sucharita.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM President was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A quick roundup of news in brief. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Sunday met with his Bangladeshi counterpart Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen for the 7th India-Bangladesh Joint Consultative Commission meet. Both leaders mutually marked strengthened bilateral ties and signaled a better relationship in all possible aspects in the near future.
Today, Bangladesh is our largest development partner. It is our largest trade partner in the region. It is our largest visa operations overseas. And that really underlines every aspect of our cooperation. And we, in turn, are your largest export destination in Asia.
Hyderabad police gave an update on the vandalization of trains in Secunderabad and said that what had started out as 300 agitators grew to at least 2,000 over the course of the incident. The police further added that coaching centers in the city were involved in the protest.
मसौढ़ी में सीधे हम लोगों को 3 कोचिंग संचालकों की भूमिका सामने आई है और उसमें आरक्षण कोचिंग संस्थान है, DDS है, यथार्थ है। तो इन पर FIR दर्ज किया गया मसौढ़ी थाने में और पुलिस के द्वारा जो उचित कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है। अन्य कोचिंग संस्थान जो हैं उनकी भूमिका की जांच हम लोग कर रहे हैं। गिरफ्तार लोगों का जो कॉल डिटेल्स है, मोबाइल्स का और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप का चैटिंग है, उनके आधार पर हम लोग कर रहे हैं और अगर संपुष्टि होती है किसी भी संस्थान की तो उस पर हम लोग FIR दर्ज करेंगे और कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे।
The police in Gwalior arrested at least 50 people by accessing CCTV footage from the concerned areas. The operator of a physical trainer club was arrested under suspicion of instigating the youth. Demonstrators gathered in the national capital as Congress leader Rahul Gandhi was called in for questioning by the ED for the 4th day. The Congress continued its protests at the Jantar Mantar, moving away from demonstrations outside the ED office in the national capital. Chairman of the Mahindra Group, Anand Mahindra, announced the company's offer to recruit youth from the Agnipath scheme upon being released after their duty. Banners held to welcome the Prime Minister were blacked out by activists in Bengaluru as the messages in the posters happened to be in Hindi. The activists were arrested as a deterrence by the police. As per the latest reports, 8 people were killed in Assam as a worsening flood situation is witnessed in the state, bringing the death toll up to 62 people. At least 37 lakh people have been affected in the various ways as a result of the natural disasters. A major ruckus was witnessed at the BJP's office in Gwalior, with workers of the party opposing the manner in which candidates were chosen for the civic body polls in the town. An investigation was ordered after pro-Pakistan slogans were allegedly raised while AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi arrived at Ranchi, with a joint committee chaired by the district magistrate and superintendent of police set up to ascertain the report. A total of 4 terrorists were neutralized in the encounter that was undertaken in Kupwara, with incriminating material, arms and ammunition recovered from the area. And we are quickly slipping into a short break, but on the other side, shameful provocation continues. And why do we say that? Vadra Congress insults Indian Army, questions character of forces. But Vadra Congress remains unmoved, repeats bloodshed across India threat.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
As per standard operating procedure, they followed the checklist, the QRH. They first announced a pan call, which means there is something abnormal but not requiring immediate assistance. Then they did the checklist, which takes a few minutes. The checklist calls for shutting down the suspected engine. They shut down that suspected engine and then they landed as per procedure on a single engine.
Just a few hours after the first mid-air SpiceJet fire accident, another SpiceJet flight was forced to turn around. Preliminary reports suggest that the cause of the cabin pressure differential not building up along with the rise in cabin altitude was the reason. The aircraft was leveled off at 6,000 feet. Prime Minister Modi will visit Karnataka today and also visit the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru, where the Prime Minister will inaugurate Centre for Brain Research and lay the foundation stone of a multi-speciality hospital. And the news that's coming in from Himachal Pradesh, a cable car accident that has taken place in Himachal. Tourists are stranded in Solan's Parvanu. Parvanu, that is the place that is known for the trolley rides, and tourists are stranded there in Solan's Parvanu. So the cables... We have Amandeep joining us for more on this. Amandeep, tell us what exactly is happening in Parvanu right now. We're showing those visuals from Parvanu.
Well, Sharda, this is the accident taken place in Parvanu, the timber trail, which is a restaurant having a cable car, and in fact the cable car met with an accident. Meanwhile, tourists have been stranded there, and in fact the entire administration of the school has stepped into the services for the rescue operation. As we can see in our visuals, tourists have been trying to just evacuate from this cable car, which is in the midway, just because this is a hotel which is having a cable car. In fact, this cable car is joining two mountains. One side of the hotel is the downhill and another side of the hotel is the uphill. And in fact, that cable car took the tourists from downhill to uphill. But now, when they met with an accident, certain tourists are stranded in the cable car, and even administration has launched the rescue operation to evacuate the entire tourists who are stuck in the midway. And in fact, tourists have been stranded in the Timber Trail restaurant. And in fact, now the entire administration, police, everyone is on the spot to launch the rescue operation to evacuate the tourists. And meanwhile, the technicals of the cable car, they are also trying to repair it so that at least without taking any kind of risk, the tourists, the 6 to 7 tourists which are stranded in the cable, they can be evacuated at the earliest. Yes, Charita.
Right, and a time of the year where the entire trolley must be full, because there will be tourists flocking that area for the trolley ride. But 6 to 7 people, as Amandeep is telling us, stranded mid-air after the technical glitch took place. And there are now evacuation process underway. Thank you so much, Amandeep. And as we slip into a short break, on the other side, round 4 of Rahul Gandhi grilling in freedom struggle for profit scam. Sonia Gandhi next.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM President was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
We're going back to those visuals that are coming from Parwanu in Himachal Pradesh, where tourists are stranded in Solan's Parwanu. You can see those visuals on your screen where people were taking a trolley ride, and because of some technical glitch, now they are stranded mid-air, and an evacuation process is underway to get those passengers to safety. Amandeep, tell us more. We can see those visuals, but this must be an entirely scary process, because those tourists who had gone there for a holiday now struck midway.
It's very scary, just because this ropeway is located in Parwanu, just a few kilometers from Chandigarh. And in fact, Sucharita, this is the most favored and the nearest tourist place for the tourists from Chandigarh, just few kilometers from Chandigarh. And even on the weekends, even on the weekdays, in this region, this is one of the favorite places of the tourists where they can travel in just one day. And in fact, now when the technical glitch happened and those 6 to 7 tourists have been stranded in the midway, just because this is a timber trail hotel and resort which actually is connect from downhill to uphill. And in fact, this is the trail, the ropeway is the connectivity. And due to some technical glitch, 6 to 7 tourists have been stranded in the midway. And in fact, now the rescue operation has been launched by the administration as well as the resort technical team also. They are trying to clear the technical glitches so that at least ropeway can be taken at one side, either upway or downside, just because this is a very risky, as you have rightly mentioned, and the evacuation process is taken, is being carried out by all kind of precautions so that at least no loss should be faced during the evacuation. Yes, Sucharita.
All right. We will get back on those visuals again, because the evacuation process still going on. As Amandeep is telling us, a very, very popular place for tourists and also for people from Chandigarh. But now tourists stranded mid-air, and they are being taken out. The evacuation process is underway. And we'll get you more on that story, but now quickly slipping into a short break. But on the other side, opposition insults Nation First scheme. Kumaraswamy insults the army, compares Agniveers with Nazis.
A quick roundup of news in brief. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Sunday met with his Bangladeshi counterpart Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen for the 7th India-Bangladesh Joint Consultative Commission meet. Both leaders mutually marked strengthened bilateral ties and signaled a better relationship in all possible aspects in the near future.
Today, Bangladesh is our largest development partner. It is our largest trade partner in the region. It is our largest visa operations overseas. And that really underlines every aspect of our cooperation. And we, in turn, are your largest export destination in Asia. And I'm glad to see that your exports have doubled to $2 billion this year.
As a massive accident was averted after a Delhi-bound SpiceJet flight made an emergency landing at a Patna airport after catching fire mid-air, the chief of flight operations of the airline lauded the pilots for handling the situation well, further stating that the Directorate General of Civil Aviation will probe the matter.
In France, Emmanuel Macron's numbers look grim in the legislative polls as he is predicted to fall short on achieving the majority in the final round of the parliamentary elections. Results will determine the ease with which he could pursue his goals and policies in the current presidency. Firefighters are struggling to contain wildfires amid a heat wave not experienced often this time of the year. Authorities have evacuated from 15 small villages as a precaution, with high temperatures not expected to drop for a few more days. Discussions for Ukraine becoming a member of the European Union scheduled to start soon, with leaders of the 27-nation bloc deliberating on recommendations for the country to be a part of the Union. The Ukrainian president calls the upcoming week historic, saying it would be one of the most fateful decisions in Ukraine's history.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM President was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive straight into the top stories at this hour on Republic Superfast 50. With all the different measures taken to ensure preparedness against any agitatory actions, the calls to enforce a Bharat Bandh over the Agnipath seem to have failed across several states, with little disruption to the lives of citizens being witnessed across major cities. Security has been beefed up in several states amid the call for a Bharat Bandh given by some organizations who are protesting against the Agnipath scheme of recruitment for defense services. This even as the army has moved forward and already issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers, meaning that there is no chance now of a rollback. In the notification, a no vandals imperative has also been made clear. In the wake of the call for a Bharat Bandh against the Agnipath scheme, railway services have been targeted as trains were blocked by the Congress party workers near the New Delhi railway station. Meanwhile, a number of political statements have been made over the Agnipath scheme, including by former Karnataka Chief Minister Kumaraswamy, who equated it with the Nazi effort, and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who claimed that the BJP is trying to create a cadre with the Agnipath scheme. Meanwhile, after the shocking abusive statement against PM Modi by a Congress MLA from Jharkhand, another Congress leader, Subodh Khan Sahai, was also seen resorting to filthy abuse against the Prime Minister, uttering the words, "He will die a Hitler-like death."
हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
Shameful provocation continues as senior Congress leader Salman Khurshid waded into the Agnipath row. Calling the Agnipath scheme a moment of crisis, Khurshid claimed it had put a question mark on the character of the forces.
It's unfortunate. The protests are unfortunate. It's very sad that it had to reach this stage. When communications break down, protests happen. They should have communicated with these people. These are not unknown people. These are people who've lined up for selection. For 2.5 years, they are waiting for recruitment. They have reached the final stages of recruitment. So they could have been called. They could have been talked to. They could have been brought into a dialogue, and then they could have been, if they had some serious concerns, those concerns could have been taken into account.
Suggesting that the Agnipath scheme may be a part of a hidden agenda of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh or the RSS, former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy compared the scheme as an attempt by the RSS to take control of the army along the lines of Hitler's Nazi party in Germany. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi was confronted with several documents collated by the ED as evidence recovered so far in the Freedom Struggle for Profit case in order to get his version. The Wayanad MP has been called in today for the 4th round of grilling. In a fresh development pertaining to the Birbhum massacre case, the CBI has filed a charge sheet against 18 persons, including Trinamool Congress's Rampurhat block president Anarul Hussain. The latter has been booked under various sections of the Indian Penal Code, including section 302, and he's been arrested as the main accused in the case. While the Congress continues to distance itself from any violence and vandalism but backs the protest against Agnipath, it is clear now that a Congress link is also out as per the police. The UP cops have booked a top NSUI leader and accused him of being a main conspirator in Varanasi. A manhunt is on now for Rahul Raj. With the Maharashtra Assembly, a bank was looted in Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir. An HDFC bank outlet was looted by unknown persons in the Hatli More area of Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district. As per an initial estimate, at least 1 crore rupees was looted by the robbers at gunpoint. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Karnataka's Bengaluru to inaugurate and lay the foundation stones for several rail and road infrastructure projects worth over 27,000 crore rupees. He will also be in Mysore tomorrow to participate and observe the International Yoga Day. Some of the banners that were put up to welcome the Prime Minister in Bengaluru were blacked out by activists there, as the messages in the posters happened to be in Hindi. These persons who blacked out the posters were arrested as a deterrence measure by the police. The Hyderabad police gave an update on the vandalism of trains in Secunderabad and said that what had started out as a 300 agitator protest grew to a 2,000 agitator protest over the course of the incident. The police further added that coaching centers in the city were allegedly involved in the protests as well.
को 3 कोचिंग संचालकों की भूमिका सामने आई है और उसमें आरक्षण कोचिंग संस्थान है, DDS है, यथार्थ है। तो इन पर FIR दर्ज किया गया मसौड़ी थाने में और पुलिस के द्वारा जो उचित कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है। अन्य कोचिंग संस्थान जो हैं उनकी भूमिका की जांच हम लोग कर रहे हैं। गिरफ्तार लोगों का जो कॉल डिटेल्स है, मोबाइल्स का और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप का चैटिंग है, उनके आधार पर हम लोग कर रहे हैं और अगर संपुष्टि होती है किसी भी संस्थान की तो उस पर हम लोग FIR दर्ज करेंगे और कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे।
The police in Madhya Pradesh's Gwalior arrested at least 50 people by accessing CCTV footage from the concerned areas of the Agnipath protests. The operator of a physical training club was arrested under suspicion of instigating the youth as well. Chairman of the Mahindra Group, Anand Mahindra, has announced that the company intends to recruit youth from the Agnipath scheme upon their being released after their 4-year tenure. The Congress has continued its protest at the Jantar Mantar, moving away from the demonstrations outside the ED's office in the national capital for the time being at least. But the protest is hardly solely at Jantar Mantar. Youth Congress stopped a train at the Shivaji Bridge railway station next to the New Delhi railway station as well. Leaders of the Congress from Chhattisgarh also left for New Delhi to join the protest being held at the Jantar Mantar. Senior party leaders and the likes of Salman Khurshid and Mallikarjun Kharge also issued statements as they joined the Congress's so-called Satyagraha, this time for Agnipath. As per the latest reports, 8 people were killed in Assam as the flood situation in the state is witnessing a continued worsening, bringing the total death toll to 62 people. At least 37 lakh people have been affected in various ways as a result of the natural disaster. A major ruckus was witnessed as the BJP's office in Gwalior, with workers of the party opposing the manner in which candidates were chosen for the civic body polls in the state. An investigation was ordered after pro-Pakistan slogans were allegedly raised while AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi arrived at Ranchi with a joint committee chaired by the district magistrate and the superintendent of police set up to probe what had been witnessed. A total of 4 terrorists were neutralized in the encounter that was undertaken by the security forces in Kupwara, with incriminating materials, arms and ammunition also recovered from the area. Members and workers of the Congress party in Karnataka who were planning a ghairao stunt ahead of the Prime Minister's visit to the state today were arrested preemptively by the Chikmagaluru police. The Jammu and Kashmir police released details of a major crackdown on terror suspects ahead of the Amarnath Yatra in the state, with the Amarnath base camp, one of the areas, being searched. As per the Kashmir IGP, a number of Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized in just the last few days.
मुहिम चलाई जा रही है जिसमें कि जितने भी जो सस्पेक्ट्स हैं जो टेररिज्म रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज़ में शामिल थे उन पे नज़र रखी जा रही है और हम ये पूरी यात्रा जो है अच्छे तरीके से कराएंगे, पूरे सुरक्षित तरीके से कराएंगे.
With MLC elections ongoing in Maharashtra, BJP leader Praveen Darekar said that the BJP was confident of its victory and that the MVA would lose. The BJP has fielded 5 candidates while the MVA has fielded 6 candidates for the total of 10 seats.
जनता पार्टी 100% या ठिकाणी 5ही जागा त्या ठिकाणी जिंकतील याविषयी आमच्या मनात तिळमात्र शंका नाही.
Congress leader Nana Patole meanwhile said that the MVA was sure to win the MLC polls owing to the greed and overconfidence of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
देखो, महाविकास आघाड़ी के पास वोटों की पूरी संख्या है और जिस तरह से ये चुनाव बीजेपी ने लगाया है और उनको जो अति महत्वाकांक्षा है पैसा और केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग, इसके आधार पर चुनाव जीतने की जो महत्वाकांक्षा लेकर बीजेपी काम कर रही थी और उनको जिस तरह से घमंड हुआ था, वो घमंड चूर होने का समय आ गया है। महाविकास आघाड़ी का उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में 6 उम्मीदवार चुन जाएंगे और इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं।
Several people have been detained by the NIA following a case registered in connection with an attack on security forces in Pulwama on the 11th of March. The investigation has led to raids across several locations in the state. Congress leader Ajay Maken at a press conference spoke about Rahul Gandhi being questioned for almost 30 hours, claiming that he was called because he raised questions against the government.
सिलेक्टिव लीकेज के खिलाफ में मैंने अभी बताया है कि विवेक तनखा ने हमारे लीगल डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से नोटिस भेजा है निर्मला सीतारमण जी को, अमित शाह जी को और राजनाथ सिंह जी को, और ये बताया है किरण रिजिजू जी को, ये बताया है कि ये सेलेक्टिव लीकेज नहीं होना चाहिए और किस तरीके से ये सेक्शन 66 पीएमएलए के खिलाफ में जाता है। हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की रूलिंग्स इसमें साइट करी गई हैं कि सेलेक्टिव लीकेजेस नहीं होनी चाहिए और क्यों सेलेक्टिव लीकेज होने से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कैसे प्रभावित होता है और ये पब्लिक ट्रायल नहीं होना चाहिए। और
Speaking on the Agnipath scheme at the Congress press conference, Ajay Maken claimed that suggestions of the former Chief of Defence Staff General Bipin Rawat were being ignored and that his perspective on the matter was being insulted as a result.
कि जनरल बिपिन रावत ने 2020 के अंदर वीर गति पाने से कुछ ही महीने पहले उन्होंने ये बड़ा स्पष्ट कहा था कि हमारे सैनिकों को सिर्फ 17 साल के बाद रिटायर कर दिया जाता है और हमारे सैनिकों की रिटायरमेंट एज 58 वर्ष तक होनी चाहिए। ये जनरल बिपिन रावत ने कहा और ये सर्कुलर उस वक्त जो इशू हुआ था, ये सर्कुलर भी मैंने आपको अभी बांटा है और जो इंटरव्यू उन्होंने दिया है वो भी मैंने कहा। तो दुख की बात यह है कि जो हमारे देश के पहले सीडीएस हैं उनकी इच्छा को और उनकी सोच का अपमान ये सरकार कर रही है और जो उनकी इच्छा और उनकी सोच का अपमान जो सरकार कर रही है वो अपने आप में गलत काम कर रही है।
A heavy security detail was seen deployed at the Bhopal railway station over calls for a bandh sounded throughout the country. The police was present and so was the Railway Protection Force and the Railway Police, as a result of which normalcy was observed. Security concerns over the countrywide bandh call meanwhile translated to heavy traffic jams on the Gurugram-Delhi border as vehicles were inspected by police forces. In Punjab as well, the police was deployed across transit routes in Amritsar with the forces covering railway as well as bus stations in the city. This comes just a few days after a rampant and unexplained flash mob of violence was witnessed at the railway station in Ludhiana, not far from there.
अग्निपथ आप जो लाए हैं, भाजपा ने जो लाई है, क्या इससे हमारे युवा खुश हैं? हमारी सेना खुश है? सेना में जिनका बहाली हुआ वो खुश है? नहीं है। आज पूरा देश जल रहा है, ट्रेनें जल रही है, सरकारी संपत्तियों का भारी नुकसान हो रहा है, युवाओं पर पुलिस गोली चला रही है, युवा मर रहा है, युवाओं को खून बह रहा है। तो मैंने कहा अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से
के जो सीमाओं की रक्षा करने वाले सेना है उसके साथ अपमानजनक जो व्यवहार कर रहे हैं उसकी जितनी भी निंदा की जाए वो कम है। बिहार जल रहा है, उत्तर प्रदेश जल रहा है, उसकी लपटें हरियाणा और दक्षिण तक के पहुंच रहा है। आज पूरा नौजवान उद्वेलित है, उनका भविष्य खतरे में है, देश की सीमाएं खतरे में हैं, हमारी सुरक्षा खतरे में है।
They will become like Supari killers. Digvijay Singh says that they are being trained to shoot to kill. This is the manner in which they are undermining the forces. And the others too, with a similar mindset. JDS says that the Agniveers are like Nazis. This kind of comparison, this kind of undermining of the armed forces is being done deliberately. And therefore, this entire violence as well, if you see, is not being done by the young. It is being done by politically motivated forces. It is not a sayog but a prayog. It is not spontaneous but it is sponsored. It is not organic but organized.
हमारी मांग है अग्निपथ योजना वापस हो और दुरुपयोग जांच एजेंसियों का, ईडी का दुरुपयोग राजनीतिक विरोधियों पर निशाना साधना बंद।
देखो अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं। कभी आपने सुना है क्या किसी देश में ऐसा हुआ है कि 4 साल ट्रेनिंग देना और छोड़ देना? यहाँ पर तो परमानेंट वैकेंसीज हैं। हमारे डिफेंस में कम से कम लाखों वैकेंसीज हैं, पहले वो भर्ती करो।
देखिए, ये स्कीम पूरी तरह से युवाओं के खिलाफ है और युवा उतर करके सड़क पे इसके खिलाफ विरोध भी जता रहा है। अब ऐसे में कुछ संस्थानों के प्रमुख, मुझे लगता है राजनीतिक दबावों की वजह से या जिस भी तरह से उतर करके इस स्कीम के फ़ायदे गिना रहे हैं या बयान दे रहे हैं, उनका अपना व्यक्तिगत मामला है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो जवाबदेही है वो दरअसल इस देश के युवाओं के प्रति है जो सेना में भर्ती होना चाहते हैं। ऐसे में कोई भी आकर के बयान दे, लेकिन युवा गुस्से में है और कांग्रेस जन पक्षधर पार्टी है, जनता के साथ खड़ी है, वो युवाओं के साथ खड़ी है।
दिल्ली में सिचुएशन बिल्कुल नॉर्मल है। यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का कोई बंद नहीं है, सारे रास्ते खुले हुए हैं, सारी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट और शॉप्स खुली हुई हैं, मार्केट्स भी अभी टाइम हो रहा है तो वो भी खुलेंगी। यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की अराजकता है उसको टॉलरेट नहीं किया जाएगा। दिल्ली पुलिस पूरी तरह से तैयार है किसी भी ऐसी स्थिति में जिसमें असामाजिक तत्व हैं जो सार्वजनिक प्रॉपर्टी का डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो उसके लिए वी आर रेडी। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि दिल्ली में कोई इशू आने वाला है।
तैयारी हम लोगों ने पूरा करके रखा है और शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन जिनको भी जहां भी करना है वो कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आगजनी, हिंसा, तोड़फोड़ ये उचित नहीं है और इससे निपटने के लिए हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी करके रखा है और कहीं भी इस प्रकार की घटना होगी उससे हम लोग बहुत सख्ती से निपटेंगे। और हम लोगों को भी भारत बंद की कोई अधिकृत सूचना नहीं थी, सोशल मीडिया और अन्य माध्यमों से बस ये संज्ञान में था कि भारत बंद का आह्वान किया गया है, लेकिन हम लोगों ने देखा कि कोई बहुत असर यहाँ नहीं है और तैयारी हम लोगों ने पूरा पुख्ता इंतजाम किया हुआ है।
जिस तरह से भारत में भी हिंदू, मुसलमान, मंदिर, मस्जिद और अब अग्निपथ पर देश आगे बढ़ रहा है और उस अग्निपथ पर भी अपना विरोध करने का सबको संविधान ने अधिकार दिया, लेकिन आगजनी ना हो, राष्ट्रीय संपत्ति का नुकसान ना हो, ये जरूरी है और इसके लिए संयम चाहिए। योग से संयम आएगा, योग से धीरज आएगा और योग से भाईचारा बढ़ेगा।
देश की तरक्की के रास्ते में, नौजवानों की तरक्की के रास्ते में हमेशा कॉन्स्पिरेसी का, क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी का कुआं खोदने की कुछ निस्वार्थी तत्वों द्वारा कोशिश की जाती रही है, लेकिन देश आगे बढ़ता रहा। देश को किसी भी तरह से इस क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी के कुएं में ये ताकतें न झोंक पाई, न देश की तरक्की को रोक पाई।
A 15-year-old boy was shot to death and 3 adults, including a police officer, were wounded after chaos broke out at a musical event in Washington, D.C. The reason for the shooting was determined as a fight that broke out at the site where a free music festival was being organized. In Colombia, former rebel leader Gustavo Petro narrowly won a runoff election over a political outsider millionaire, ushering in a new era of politics for the South American country by becoming the country's first leftist president. Petro, a senator in his third attempt to win the presidency, received 50% of the vote, according to the results released by the election authorities in Colombia. Spain's traditional conservatives scored a huge win in Andalusia on Sunday, claiming an absolute majority in the legislature that will save it from needing the support of the far right to govern the nation's most populous region. Germans, among others, are rethinking their habits and personal finances amid skyrocketing prices for gasoline and diesel fueled by Russia's war on Ukraine and the global rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic. With global central banks, including the Reserve Bank of India and the US Federal Reserve, increasing their benchmark lending rates in recent weeks to put a check on escalating inflation, the European Central Bank is also expected to raise its key interest rates next month, its first hike in 11 years. Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf PTI chief Imran Khan said that his party will continue its protest against Pakistan's imported government till the announcement of fresh elections. The former Prime Minister was virtually addressing his supporters who held nationwide protests against rising inflation. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese rejected calls for him to publicly demand the United States drop its prosecution of WikiLeaks founder and Australian citizen Julian Assange, whose deportation to the US has been approved now by the UK government. Floods in Bangladesh continue to wreak havoc, with authorities struggling to ferry drinking water and dry food to flood shelters across the country's vast northern and northeastern floodplains. Discussions for Ukraine becoming a member of the European Union are scheduled to start soon, with leaders of the 27-nation bloc deliberating on the recommendation for the country to be a part of the Union. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called the upcoming week historic, saying it would be one of the most fateful decisions of Ukraine's history. In Spain, firefighters are struggling to contain wildfires amid a heat wave not experienced often in this time of the year. Authorities have evacuated citizens from 15 small villages as a precaution, with high temperatures not expected to drop for a few more days at least. And many people marched in Brazil's most populous city, Sao Paulo, during the Gay Pride Parade, one of the largest parades of its kind in the world. The Gay Pride Month was celebrated in a large-scale manner after the pandemic impeded celebrations for 2020 and 2021.
As per standard operating procedure, they followed the checklist, the QRH. They first announced a pan call, which means there is something abnormal but not requiring immediate assistance. Then they did the checklist, which takes a few minutes. The checklist calls for shutting down the suspected engine. They shut down that suspected engine, and then they landed, as per procedure, on a single engine.
Just a few hours after the first mid-air SpiceJet fire accident, another SpiceJet flight was forced to turn around. Preliminary reports suggest that the cause of the cabin pressure differential not building up, along with the rise in cabin altitude, was the reason. The aircraft was leveled off at 6,000 feet. Prime Minister Modi will visit Karnataka today and also visit the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru, where the Prime Minister will inaugurate Centre for Brain Research and lay the foundation stone of a multi-speciality hospital. He will inaugurate the new campus of Pace University and unveil the statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Bengaluru, Hindi banners welcoming Prime Minister Modi were smeared with black paint, allegedly by pro-Kannada activists in the city.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM president was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy
किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम नहीं होने देंगे।
Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Viewers, as the Agnipath protests go on, far from apologizing for some of the statements that have been made by leaders of the party, the Congress party, the Vadrakong leaders have resorted to issuing even more abusive threats against the Prime Minister. And not only are they reiterating these threats, but they're also defending them when asked about it. Let's listen in.
आप देश की सेना को बेचने जा रहे हैं, इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ है। आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग युवा सड़क पर है और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम लोग नहीं होने देंगे।
आज पूरा देश जल रहा है, ट्रेनें जल रही है, सरकारी संपत्तियों का भारी नुकसान हो रहा है, युवाओं पर पुलिस गोली चला रही है, युवा मर रहा है, युवाओं को खून बह रहा है। तो मैंने कहा अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ।
ಈ 7.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ನಾವು 4 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಜಿ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಲ್ಲ, ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗ, ಆ ನಾಜಿ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ದು ಆಗಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಇದು ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿರೋದು ये आरएसएस।
देखो अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं।
And so, viewers, you just heard there the comments by a number of leaders, some of them senior leaders, some of them elected leaders of the Vadra Congress, where they are doubling down on the fact that they feel that there would be bloodshed over the Agnipath protest. Someone is calling it an RSS scheme, someone is linking it to Nazism. And so there you have all-out politics by the Vadra Congress over the Agnipath scheme, unabated till this point.
The flood situation in Assam has deteriorated over the recent days. 8 more people have lost their lives, while over 37 lakh people face difficulties over 30 districts. Assam State Disaster Management Authority has said that 51 people have died due to the floods, while 11 people lost their lives in the landslides.
Due to flooding, Karimganj district, the refugees are attending Rabindranath Girls College, and government arranged some relief materials amongst them. We are distributing it to the affected persons.
अभी तो उधर 6-7 किलोमीटर यहाँ पानी पानी हो गया, उधर आदमी लोग तो रहने का जगह ही नहीं है, वो जो उखा जगह है ना उसमें जाना पड़ता है, उधर पूरा पानी पानी हो गया।
কোনো মানুহ দেখা নাই, তাৰ মানে একো খবৰে নলয়, কেনেকৈ আছা, বাচ্চাগিলাৰ লগত কেনেকৈ আছা, ছোৱালী কান্দি আছে, ছোৱালীক কাপোৰ পিন্ধাব পৰা নাই, এইগিলা বেলেগতে পানী পেলাই গা ধুই পেলাই এতিয়া পিন্ধিছোঁ, গাত কাপোৰ নাই, গোটেই লৈ গৈছে, একো নাই, খুদা তম্বুত আনি পেলাই আমি আছোঁ এখন খাটত, একো নাই আমাৰ, একো বস্তু থকাৰে জেগা নাই, এতিয়া গোটেই লৈ গেল, ঘৰ নিলাম, মাটি নিলে, সোণা নিলাম, ফাৰ্নিচাৰ মাল বস্তু নিলে, একো নাই, এনে মানুহকেইটা আছোঁ আৰু তাৰমানে থাকিব ইচ্ছা নাই আৰু দুনিয়াত।
More than 37,17,800 people have been affected due to floods in 4,462 villages across 30 districts of the state. The IMD in its forecast for the next 5 days has predicted heavy rainfall to continue in Assam, along with regions in Meghalaya, Sub-Himalayan West Bengal, Arunachal Pradesh and Tripura. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And a lot more news coming up, viewers. Out of ideas, the Vadra Congress resorts to abusing Prime Minister Narendra Modi, fires a Hitler ki maut marega jibe. And also, it's round 4 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling in the freedom struggle for profit scam, and it's Sonia Gandhi next. More details coming up after a short break. Stay with Republic.
Reading allows us to
become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था. ये स्टेटमेंट
Headlines at 3:30 p.m. as government sets the record straight on Agnipat, dismisses rollback rumors. India stands with Agniveers. Shameful provocation continues. Vora Congress insults the Indian Army, questions the character of the forces. But Vora Congress remains unmoved, repeats bloodshed across India threat. Opposition insults the nation first scheme. Kumaraswamy insults the army, compares Agniveers with Nazis. Out of ideas, Vora Congress resorts to abusing the Prime Minister's, fires Hitler ki maut marega jibe. Round 4 of the Rahul Gandhi grilling in the freedom struggle for profit scam. Sonia Gandhi next. Viewers, we are straight away cutting across to those visuals coming in from Himachal Pradesh now, where unfortunate incident of a cable car accident has taken place, and the visuals are of that of the tourists, in fact, stranded in Solan's Parvanu as well. 6 to 7 people have been stranded mid-air after technical glitch in the Timber Trail ropeway is what we are showing you the visuals of. The midline glitch that had taken place, because of which the people, in fact, have been trapped inside, and those are the visuals of the people that have been stranded on the cable car itself. And we are also being told that the rescue operations are underway. The visuals of that are also on your screens right now. We can see how the midline glitch had led to these people that had been trapped inside. It had been quite some time, and we are seeing the rescue operations that are also being carried out. Of course, because of the terrain and because of the location of this entire cable car, it also becomes a little difficult for the authorities to get their way towards the cable car and rescue these civilians that have been stranded inside. You can see the visuals of the people, of the tourists as well, that had been stranded inside of the cable car. The cable car that had in fact been stranded midway in Himachal Pradesh, in Solan's Parvanu as well, and 6 to 7 people is what we're learning. You can see the visuals of the people that have been stranded and the rescue operations. Now we're showing you the visuals of the rescue operations that are being carried out by the authorities as of now, to make sure that the authorities, the officials as well, made their way towards the cable car where tourists have been stranded. and using the ropeway as well to make sure that they are safely evacuated from the cable car, since there is a technical glitch with this said cable car that had been stranded midway, and the rescue operations by the authorities are being carried out. Let's listen into those.
रेल की ट्रॉली में फंसे हुए हैं, ऊपर से नीचे आ रहे थे और अभी तक कोई व्यवस्था नहीं हुई है, तो हम लोगों को बचाने के लिए कोई ना कोई उपाय किया जाए। इसमें बुजुर्ग लेडीज है और बुजुर्ग लोग हैं, और
की बातें कर रहे हैं हमारे को,
और कभी कहते हैं रस्सी से उतारेंगे, कभी कह रहे हैं
मेरे पैर में नीचे आ सकते हैं। हम लोगों की एज भी है, देखो हम लोग नहीं कर पाएंगे रस्सी से उतरना नीचे, हम बहुत, और ये लोग कुछ नहीं एक्शन ले पा रहे हैं।
भाई साहब आप कितनी देर से फंसे हुए हैं?
वैसे 1 घंटा हो गया, घबराहट हो रही है बहुत, बीपी का मरीज कैसे करूँगा?
मैंने तो कुछ खाया ही नहीं।
भाई साहब आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं तो दिल्ली से आया था, मेरा शुगर का मरीज हूँ मैं। अरे
मेरे को 1 घंटा हो गया जी, मेरे को बीपी और शुगर रहता है। मेरे को 1 घंटा हो गया है, बीपी शुगर रहता है, और मैं इतने देर तो काफी कुछ करने कोशिश तो कर नहीं रहे हैं। कभी कह रहे हैं रस्सी से उतारेंगे, कभी कह रहे हैं इससे उतारेंगे। हम लोग रस्सी से उतारने लायक है और जंगल में कहाँ उतरेंगे हम लोग?
भाई साहब आप कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं कर रही? आप अपने मैनेजमेंट को क्यों नहीं बोल रहे?
कर रहे सर, कर रहे।
क्या कार्रवाई कर रहे हो? घंटे से बताओ कैसे उतारोगे इन लोगों को?
रेस्क्यू करेंगे सर।
रेस्क्यू करेंगे, रेस्क्यू से नहीं उतरेंगे हम रस्सी से नहीं उतरेंगे।
ये भाई साहब
Have it, viewers, we were tracking for you all that is happening with respect to the rescue operations also being carried out. Now this was a video that seems to have been made by one of the people that have been stranded inside of the cable car, where they're showing you all of the people that have been stranded, all of the tourists that have been stranded, and all of them appealing to the authorities to carry out the rescue operations as well, keeping in mind the age of the tourists and making sure that the authorities also get their message of these 6 people that have been stranded in the cable car that stopped midway because of a technical glitch, and they had been assured that the authorities will carry out the rescue operation with the ropeway and also evacuate each and every passenger that had been stranded, and the tourists also appealing to the officials to keep in mind the age of the people that have been stranded in this cable car as well.
टीटीआर परमाणु में एक ट्रॉली के फंसने की सूचना प्राप्त हुई है, जिसमें 11 लोग सवार थे, और जैसे ही पुलिस को सूचना प्राप्त हुई तो पुलिस तुरंत मौके पे पहुंची। उनमें से एक व्यक्ति का रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है और बाकी बचाव कार्य जो है जारी है।
इसमें जो है ट्रॉली में जो टूरिस्ट फंसे हैं वो कहाँ के हैं?
देखिए अभी डिटेल अभी आनी शेष है और वो वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं, और इसमें हम एनडीआरएफ और आर्मी की मदद भी ले रहे हैं।
बताया जा रहा है कि उसमें 4 महिला, कितनी महिलाएं और कितने पुरुष हैं?
उसमें 4 महिलाएं हैं और 7 पुरुष हैं।
कोई बच्चे?
नहीं, अभी तक की जानकारी के हिसाब से उसमें कोई बच्चा नहीं है।
टूरिस्ट का ये कहना है कि हमें किडनी की प्रॉब्लम है, कई टूरिस्ट वहाँ पे काफी ओल्ड एज के हैं, किसी को हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम है, तो उनके लिए एक रोप वे वो मना कर रहे हैं कि हम रोप वे से नहीं जा पाएंगे, तो क्या दूसरा विकल्प भी प्रशासन कर रहा है?
इसी के उसमें हम आर्मी की हेल्प ले रहे हैं ताकि उनका जो है टाइमली रेस्क्यू किया जा सके।
अभी आर्मी वाले एट प्रेजेंट अभी आ चुके हैं वहाँ पे एनडीआरएफ?
अभी बातचीत चल रही है, बाकी डिटेल आपको शेयर करते हैं।
आप बताइए टीटीआर में जो इंसिडेंट हुआ है उसमें क्या हुआ है?
टीटीआर परमाणु में एक ट्रॉली के फंसने की सूचना प्राप्त हुई है, जिसमें 11 लोग सवार थे, और जैसे ही पुलिस को सूचना प्राप्त हुई तो पुलिस तुरंत मौके पे पहुंची। उनमें से एक व्यक्ति का रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है और बाकी बचाव कार्य जो है जारी है।
इसमें जो है ट्रॉली में जो टूरिस्ट फंसे हैं वो कहाँ के हैं?
देखिए अभी डिटेल अभी आनी शेष है और वो वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं, और इसमें हम एनडीआरएफ और आर्मी की मदद भी ले रहे हैं।
बताया जा रहा है कि उसमें 4 महिला, कितनी महिलाएं और कितने पुरुष हैं?
उसमें 4 महिलाएं हैं और 7 पुरुष हैं।
कोई बच्चे?
नहीं, अभी तक की जानकारी के हिसाब से उसमें कोई बच्चा नहीं है।
टूरिस्ट का ये कहना है कि हमें किडनी की प्रॉब्लम है, कई टूरिस्ट वहाँ पे काफी ओल्ड एज के हैं, किसी को हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम है, तो उनके लिए एक रोप वे वो मना कर रहे हैं कि हम रोप वे से नहीं जा पाएंगे, तो क्या दूसरा विकल्प भी प्रशासन कर रहा है?
इसी के उसमें हम आर्मी की हेल्प ले रहे हैं ताकि उनका जो है टाइमली रेस्क्यू किया जा सके।
अभी आर्मी वाले एट प्रेजेंट अभी आ चुके हैं वहाँ पे एनडीआरएफ?
अभी बातचीत चल रही है, बाकी डिटेल आप
And there you have it, viewers. The officials also talking about the kind of rescue operations being carried out with respect to the 9 tourists, in fact, that had been stranded in the cable car that had been stuck midway with respect to a technical glitch that had been reported. And since then, we have seen the passengers also make a video appealing to the authorities to keep in mind the age of the people that had been stranded inside of the cable car. And we can see the officials making their way to the cable car via the ropeway and then carrying out the evacuation, one passenger at a time, that is being rescued from the stuck cable car. And even the police officials have taken cognizance of it and have also said that the rescue operation will be carried out of all the 9 passengers. And for more on this, let me go across to my colleagues Amandeep, who's been tracking this story for us. Amandeep, walk us through what's the latest when it comes to the rescue operation being carried out. Have all the passengers been taken to safety?
Well, Priyanka, the situation is very much same. Just because one tourist has been rescued, evacuated through the ropeway, and others have denied to come down through the ropeway just because they have certain kind of disease, and that's why they cannot evacuate it through ropeway. And in fact, according to the officials, now Indian Army has also roped in to evacuate them by another source. Just because, Priyanka, this incident happened around 2 o'clock when cable car was returning from the uphill hotel to the downwards in Parvanu, and in the midway, due to some technical glitch, the cable car just
डबल इंजन सरकार ने कर्नाटका के तेज विकास का जो भरोसा आपको दिया है, उस भरोसे के आज हम सभी एक बार फिर साक्षी बन रहे हैं। आज 27,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हो रहा है। ये प्रोजेक्ट हायर एजुकेशन, रिसर्च, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, हेल्थ, कनेक्टिविटी, ऐसे कई आयामों के साथ आपकी सेवा के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं। यानी ये प्रोजेक्ट ईज ऑफ लिविंग और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस दोनों को बल देने वाले हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, यहां आने से पहले मैं इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस और अंबेडकर स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, उस यूनिवर्सिटी में शिक्षा, रिसर्च और इनोवेशन को बहुत समझने के लिए, उनके उत्साह को अनुभव करने के लिए आज मैं उनके बीच में हूं और नई ऊर्जा लेकर के निकला हूं। मैं इन कार्यक्रमों से जुड़े देश के प्राइवेट सेक्टर की भी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं। अब यहां कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़े उत्सव को आपके साथ, आपके बीच आकर के, और जो उमंग और उत्साह से आप लोग भरे हैं, मैं भी आपके साथ इसको सेलिब्रेट कर रहा हूं। और आप सब जानते हैं, बेंगलुरु का आज का मेरा ये आखिरी कार्यक्रम है और इसके बाद मैसूरू जा रहा हूं। वहां भी कर्नाटका की इसी विकास यात्रा को गति देने का अभियान जारी रहेगा। थोड़ी देर पहले कर्नाटका में 5 नेशनल हाईवे प्रोजेक्ट और 7 रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास किया गया है। कोंकण रेलवे के 100% बिजलीकरण के महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव के भी हम साक्षी बने हैं। ये सभी प्रोजेक्ट कर्नाटका के युवाओं, यहां के मध्यम वर्ग, हमारे किसान भाई बहन, हमारे श्रमिक भाई बहन, हमारे उद्यमियों को नई सुविधा देंगे, नए अवसर देंगे। पूरे कर्नाटका को इन विकास परियोजनाओं के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। साथियों, बेंगलुरु देश के लाखों युवाओं के लिए सपनों का शहर बन गया है। बेंगलुरु एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना का प्रतिबिंब है। बेंगलुरु का विकास लाखों सपनों का विकास है और इसलिए बीते 8 वर्षों में केंद्र सरकार का ये निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि बेंगलुरु के सामर्थ्य को और बढ़ाया जाए। बेंगलुरु में अपने सपने पूरा करने में जुटे हुए हर साथी का जीवन आसान हो, ट्रैवल टाइम कम हो, आरामदायक हो, लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट भी कम से कम हो। इसके लिए डबल इंजन की सरकार ने निरंतर काम किया है। यही कमिटमेंट हमें यहां आज भी देखने को मिल रहा है। साथियों, बेंगलुरु के ट्रैफिक जाम से मुक्ति दिलाने के लिए रेल, रोड, मेट्रो, अंडरपास, फ्लाईओवर, हर संभव माध्यमों का पर डबल इंजन की सरकार काम कर रही है। बेंगलुरु के जो सबर्बन इलाके हैं, इनको भी बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी से जोड़ने के लिए हमारी सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है। मुझे बताया गया है कि बेंगलुरु के आसपास के क्षेत्रों को रेल से कनेक्ट करने के लिए 80 के दशक से ही चर्चा चल रही है। चर्चा में 40 साल। अब बताइए क्या हाल है। चालीस साल चर्चा में गए हैं। मैं कर्नाटका के भाइयों बहनों को विश्वास दिलाने आया हूं, इन चीजों को साकार करने में मैं 40 महीने मेहनत करके आपके सपनों को पूरा करूंगा। आप जानकर के हैरान हो जाएंगे, 16 साल तक ये प्रोजेक्ट फाइलों में लड़खड़ाते रहे। मुझे खुशी है कि डबल इंजन की सरकार कर्नाटका की जनता के, बेंगलुरु की जनता के हर सपने को भी पूरा करने के लिए जी जान से जुटी हुई है। बेंगलुरु सबर्बन रेलवे से बेंगलुरु की कैपेसिटी के विस्तार में बहुत मदद मिलेगी। ये प्रोजेक्ट बेंगलुरु शहर में ही रहने की मजबूरी को कम करेगा। और मैं बताता हूं साथियों, अगर 40 साल पहले जो काम करने चाहिए थे, जो काम 40 साल पहले पूरे होने चाहिए थे, आज मुझे वो काम 40 साल के बाद करने की मेरे नसीब में आया है। अगर 40 साल पहले ये चीजें पूरी हुई होती तो बेंगलुरु पे दबाव न बढ़ता, बेंगलुरु और ताकत के साथ खिल उठता। लेकिन 40 साल ये कम समय नहीं है। लेकिन साथियों, आपने मुझे मौका दिया है। मैं अब समय गंवाना नहीं चाहता हूं, पल पल आपकी सेवा के लिए खपाता रहता हूं। साथियों, आसपास के सैटेलाइट टाउनशिप, सबर्बन और ग्रामीण इलाके जब रेल आधारित रैपिड ट्रांजिट सिस्टम से कनेक्ट हो जाएंगे तो उसका मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट होने वाला है। सबअर्बन रेलवे की तरह ही बेंगलुरु रिंग रोड भी शहर के कंजेशन को कम करेगा। ये 6 नेशनल हाईवे और 8 स्टेट हाईवे को कनेक्ट करेगा, यानी कर्नाटका के दूसरे हिस्सों में जाने वाली गाड़ियों की बहुत बड़ी संख्या को बेंगलुरु शहर में एंट्री की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। आप भी जानते हैं कि नीलमंगला से तुमकुरू के बीच का जो ये नेशनल हाईवे है, इसके इर्द गिर्द ज्यादातर इंडस्ट्रीज है। ट्रैफिक का एक बहुत बड़ा फ्लो इस रास्ते से पर जाता है। इस हाईवे की 6 लेनिंग और तुमकुरू बाईपास से इस पूरे क्षेत्र में ट्रैवल और ट्रांसपोर्ट आसान होगा। इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी और बल मिलेगा। धर्मस्थला मंदिर, सूर्य मंदिर और जॉग फॉल्स जैसे आस्था और पर्यटन के अहम केंद्रों की कनेक्टिविटी को बेहतर करने के लिए जो काम हो रहा है, वो भी टूरिज्म के लिए एक नया अवसर बनकर आने वाला है। भाई और बहनों, बीते 8 सालों में हमने रेल कनेक्टिविटी के कंप्लीट ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन पर काम किया है। आज रेलवे में सफर का अनुभव 8 साल पहले की तुलना में बिल्कुल अलग है। भारतीय रेल अब तेज भी हो रही है, स्वच्छ भी हो रही है, आधुनिक भी हो रही है, सुरक्षित भी हो रही है और सिटीजन फ्रेंडली भी हो रही है। हमने देश के उन हिस्सों में भी रेल को पहुंचाया है जहां इसके बारे में कभी सोचना भी मुश्किल था। कर्नाटका में भी बीते वर्षों में 1200 किलोमीटर से अधिक रेल लाइन या तो नई बनाई है या फिर चौड़ीकरण हुआ है। भारतीय रेल अब वो सुविधाएं, वो माहौल भी देने का प्रयास कर रही है जो कभी एयरपोर्ट और हवाई यात्रा में ही मिला करती थी। भारत रत्न सर एम विश्वेश्वरैया, उनके नाम पर बेंगलुरु में बना आधुनिक रेलवे स्टेशन भी इसका प्रत्यक्ष प्रमाण है। मुझे बताया गया है कि आज बेंगलुरु में लोग इस स्टेशन पर जाते हैं जैसे किसी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पर जाएं, वो अजूबा देख रहे हैं। उनको देश बदलता हुआ उस रेलवे स्टेशन की रचना से दिखाई दे रहा है। और लोग मुझे बता रहे थे, युवा पीढ़ी तो सेल्फी लेने के लिए कतार लगा के खड़ी हो जाती है। ये कर्नाटका का पहला और देश का तीसरा ऐसा आधुनिक रेलवे स्टेशन है। इससे सुविधाएं तो आधुनिक हुई है, बेंगलुरु के लिए ज्यादा ट्रेनों का रास्ता भी खुला है। बेंगलुरु कैंटोनमेंट और यशवंतपुरा जंक्शन को भी आधुनिक बनाने का काम आज से शुरू हुआ है।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
In France, Emmanuel Macron's numbers look grim in the legislative polls as he is predicted to fall short on achieving the majority. In the final round of the parliamentary elections, the results will determine the ease with which he could pursue his goals and policies in the current presidency. Firefighters are struggling to contain wildfires amid a heat wave not experienced often this time of the year. Authorities have evacuated from 15 small villages as a precaution, with high temperatures not expected to drop for a few more days. Discussions for Ukraine becoming a member of the European Union scheduled to start soon, with leaders of the 27-nation bloc deliberating on recommendations for the country to be a part of the Union. The Ukrainian president calls the upcoming week historic, saying it would be one of the most fateful decisions in Ukraine's history.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM president was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party.
Viewers, we're getting you some more breaking updates as far as Sidhu Moosewala's gruesome murder is concerned and the investigation thereon that is being carried out by the authorities. And now a major breakthrough is being reported in the sensational case, in fact, the killing of the Punjabi pop singer Sidhu Moosewala. Two of the main shooters, including a module head of the shooters, has been arrested. Large number of arms and explosives have also been recovered from the same, and earlier as well we had seen that the authorities were looking at several people from Pune, from Gujarat, where arrests have also been made. Now let me also go across to my colleague Piyush, who's been looking into this entire matter, carrying out the investigation as well. Piyush, bring us the details of this latest development that the authorities are conveying to us. Several other people have already been implicated in this earlier. There were arrests made from Pune and from Gujarat as well. And what is the latest that the authorities have discovered?
Well, Priyanka accurately pointed out that yes, earlier a few arrests have been made in Sidhu Moosewala's killing case. Now what we are given to understand is two big fresh arrests have been made by a special cell of Delhi police. They are going to do press conference at 4 p.m. I'm also reading out the information which has been sent by the Delhi police. I'm reading out the details of the arrested accused person in this very case. The name of the person is Priyavrat, and he is from Sonipat. He is 26 years old. He is the one who led the team of shooters and was in direct touch with Goldie Brar at the time of incident. He was the one who is also main shooter, and he is also executioner of murder. He was also seen in CCTV footage of petrol pump Fatehgarh, and he was always he was also previously involved in two murder cases. He was arrested in 2015 in one murder case of Sonipat and wanted in one murder case of Sonipat in 2021. So he has had criminal backgrounds. The police was keeping a close watch on all his movements.
Well, absolutely, Piyush. So you're saying antecedents were there of these people that are being taken into custody by the authorities. Let me also bring in my colleague Amandeep, who's been keeping us ahead on this story. Amandeep, what about this entire nexus that had been involved in carrying out this gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala and the Lawrence Bishnoi connection that the authorities were looking into, and also the arrests that had been made? Put this into perspective for our viewers.
Well, Priyanka, the point is that during the course of investigation, Punjab police have identified 4 shooters who are actually actively involved in this entire Sidhu Moosewala gruesome killing case. And in fact, one of the shooters were Priyavrat, to whom Piyush was rightly mentioned it. And in fact, he was the main shooter and he who carried out the entire killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Just because since Lawrence Bishnoi taken into the custody of Punjab police, so many big revelations has been made by him. Who has provided the logistics, how the Goldie Brar was holding the nexus, and in fact who have conducted the Reiki. It was not only Kekada who actually conducted the Reiki. There are so many people who are involved into the Reiki. From Reiki till the time of shooting, so many people have been involved into this entire case who are directly in touch with the Goldie Brar, who is presently sitting in Canada.
Well, definitely, of course, there are multiple aspects that are being investigated by the authorities, and in the latest, another arrest that has been made. And we trust you both, Amandeep and Piyush, to keep us ahead on that story. Thank you. And we're taking a short break here now, viewers, getting you details on the other side of how the entire Agnipath scheme has been politicized, and now in the latest, opposition making an Agnipath for RSS attack. Stay tuned for details.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM president was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A quick roundup of news in brief. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Sunday met with his Bangladeshi counterpart Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen for the 7th India-Bangladesh Joint Consultative Commission meet. Both leaders mutually marked strengthened bilateral ties and signalled a better relationship in all possible aspects in the near future. As a matter
किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम लोग नहीं होने देंगे।
Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Top stories at 4 p.m. Bharat Bandh completely flops. Section 144 imposed in multiple cities, but normal life unaffected. Desperate Congress attacks the forces now, questions the character of our bravehearts. Opposition insults Nation First scheme. Kumaraswamy insults the army, compares Agniveers with Nazis. Congress now compares Agnipath to the RSS. Out of ideas, Vadra Congress resorts to abusing the Prime Minister, fires Hitler ki maut marega jive. Congress link emerges to the Varanasi violence, and SUI leader booked by Yogi's police.
Getting these live pictures from Himachal Pradesh now, where the rescue operation is on, where a cable car was stranded. These are pictures that are coming in live of the operations that continue, rescue operations that continue in Himachal Pradesh. This is in Parvanu, where a cable car was stuck, was stranded, and rescue operations continue as we speak. 8 people were stranded mid-air in the cable car at Parvanu Timber Trail in Himachal Pradesh's Solan district as rescuers began bringing them to safety one by one. A state disaster management official has gone on to confirm that these operations continue. 4 of them were rescued within a couple of hours. The DSP, who's also on the spot, said that 3 women and a man have been rescued while efforts were underway as per the latest update to rescue the other people who were stranded. The state disaster management has also confirmed that 8 people were stuck in this timber trail due to some technical snag in the cable car. And according to the Solan superintendent of police, another cable car trolley was deployed to rescue the people. You can see here on the hillside as the rescue operations continue. Officials and also some of the eyewitnesses confirming that they have rescued at least 4 people so far. The technical team of the timber trail operator is deployed, and a police team is tracking the situation, monitoring the rescue operations. At last count, 4 were rescued, and the operations are on to rescue 4 more. 4 were rescued and 4 more are being rescued as we speak. And the confirmation coming in that there were a total of 8 people. Total of 8 people were stranded, of which 4 have been rescued and 4 more are being rescued right now. And these are the latest pictures coming in these are live pictures from Solan Valley in Himachal Pradesh. Once again, the facts as we know it this evening. A cable car with 8 on board, stuck mid-air. We'll go across to Amandeep as well, joining us on the phone line. A cable car with 8 on board was stuck mid-air in Parvanu. 4 have been rescued. 8 people were stranded mid-air in the cable car at Parvanu Timber Trail in Himachal Pradesh, Solan district, as rescuers continue to bring them to safety one by one. And the state disaster management along with the police are involved in the operation, and also the operator of the timber trail. And 4 of them were rescued within a couple of hours. The DSP is also on the spot. 3 women, a man have so far been rescued, while efforts were underway to rescue the others, who we as of this point know are 4 more. You'll see that the cable, there are cables dangling from the cable car as the rescue operations continue. They're trying to rescue those 4 more who are right now still stranded there. Now the superintendent of police said that another cable car trolley was also deployed in the rescue operations that are underway. The technical team of the timber trail operator has also been deployed, and a police team is now monitoring the situation. Let's look at some reactions coming in.
सकते हम लोगों की एज भी है, देखो हम लोग नहीं कर पाएंगे रस्सी से उतरना नीचे, हम बहुत, और ये लोग कुछ नहीं एक्शन ले पा रहे हैं।
भाई साहब आप कितनी देर से फंसे हुए हैं?
वैसे 1 घंटा हो गया, घबराहट हो रही है बहुत, बीपी का मरीज कैसे करूँगा?
मैंने तो कुछ खाया भी नहीं।
भाई साहब आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं तो दिल्ली से आया था, मेरा शुगर का मरीज हूँ मैं। अरे मैंने दवाई
मेरे को 1 घंटा हो गया जी, मेरे को बीपी का शुगर रहता है। मेरे को 1 घंटा हो गया है, बीपी शुगर रहता है, और मैं इतने देर तो काफी कुछ करने कोशिश तो कर नहीं रहे हैं। ये कभी कह रहे रस्सी से उतारेंगे, कभी कह रहे इसी से उतारेंगे। हम लोग रस्सी से उतारने लायक है, और जंगल में कहाँ उतरेंगे हम लोग?
भाई साहब आप कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं कर रही? आप अपने मैनेजमेंट को क्यों नहीं बोल रहे?
कर रहे सर, कर रहे। क्या
कार्रवाई कर रहे हो? घंटे से बताओ कैसे उतारोगे इन लोगों को?
रेस्क्यू करेंगे सर।
रेस्क्यू करेंगे, रेस्क्यू से नहीं उतरेंगे हम रस्सी से नहीं उतरेंगे।
ये भाई साहब
Those were pictures from earlier when inside the cable car there were over 8 people stranded. The official version was that 8 people were inside that cable car when it was stalled there, and the cable car with 8 on board was stuck mid-air in Parvanu. Getting in a reaction that's coming in on ANI. Let's listen in.
किए गए हैं कितने जो केबल कार्स थी जिनमें जो ट्रॉलीज थी जिनमें ये लोग फंसे?
देखिए इसमें ये जो सुबह की बात है, थोड़ी 2-3 घंटे पहले की बात है कि केबल कार में जो है स्नैग आ गया, टेक्निकल स्नैग, उसकी वजह से केबल कार बंद हो गई। उसके बाद जो है मेरी बात जो है जिला प्रशासन से हुई, डिप्टी कमिश्नर सोलन से भी बात हुई है, और जो होटल का जो मालिक है आकाश गर्ग उससे भी बात हुई है। उन्होंने ये बताया कि स्नैग के कारण ये ट्रॉली रुक गई, और जो 2 ट्रॉली होती है, एक नीचे से ऊपर चढ़ती है, ऊपर से नीचे आती है। जो ट्रॉली ऊपर से नीचे आती थी उसमें 4 लोग थे, उनको सबसे पहले उनको रेस्क्यू कर अल्टरनेटिव उन्होंने मैकेनिकल एक और ट्रॉली बना करके उसके जरिए 4 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया। और जो जहाँ तक नीचे वाली ट्रॉली जो है, जो मेन स्टेशन है उससे लगभग 100 मीटर 125 मीटर के आसपास में वो ट्रॉली गई फंसी हुई है। उसमें 11 लोग थे, 11 में से जो है 7 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया है। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, और अभी 4 लोग बचे हुए हैं। जो मेरी जानकारी है, जो मैंने अभी आपके आने से 2 मिनट पहले जानकारी ली है, ऐसा बताया गया है कि आने वाले आधे घंटे में उन 4 लोगों को भी रेस्क्यू कर लिया जाएगा, जिसमें से 2 वृद्ध व्यक्ति हैं, 2 ठीक है। जो वृद्ध व्यक्ति हैं सबसे लास्ट में उनको उतारा जाएगा। जो इनका मैकेनिकल का जो मेन इंचार्ज है वो कैबिन के इनसाइड में है। सभी लोग ठीक हालत में है, और मुझे लगता है कि ये अभी ये सुखद समाचार हमें मिलेगा आधे घंटे के में कि सभी जितने भी बाकी लोग 4 बचे हैं उनको भी रेस्क्यू कर लिया जाएगा। इसके साथ साथ जो 15 लोग ट्रालियों में फंसे हुए थे, 2 ट्रालियों में, उनको आधे घंटे के भीतर जो है बाकी जो 4 बचे हैं उनको भी निकाल लिया जाएगा।
सर ये सब लोग, इनका डिटेल क्या है? टूरिस्ट हैं?
देखो ये अभी क्योंकि हमें भी जो ये सूचना है लगभग 40 मिनट पहले मिली थी, हमने इसके डिटेल में नहीं, हम तो नंबर पे ध्यान दिया कि कितने लोग फंसे हैं, किस प्रकार से हैं। एनडीआरएफ को बुला लिया गया है, मेरी जिलाधीश से बात हुई थी, और एनडीआरएफ की टीम नालागढ़ से चल चुकी है। वो किसी भी समय जो है घटनास्थल पर पहुंच सकती है। उसके अलावा क्योंकि हमने पहले जो, क्योंकि ये हादसा एक बार पहले भी हो चुका है, इसलिए जो एयरफोर्स को भी अलर्ट कर दिया गया। एयरफोर्स से बात होगी, उनको लिखित में डिप्टी कमिश्नर सोलन ने दे दिया है और वो तैयार है, लेकिन वो MOD मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस की क्लियरेंस का इंतज़ार कर रही है। उन MOD को भी रिक्वेस्ट जिलाधीश ने भेज दिया है, क्योंकि मेरी जो इस टिम्बर ट्रेल का मालिक है उससे बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने मुझे अश्योर किया था कि आधे घंटे के भीतर सबको निकाल लिया जाएगा। और ठीक आधे घंटे में जो 11 लोग से फंसे थे उसमें से आपने देखा कि 4 ही बचे हुए हैं, बाकियों को निकाल लिया है। तो हमने जो एयरफोर्स का था उसको हमने आधे पौने घंटे के लिए जो है स्टैंड बाय पे रखा है कि अगर ये ऐसी इस तरह से जो उन्होंने अल्टरनेटिव मैकेनिकल ट्रॉली से निकाले वैसे निकल जाएंगे तो एयरफोर्स को बुलाने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी। और वैसे जैसे मैंने बताया कि NDRF किसी भी समय पहुंच सकती है और सभी लोग स्वस्थ हैं और ये निकल आएंगे। उसकी जो आपने जो आपका मेन प्रश्न जो है कि उनके कहाँ के टूरिस्ट हैं, ऑब्वियसली मुझे लगता है ये सारे के सारे टूरिस्ट सीजन है, तो ज़्यादातर लोग टूरिस्ट ही होंगे इसमें से।
जैसा आपने कहा 4 लोग एल्डरली भी हैं इसमें, क्या ऐसी कोई स्थिति मालूम पड़ पाई है कि उनका मेडिकल कंडीशन क्या है? और
मेरी अभी इनसे बात हुई है, क्योंकि जो लोग जो है मोबाइल से बात कर रहे हैं, 2 एल्डरली लोग हैं और उनकी सबकी स्थिति बहुत अच्छी सी है। और जहाँ जहाँ भी रेस्क्यू किया गया वह एम्बुलेंस स्टैंड बाय पे खड़ी है और मेडिकल की डॉक्टर्स की भी वहाँ पे डॉक्टर्स भी हैं जो नीचे उन जिनको उतारा जा रहा है उनका मेडिकल चेकअप भी किया जा रहा है। तो ऐसी कोई भी पैनिक वाली कोई भी स्थिति अभी नज़र नहीं आ रही है।
Thank you. Being stranded in this cable car, where is this located? Were they tourists and how many have been rescued so far?
Well, this hotel is a Timber Trail Hotel, just very near to Parvanu, near Chandigarh, and there is a cable car. There are 2 cars, one goes up and one comes down. There are around 15 people were stranded in the cable car because of technical snag, and the upper area, the trolley, there were only 4 people. They were rescued in the first instance by sending a temporary mechanical trolley, and the down side there's another trolley where the 11 people were stranded. And I had a talk with the Deputy Commissioner Solan as well as the owner of the hotel, Mr. Akash Garg, and out of 11, 7 have been rescued and rescue operation is going on. Only 4 people are stranded now. Out of those 4, 2 are elderly people. Elderly people will be rescued in the last. And as per my information, all condition of all the people is okay. And we have put the ambulance on the standby, and there are doctors who are examining the people who are being rescued. So it is, I believe, that all the rescue operation will be completed within half an hour. Meanwhile, we have the rush to the NDRF team from the Nalagad area, which will be reaching the site anytime, and we have taken up the issue with the Air Force also. They are on standby, and we are clearing waiting for the clearance from Ministry of Defence. Meanwhile, we have requested Air Force to be on standby because the owner of the hotel and the other people from the administration, they have assured me that the operation will be completed within next half an hour.
How they were rescued? By which mean they were rescued? As we have information, some of them were reluctant not to come through the rope.
Well, they have been persuaded, as per my information. A temporary mechanical trolley has been installed, which has been put on the different cable car, and the people have just gone, and there's a main in charge is inside the main cable car right now, and they are pursuing the people. And why the elder people are being lost? Because the now elderly people have seen, they were reluctant, but now they have seen that other people are safely landed and they have been rescued safely. So they also have agreed now. They also will, by this temporary whatever cable we have, the trolley we have, they will also be rescued safely.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was an official version of the situation on the ground as being described by the officials there. The Principal Secretary of Disaster Management also speaking out earlier, saying that just about 4 people remain here in Solan, Himachal Pradesh, in Parvanu, where the rescue operations continue. Now, as of now, they say that most of them have been rescued, 4 of them remain, adding that there is no need to panic. Meanwhile, rescue operation of tourists trapped in Parvanu Timber Trail of Solan underway. I am reaching the spot is what the Himachal Chief Minister tweeted. So he's headed there. Let me get in a word from Amandeep as well, joining us live on the broadcast. Amandeep, what's the situation?
Well, Niranjan, the situation is that 4 are still yet to be evacuated from the spot just because they denied to come through the ropeway, just because they are elderly people and suffering from several diseases, and even they have informed the administration as well. So now administration is trying to arrange the assistance of Indian Air Force through chopper, so that at least an alternate ropeway. As we can see in visuals, Niranjan, that is very much visible that one cable car was stuck in the middle of the two mountains, and in fact the parallel cable is also located there. A temporary trolley will be installed to evacuate all the 4 people who denied to come through the ropeway following to their health issues. And in fact now the administration is trying to install the temporary trolley parallel to that ropeway. And meanwhile, it was also administration is also seeking the help from Indian Air Force and asking them to deploy a chopper for any kind of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Himachal Chief Minister has also showed the concern, and in fact he is also reaching on the spot. And even NDRF are already pressed into the services, just because, Niranjan, all 10 people, 10 tourists and 1 cable car assistant was stuck in the middle of 2 mountains. The cable car was bringing all the tourists from the uphill hotel to the down mountain in the restaurant from where the hotel is. This is basically, Niranjan, one hotel, which is half of the hotel was located at the downhill, and half of the hotel is located at the uphill also. And in fact, when the tourists were coming, when they are coming downwards and they have to return to their respective native places, this incident happened at around 2 o'clock. And in fact, after that, immediately everything pressed into the services, and now 6 have been evacuated, 4 are still at the cable car, and in fact Indian Air Force has been requested to deploy their chopper for any kind of assistance, and even they are arranging a temporary cable car to evacuate rest of the 4 just because they are not able to come down through the ropeway. So this is all the situation, but still, yes, rescue operation is underway, and entire administration and NDRF is on the spot, and they are trying to search another alternative way by which means that 4 people can be rescued safely, just because they are into the panic situation. The video we have accessed inside by the tourist voices, they are showing their concern. They are very much into the panic. Yes, Niranjan.
Okay, thank you for that. Amandeep, tracking the situation closely there. Rescue operations continue at Parwanu in Himachal Pradesh. In fact, the officials there are confident that they should be, that is, all of them who are trapped there should be rescued in a short while from now. Another cable car was also sent, being used in the rescue ops as we speak. So in a couple of minutes, perhaps that should be taken care of, and they should all be hopefully rescued safely back to the land. Thank you for that, Amandeep. Let's get you some more news from across the country now.
A stern message by the forces for not entertaining the rioters.
35 के करीब इसमें अरेस्टिंग हो चुकी है, और इसके बाद इसके अलावा सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर और भी जो जहाँ कैमरे हैं चौराहों पर, जहाँ कैमरे हैं वहाँ से कैमरों से भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज लिए जा रहे हैं, और उसमें से व्यक्तियों को आइडेंटिफिकेशन किया जा रहा है. आइडेंटिफिकेशन में लगभग 60 से ज़्यादा लोग अभी तक आइडेंटिफाइड और हो गए हैं, तो उनके खिलाफ भी वैधानिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है.
At least 50 people have been arrested by the Gwalior police in the city. Rioters in various areas were identified with the help of CCTV footages retrieved from the public spaces. An employee of a gym was arrested on the charges of trying to instigate the youth. The instigator's name was revealed after a reward of 5,000 rupees. The areas where the protests took place were considered to have many people interested in joining the army. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Getting in some more breaking news updates now from Delhi, this time, of a raid that is being conducted. Shravan breaking down the details of the raids being carried out by the CBI. CBI searches in Delhi. A top officer of the Central Drug Standard Control Organization is under the scanner. 3 lakh rupee trap was laid out and a joint drug controller, Dr. S. Esavar Reddy, was caught accepting the bribe. Officer caught accepting a bribe by the CBI. A 3 lakh rupee trap was laid. He's been trapped while giving clearance to a pre-trial of a medicine. Top drug officer has been caught red-handed by the CBI. My colleague Shavan joining us on the phone line. Shavan, we know how critical, the drug controllers are, and such officers especially have a big role in approving some of the most critical drugs in India. Hearing of a 3 lakh trap that was laid, do we know under what circumstances this officer was arrested?
Well, in fact, what we can confirm at this point in time is that the agency is carrying out searches in the national capital, and following which, in all likelihood, a major arrest is likely to take place. Now, this is with regard to a tip-off that was given to the Central Bureau of Investigation. The fact that one of the top officers of the Central Drug Standard Control Organization was actually indulging in corruption, and the fact...
Shavan, sorry to interrupt you there, my friend. Shavan, sorry to interrupt you there. I think there's a news conference coming in of the Delhi Police Special Cell on the Moosewala murder on A9 service, cutting across straight.
टाइम गवाए हुए सारी जेल्स पे, बहुत सारे इंटरस्टेट बाउंड्रीज पे, और बहुत ही इनके जो सिंडिकेट के नॉन मेंबर्स थे, काफ़ी जो इनके मेन सरगना थे उनको ऑलरेडी स्पेशल सेल ने, जैसे कि आपको पता है, पहले अरेस्ट किया हुआ है। और पंजाब में भी जो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम है, और ख़ास तौर पे उनके जो दोनों नोटेबल बड़े केसेस हैं लास्ट 2 साल के, विक्की मिड्डूखेड़ा की किलिंग, उसके भी जो दोनों मेन शूटर थे उसको स्पेशल सेल ने अरेस्ट किया। दूसरा जो संदीप नंगल अंबिया का केस था, उसमें भी जो मेन शूटर था उसको स्पेशल सेल की टीम ने अरेस्ट किया। काफ़ी स्पेशल सेल के लिए भी बड़ी चैलेंजिंग टास्क था शूटर्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना, उस पर काम करना बिना वारदात के मौके पे जाए हुए, क्योंकि जैसा कि हम जानते हैं ये घटना पंजाब के एरिया में घटी। तो हमारी कोई भी टीम क्योंकि सीन ऑफ क्राइम एक अलग जगह पे था और लोकल एरिया पे हम ऐसा कुछ नहीं करना चाहते थे जो कि किसी भी तरीके से ऐसा हो कि हम किसी के भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बाधा बने। बट उसके बावजूद हमारी टीम्स का मकसद था कि हम जल्द से जल्द जिन लोगों ने भी इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है उनको हम जस्टिस तक लेके आएँ। तो हमारी कुछ टीम तो ऐसी हैं जिन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट 18-19 दिन से जो लगातार बाहर इसमें कैंप कर रही थी, और 6 शूटर, जैसे हमने आपको पहले भी बताया था कि हमने 6 शूटर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं। तो वो 6 के 6 जो अभी है उनकी जो आइडेंटिटीज़ हैं इस्टेब्लिश हो चुकी हैं। कैसे उन्होंने घटना को अंजाम दिया, कौन किस गाड़ी में था, किसने पिस्टल फायर करी, किसने AK-47 फायर करी, तो वो सारी चीज़ें भी हम अभी इसको इस्टेब्लिश कर पाए हैं। तो उस दिन की जो घटना थी उसमें 2 मॉड्यूल इस पे जो घटना को अंजाम देने में वो एक्टिव थे। दोनों गोल्डी ब्राड से कनाडा में जो बैठ के इसको इन टच थे, दोनों मॉड्यूल से इन टच थे। एक गाड़ी में बोलेरो में जिसको कशिश चला रहा था, जिसको प्रियव्रत फौजी जो है ये मॉड्यूल को हेड कर रहा था, अंकित सिरसा इनके साथ था और दीपक मुंडी इनके साथ था। ये 4 लोग बोलेरो गाड़ी में थे और इस मॉड्यूल को प्रियव्रत फौजी हेड कर रहा था। जो कोरोला गाड़ी थी उसमें जगरूप रूपा गाड़ी चला रहा था, मनप्रीत मन्नू उसके साथ बैठा था। तो जब शुभदीप सिद्धू अपने घर से निकले, जैसा कि ऑलरेडी पंजाब पुलिस ने बताया ही है कि एक संदीप केकड़ा नाम का व्यक्ति है जिसने इनिशियल इंटीमेशन दी कि उनकी मूवमेंट हुई है और उनके साथ कोई उस टाइम सिक्योरिटी नहीं थी और उनके 2 फ्रेंड्स थे। तो उसी टाइम इनको इंस्ट्रक्शन आती है, क्योंकि ये लोग कई दिन से मल्टीपल रैकीज कर चुके थे। तो जब इनको पता चला कि कोई सिक्योरिटी साथ नहीं है तो इन्होंने उनकी गाड़ी को पीछा किया करोला ने गाड़ी को ओवरटेक करते हुए मनप्रीत मन्नू ने AK-47 फायर करी। तो उस बर्स्ट में जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला थे उनको गन शॉट्स लगे और उनकी थार वहीं पे रुक गई और करोला से फिर ये दोनों उतरे और पीछे जो बोलेरो थी वो भी टेल कर रही थी, उसमें से भी ये चारों जो शूटर थे दूसरे मॉड्यूल के ही उतरे। तो 6 के 6 लोगों ने वेपन्स यूज़ किए, फायरिंग करी, मल्टीपल राउंड्स फायर हुए, जिसका ऑलरेडी खाका जो है वो पंजाब पुलिस ने मीडिया के साथ शेयर किया है। तो जब इन्होंने देखा कि काफ़ी बुरी तरह से इन्होंने असॉल्ट कर दिया है और उनके बचने की संभावना नहीं है, तो ये उन दोनों गाड़ियों में वहाँ से वारदात को अंजाम देकर निकल गई। वारदात के बाद जो मन्नू था और रूपा थे ये अलग चले गए, जो ये बाकी 4 लोग थे ये बोलेरो में अलग गए। इनको केशव ने पिक किया, थोड़े किलोमीटर के बाद इन्होंने अपनी बोलेरो छोड़ दी। उसके बाद केशव ने इन्हें ट्रांसपोर्ट किया, वहाँ से फिर ये फतेहाबाद पहुँचे, कुछ दिन वहाँ रुके, फिर आगे भी इनकी कई जगह मूवमेंट रही। तो हमारी टीम्स तो काफ़ी देर से इस पे आपको जैसे बताया राइट फ्रॉम उसी टाइम से काम कर रही थी। तो 19 तारीख को सुबह के टाइम हमारी जो स्पेशल सेल की टीम्स थी इन्होंने इनको अरेस्ट किया है। ये है खारी मिट्टी रोड, विलेज बारोई, मुंद्रा पोर्ट के पास। तो इन्होंने वहाँ पे एक रेंटेड मकान किसी लोकल प्रॉपर्टी डीलर के थ्रू ले रखा था, क्योंकि जब इन्हें देखा कि ऑलरेडी कुछ फ़ोटोज़ आपको याद होंगी कि सर्कुलेट हुई थी, जो कि एक इंटरनल हमारा नोट था, उसमें हमने एक शुरू में कुछ वर्किंग करी थी जिसमें हमने कुछ सस्पेक्ट्स को अंकित किया था किसी ग्राउंड पे। लेकिन ऑब्वियसली सस्पेक्ट्स में से दैट वाज द स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट। तो 3 उसमें से जो हमारा वो था कि 3 शूटर जो थे वो वही निकले, रूपा, मन्नू और प्रियव्रत फौजी। इनसे रिकवरीज जो हुई हैं वो है 8 हाई एक्सप्लोसिव ग्रेनेड्स अलॉन्ग विद अंडर बैरल ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर। और ये जो HE-36 ग्रेनेड्स थे दे वर फॉर यूज विद ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर्स। ये ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर AK-47 राइफल पे भी माउंट हो सकता था। 9 इनसे इलेक्ट्रिक डेटोनेटर मिले हैं। एक असॉल्ट राइफल मिली है विद 20 राउंड्स। 3 सोफिस्टिकेटेड स्टार पिस्टल्स मिले हैं ऑफ .30 बोर। 36 राउंड इनसे 7.62 mm स्टार पिस्टल्स के मिले हैं और एक पार्ट AK सीरीज असॉल्ट राइफल का मिला है। इसके अलावा इन्होंने पूरा जो इनका सीक्वेंस था, जो इन्होंने कैसे ये गैदर हुए, कहाँ ये मिले, कुछ चीज़ें हम आपसे नहीं शेयर कर सकते। हमने इनफैक्ट काफ़ी लेबोरेटली आपको बता ही दिया है। वो सारा हम उसको बिल्कुल एक चेन की तरह इस्टेब्लिश कर पाए हैं, विच वी विल बी शेयरिंग विद अदर लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसीज जहाँ जहाँ इन्होंने जो जो क्राइम कर रखा है। पंजाब पुलिस से भी हम रेगुलरली कोऑपरेट करते आए हैं और जो रेलेवेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन होगी, क्योंकि सीन ऑफ क्राइम वहाँ है, जो मेन इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वहाँ है। लेकिन हमारे भी जो मकोका केस में इनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, मकोका केस में ऑलरेडी हमने इनके सिंडिकेट के, जैसे कि आपको ऑलरेडी मेंबर्स पता हैं, ऑलरेडी अरेस्ट किए हैं। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को अरेस्ट किया है, राजकुमार राजू बसोदी को किया है, संपट नेहरा, रविंदर सिंह, जगदीप जग्गू, प्रियव्रत काला, राहुल सांगा, नरेश सेठी, अनिल लीला, अक्षय, सचिन भांजा, संदीप काला जथेड़ी, वीरेंद्र प्रताप काला राणा, ओम प्रकाश काला, दीपक टिन्नू। और इन सबको ऑलरेडी स्पेशल सेल ने मकोका केस में अरेस्ट किया है। तो इस मेन केस में इनकी भी अरेस्ट करी गई है, क्योंकि ये उन्हीं के सिंडिकेट के मेंबर हैं। और फर्दर जो भी कार्रवाई होगी, जब हमें लगेगा कि आपसे शेयर करनी है तो हम आपसे शेयर करेंगे।
A-94 जो चल रहा था, क्या उसका इस्तेमाल हुआ?
देखिए, वो AK सीरीज़ की राइफल हमें अभी तक पता है, जो इनकी इंटरोगेशन से इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है, AK सीरीज़ की थी। और उसकी तो फोरेंसिक्स हो जाएगी, डेफिनेटिव कोरोबोरेशन तो फोरेंसिक से ही हो पाएगी और जब वेपन मिल जाएगा।
किस तरह के वेपन से इन लोगों ने गोली चलाई?
जो अभी तक हमें इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है, जो इंसिडेंट में यूज़ हुई है वो एक AK सीरीज़ की असॉल्ट राइफल हुई है, मल्टीपल पिस्टल्स यूज़ हुए हैं और ये जो ग्रेनेड्स वगैरह इन्होंने रखे हुए थे ये भी इनके पास थे और पिस्टल्स भी इनके पास रिजर्व थे जो हमने रिकवर किए हैं। तो ये इंसिडेंट में इन्होंने बैकअप के लिए रखे थे कि अगर बाय चांस कुछ ऐसा होता है कि इनकी पिस्टल से या ऑटोमेटिक वेपन से बात नहीं बनती तो इन्होंने ये ग्रेनेड भी इस इंसिडेंट में यूज़ करने थे।
All right, that is the Delhi police briefing we got for you live there. Many important points there being made that syndicates of many gangs are involved in the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. And he also took us through the modus operandi of the assassination. We'll be tracking the story very closely. First, let's have a look at the top headlines at this hour. Bharat Bandh completely flopped. Section 144 imposed in multiple cities, but normal life unaffected. Desperate Congress attacks the forces now, questions the character of her bravehearts. Former Karnataka CM Kumaraswamy insults the army, compares Agniveers to Nazis. After Nazi attacks, the JDS says the Agnipath scheme is a plan to bring the army under RSS. Congress insults the Prime Minister now, says he will die Hitler's death if he follows his path. Congress link emerges to Varanasi, violence NSUI leader booked by Yogi's police. Let's start with some breaking update right now. PM Modi, without referring to Agnipath, the scheme says in a public gathering in Bengaluru, and I quote here, many decisions and reforms may seem unpopular at first, but with time they will benefit the country. So once again, PM Modi there referring to the Agnipath scheme, saying in a public gathering in Bengaluru there that many decisions and reforms may seem unpopular at first, but with time they will benefit the country. A very strong statement there coming in from the Prime Minister, and where he's clearly stating that even though it seems to be unpopular at the first look, in time, the scheme, the Agnipath scheme, is something which will benefit the country. I'm being joined by Senior Executive Editor Abhishek. Abhishek, now this is a very strong statement coming in from the Prime Minister itself. He's making it very clear that how important this scheme is for the youth of a country.
Well, Shivangi, this is second day running when the Prime Minister has, even if indirectly, taken on the opposition on the issue of Agnipath protests. Remember, while the protesters have toned down their angst and whatever they were doing, we have seen the political opposition really picking it up. So yesterday we had the Prime Minister in Delhi at an event saying that it's the misfortune of the country that if you do something good, it is opposed and attempts are made to stop it. And reforms are not allowed to happen. Of course, he did not mention Agnipath, he did not mention the opposition. Today, while speaking at Bengaluru, he has made this statement that many decisions and reforms may seem unpopular at first, but with time they will benefit the country.
Abhishek, just hold on for a second, Abhishek, because we have got that exact sound bite of the Prime Minister. Let's listen in and then I'll come back to you.
कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से अप्रिय लग सकते हैं, लेकिन समय के साथ उन रिफॉर्म्स का लाभ आज देश अनुभव करता है। रिफॉर्म का रास्ता ही हमें नए लक्ष्यों, नए संकल्पों की तरफ ले जाता है।
All right, we are being joined by Major General G.D. Bakshi. Thank you for joining us. This is a very important statement coming in from the Prime Minister. As the Agnipath debate rages, this is definitely a very, very strong statement.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Major General G.D. Bakshi, go ahead.
Yes, please. Yes, it is a very positive, emphatic statement. And we hope that in the days to come, this scheme will mature and be widely acceptable by the people for its benefits. It will produce a younger army. And I'm sure that if there are any teething problems, they will be tweaked by the armed forces and by the government.
But Major General, right now we are getting these statements coming in from the opposition as well. Time and again, even the forces, sir, even, the top leaders have said it's a great scheme. But still the opposition is not relenting, sir, and terrible statements are also coming from some of the leaders. What's your first reaction?
Look, one thing that I'm very clear about is that if anybody wants to change this scheme through violence, through arson, through burning trains, buses, government property, I think you are being lunatic. That's dead wrong. You are doing harm to the country, and people who want to join the armed forces to defend the country, to defend the people, to defend the property of the state, I mean, they can't be involved in burning buses and trams and trains. I mean, that disqualifies you from the word go. And let me tell the children, don't get enticed by these people who are trying to use you to create mayhem and chaos and this thing in the country. Because if you get, your face even comes on the CCTV camera, you will lose all chances of joining not only the armed forces, but any central government employment, any state government employment. Because nobody wants arsonists, nobody wants rioters in the ranks. We want soldiers who will be disciplined.
Right, Major General.
So that nonsense is straight away out, and I'm very sorry the political parties are trying to exploit this issue.
All right, Major General, thank you.
Discussing, debating, coming up with constructive suggestions.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Major General G.D. Bakshi, for your comments there. I'm also being joined by BJP MP Hansraj. Hans, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. What is the first reaction coming in right now? It's very clear that the Prime Minister does think of the youth of the nation, and he's making it very clear that this scheme will benefit the entire country.
प्रधानमंत्री जी यूथ को लेके, बच्चों को लेके हमेशा कंसर्न रहते हैं, वरीड रहते हैं, तो उनको उनकी भलाई के लिए ये जो सोचा है उसके लिए अवेयरनेस नहीं है शायद, उसका बच्चों को थोड़ा इंस्टिगेट वो करके थोड़ा सा कुछ पार्टियां, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जैसे बख्शी साहब ने फरमाया, ऐसा ही हो रहा है। बच्चों को समझाना है कि आपके भलाई के लिए है, बहुत अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है, जॉबलेस हैं बच्चे, वो काम पे लगेंगे, उसके बाद भी काम पे लगेंगे। वो जो इनसिक्योरिटी वाली फीलिंग है, इनसिक्योर किया जा रहा है, ये जो फैलाया जा रहा है, इसको निकालना है बस।
हाँ जी, and we are seeing protests continuing, even the opposition making some very harsh statements there, even calling, PM Modi, insulting him, in fact, with some names. What is a reaction to that at this point of time?
पॉलिटिकल जो अपोजिशन है या दूसरे लोग हैं जो फ्री हुए हैं, उनको मेरा मशवरा है कि आपको फ्री किया हुआ है, थोड़ा अच्छा सोचो, नेगेटिव ना सोचो। ये सोचो कि इतने साल आपने राज किया, इतने आप 89 की बात चल रही थी, आप डिसीजन ले लेते। अगर कोई अच्छा आप अपलिफ्ट करने के लिए नेशन को, इस देश को इंटरनेशनली देखो कितना क्रेडिबिलिटी बनी है, ऐसा कोई लीडर नहीं पैदा हुआ आज तक जिसको दुनिया में इतना सराहा गया हो, चाहे जो बाइडेन हो, यूके वाले हो, यूक्रेन वाले हो, रशिया वाले हो, सब लोग कहते हैं कि देखो जी, अब यूके के प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने ये कहा कि वैक्सीन जो मेरे लगी है वो मोदी साहब ने जो इंडिया ने भेजी वो है, तो वो अपने बच्चों का बुरा कैसे सोच सकते हैं, यूथ का बुरा कैसे सोच सकते हैं? तो बच्चों को थोड़ा, जो मुझे लगता है कि उनको मिसगाइड किया जा रहा है, और वो लोग कर रहे हैं जो जिनको लगता है कि हमारी अब बारी नहीं आने देंगे मोदी साहब।
All right, we also joined by अनुराग भदौरिया, SP spokesperson. जो PM ने अभी जो बोला है, आपका भी रिएक्शन क्या है? It's very very clear that the scheme, in fact, with all leaders, with also with the forces behind it, it definitely is something the PM is saying is going to benefit the country.
मुझे लगता है कि देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ नहीं खेलना चाहिए सरकार को, और आर्मी के साथ एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस स्टेज पे आर्मी है, हमारी वर्ल्ड क्लास आर्मी है, लोग उसकी सराहना करते हैं, उसकी जो रिक्रूटमेंट सिस्टम है वो वर्ल्ड क्लास है, और आप उस पर एक्सपेरिमेंट करने जा रहे हैं, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। एक बात। दूसरी बात, जो बातें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता करते हैं, वो उनके नेता कह रहे हैं कि हम इसके बाद अपने बीजेपी कार्यालय में प्राथमिकता देंगे जो अग्निवीर होंगे। अपने बेटे को तो MLA बनाते हो, और देश के जो बच्चे हैं, जो मिडिल क्लास के बच्चे हैं, जो अग्निवीर जाएंगे वो आर्मी के, उनको आप कहते हो मैं सिक्योरिटी में यहाँ पे रख लूंगा। ये इंसल्टिंग नहीं तो क्या है? एक तरफ जनरल वीके सिंह कहते हैं कि जो वो तो 62 साल की उम्र में अपनी उम्र बढ़ाने में कोर्ट से फाइट करने लग गए थे, और यहाँ 23 साल की उम्र में रिटायर करना देना चाहते हैं। ये बीजेपी के नेता डबल स्टैंडर्ड की बातें कैसे कर रहे हैं, ये मेरी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। एक तरफ जब इनसे पूछा जाता तो कहते हैं आर्मी का फैसला है, दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी के सांसद कह रहे थे कि मोदी जी ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। तो पहले बताइए कि ये किसका फैसला है, पॉलिटिकल फैसला है या आर्मी ने फैसला लिया है? यही नहीं क्लियर कर पाते हैं। ये अपने हिसाब से हर बात को तोड़ते मरोड़ते रहते हैं, ये समझ के परे। और मेरा मानना है कि हमारी संस्कृति, जो देश की संस्कृति है, वो यूक्रेन और रसिया की तरह नहीं है कि आप दूसरे देशों से कंपेयर कर रहे हो। हमारा देश अलग है, महान है, उसके यहाँ के यूथ की प्रायोरिटी अलग है, उसको रोजगार चाहिए और रोजगार में सिक्योरिटी चाहिए, और आप सिक्योरिटी नहीं देना चाहते हो, ये चिंता की बात है।
Haji, thank you, Anurag Bhadoria, SP spokesperson, and Hansraj Hans from the BJP for joining us here. Well, much more coming up on the other side. It was very, very short break. The Congress link emerges. The Congress link emerges to Varanasi violence. The NSUI leader has now been booked by Yogi's police. Stay tuned.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में, वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है, वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
As per standard operating procedure, they followed the checklist, the QRH. They first announced a pan call, which means there is something abnormal but not requiring immediate assistance. Then they did the checklist, which takes a few minutes. The checklist calls for shutting down the suspected engine. They shut down that suspected engine, and then they landed as per procedure on a single engine.
Just a few hours after the first mid-air SpiceJet fire accident, another SpiceJet flight was forced to turn around. Preliminary reports suggest that the cause of the cabin pressure differential not building up along with the rise in cabin altitude was the reason. The aircraft was leveled off at 6,000 feet. Prime Minister Modi will visit Karnataka today and also visit the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru, where the Prime Minister will inaugurate Center for Brain Research and lay the foundation stone of a multi-speciality hospital. He will
In In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM president was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM president was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy superintendent of police has been set up to probe the matter. While AIMIM has called this an attempt to malign the image of the party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
All right, now the Congress is staging a protest march toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Those are the live shots coming in from New Delhi. You can see those visuals there on your screen. Congress leaders right now marching to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, holding placards and holding signs. Visuals coming in from New Delhi, live visuals and minute-by-minute updates here on Republic TV. In fact, we have many leaders there who are marching to the Rashtrapati Bhavan there. Big leaders such as Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Mallikarjun Kharge are part of that team of leaders who are right now marching to Rashtrapati Bhavan. These are the visuals there coming on your screen. You can see the important leaders of the Congress party there marching to Rashtrapati Bhavan. We're getting you these visuals there on your screen. Remember that this is coming in the backdrop of also the Congress which held the Satyagraha at Jantar Mantar, as Rahul also had appeared before the ED for questioning, and also the opposition parties calling a Bharat Bandh over Agnipath protest. Well, we will be tracking this story very closely. Much more coming up on the other side of the short break.
A quick roundup of news in brief. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Sunday met with his Bangladeshi counterpart Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen for the 7th India-Bangladesh Joint Consultative Commission meet. Both leaders mutually marked strengthened bilateral ties and signaled a better relationship in all possible aspects in the near future.
Today, Bangladesh is our largest development partner. It is our largest trade partner in the region. It is our largest visa operations overseas. And that really underlines every aspect of our cooperation. And we, in turn, are your largest export destination in Asia. And I'm glad to see that your exports have doubled to $2 billion this year.
As a massive accident was averted after a Delhi-bound SpiceJet flight made an emergency landing at a Patna airport after catching fire mid-air, the chief of flight operations of the airline lauded the pilots for handling the situation well, further stating that the Directorate General of Civil Aviation will probe the matter.
In France, Emmanuel Macron's numbers look grim in the legislative polls as he is predicted to fall short on achieving the majority. In the final round of the parliamentary elections, results will determine the ease with which he could pursue his goals.
All right, in a suspected case of suicide in Sangli, Maharashtra, the bodies of 9 people of the same family were found in the house there in Sangli. They were said to be family members of 2 brothers, while the cause of the death is yet to be found out. According to sources, they committed suicide due to financial difficulties. Well, this is tragic news coming in right now. What it seems to be is a suspected case of suicide there coming in from Maharashtra, and the bodies of 9 people of the same family were found in that house. We are showing you those visuals there also from the house. Very tragic visuals on a screen. Satya Prakash joining me. Satya, take us through the details of this terrible case from Sangli.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र के सांगली में आज लगभग 11 बजे की बात है जब एक ही परिवार के 9 लोगों का डेड बॉडी मिला है। पुलिस मौके पहुंची और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए डेड बॉडी भेज दिया है, लेकिन जो प्राथमिक जानकारी मिल रही है कि आर्थिक फाइनेंशियल तंगी की वजह से सुसाइड किया है। फिलहाल पुलिस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है। एक ही परिवार के 9 लोगों ने सुसाइड किया है। जी,
All right, thank you so much, Satya Prakash, there joining us and getting us the details of this case coming in where 9 people of a family have been suspected to commit suicide. Well, much more coming up on the other side of this very, very short break. After the Nazi attack now, JDS says the Agnipath scheme is a plan to bring the army under the RSS.
As per standard operating procedure, they followed the checklist, the QRH. They first announced a pan call, which means there is something abnormal but not requiring immediate assistance. Then they did the checklist, which takes a few minutes. The checklist calls for shutting down the suspected engine. They shut down that suspected engine and then they landed as per procedure on a single engine.
Just a few hours after the first mid-air SpiceJet fire accident, another SpiceJet flight was forced to turn around. Preliminary reports suggest that the cause of the cabin pressure differential not building up along with the rise in cabin altitude was the reason. The aircraft was leveled off at 6,000 feet. Prime Minister Modi will visit Karnataka today and also visit the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru, where the Prime Minister will inaugurate Centre for Brain Research and lay the foundation stone of a multi-speciality hospital. He will inaugurate the new campus of Pace University and unveil the statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Bengaluru, Hindi banners welcoming Prime Minister Modi were smeared with black paint, allegedly by pro-Kannada activists in the city.
In a shocking incident, pro-Pakistan slogans were raised as AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi arrived in Ranchi. The AIMIM president was in Jharkhand to campaign for the by-election of Mandar Assembly seat when he was met with pro-Pakistan slogans at the airport, sparking a massive debate. Following the virality of the video, an investigation has been launched in a bid to check the authenticity of the video, and a joint committee of magistrate and deputy
Getting some details that Gopal Krishna Gandhi will not run for president after Farooq Abdullah and Sharad Pawar. Gopal Krishna Gandhi has rejected, I repeat, has rejected the offer to run for president. As the presidential elections come closer, we're getting back-to-back updates, and now Gopal Krishna Gandhi will not be running for president. That is what we are getting for you right now. Remember that, in fact, Mahatma Gandhi's grandson has turned down opposition parties' request to contest for the presidential elections. All three choices of the opposition have said pass. I want to go to Aishwarya, who's getting us the details on this big story. Aishwarya, over to you.
Well, absolutely, because the opposition understands that they want a face whom they can make to contest against the BJP, but all these three leaders, whether it is Farooq Abdullah, Sharad Pawar himself, and now Gopal Krishna Gandhi, taking a line from Sharad Pawar, who was the first to say no, because they know they do not have the numbers, either in Lok Sabha nor in Rajya Sabha. Hence, Sharad Pawar, the senior most leaders of these three, was the first leader to say no, he's not interested, because he exactly understands that the numbers are just not in his favor, and that the opposition candidate is going to fall flat on his face, on the floor, when it comes down to voting and then election of the next president of India. BJP wants a consensus over this. There was a meeting late yesterday evening at the residence of the BJP National President, Jagat Prakash Nadda, in which the process to reach out to the opposition will continue. But one after the other, all these three, Farooq Abdullah, Sharad Pawar, and now Gopal Krishna Gandhi, are saying no, whatever may be the reason they might say, coming in front of the camera and say no, they are not interested, though they do not. They think there are better candidates. The reality remains that all these three, taking a peg from Sharad Pawar himself, understand that the numbers are just not in favor of the opposition, and when the numbers are not in favor, you're not even in the fight. And if you're not in the fight,
right?
So yeah, back to you, Mr.
All right, thank you, Aishwarya Kapoor, Executive Editor Politics, for getting us all those details now. Viewers, this is big news coming in that Gopal Krishna Gandhi will not run for president. This is coming after Farooq Abdullah and Sharad Pawar had earlier rejected the offer to run for president, and this is big news coming in. And actually, we got a statement from him as well. He said that having considered the matter deeply, I see that the opposition candidate should be the one who will generate a national consensus and a national atmosphere beside opposition unity. Well, much more coming up on the other side of the short break. We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए ये कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
ये रिफॉर्म लॉन्ग पेंडिंग था। ये स्टेटमेंट आज की नहीं है, ये 1989 की स्टेटमेंट है। 1989 में ये काम शुरू हुआ।
अग्निवीर जो हमारे आएंगे नेवी में, वो जेंडर न्यूट्रल रहेंगे, तो विमेन अग्निवीर भी हम लोग ले रहे हैं।
जो हमारे साथ अग्निवीर स्कीम में जुड़ना चाहता है, वो अपना सर्टिफिकेट देगा, प्लेज करेगा कि उसने ना तो किसी प्रोटेस्ट में हिस्सा लिया है, ना ही किसी तोड़फोड़ में हिस्सा लिया है। ये प्रावधान करा गया है।
Bharat Bandh completely flopped. Section 144 imposed in multiple cities, but normal life unaffected. Desperate Congress attacks the forces now, questions the character of our bravads. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Kumaraswamy insults the army, compares Agniveers to Nazis. After Nazi attack, the JDS says Agnipath scheme is a plan to bring the army under RSS. And Congress leaders' intemperate use of language against the Prime Minister continues. Congress insults the PM again, says he will die Hitler's death if he follows his path. Also, in connection with the Agnipath violence, Congress links emerge in Varanasi. NSUI leader booked by Yogi's police. आवाज नहीं आ रही। Pictures of Kashmiri Pandit community and those employed with the J&K administration protesting. These pictures are coming in live from Srinagar, where our team is reporting from. Zeenat is live. In fact, if you could go to her, Zeenat, what are the demands for which these Kashmiri Pandit employees seem to be protesting for?
See, Abhishek, these are the visuals from the Sheikhpura Badgam. This is the Pandit colony and this is the place where Rahul Bhatt earlier used to live. Now the employees of all Minority Employees Association of Kashmir, they are taking the protest out, demanding relocation. No further demand, only one relocation that is coming from the Kashmiri Pandits. Or the Kashmiri Pandits also briefed press about the situation in the Kashmir, and they believe that the SRO 4112 should be amended. This is the SRO under which they got the job some 12 years back. And they also are alleging that the government on all fronts have failed to save the lives. They could not construct concrete homes for the Kashmiri Pandits. And they also said that for the last 38 days, they have been protesting. The protests have been going on in Jammu as well. And Kashmiri Pandit won't be a scapegoat any further. Kashmiri Pandits warn government that they should look into the matter. Otherwise, they'll go to the international media demanding asylum for the Kashmiri Pandits as they don't feel secure in the Kashmir Valley. They also said that the Kashmiri Pandit community is planning for a protest in Delhi's Jantar Mantar soon, and said as far as this employees, all Minority Employees Association is concerned, some 6,000 is the number of the employees, and they claim that 4,800 have already left, and some of them are here because they want the relocation to the safer place, because the LG, when they met in the May, that time the LG as per them had said that it will take LG administration 3 years to take care of the situation, to turn the situation better, and now they are demanding the relocation for till the time the situation in the Kashmir Valley improves. That is why they are demanding that they should be relocated to the safer places, and also said that they are not looking for the service related issues. The way recently the order has come from the administration, they are only looking that the lives of the Kashmiri Pandits should be safe, because the kind of killings that had happened in the recent past, they don't want to be scapegoat any further. Yes, Abhishek.
Right, Zeenat, my next question is, you said of the 6,000 odd employees of the community with the J&K administration in Srinagar, 4,800 have already left. So what stops the remaining 1,200 to leave? Given the fact that the government has made it amply clear that transferring these employees outside of the valley would defeat the purpose of having them there, that it would lead to success of the nefarious designs of terrorists who want the valley to be emptied of all communities, particularly the Kashmiri Pandits. So in that case, if the government is not going to listen to them, what is going to come out of these protests?
See, Abhishek, this was the question I asked these Kashmiri Pandits who have been protesting here at the Sheikhpura colony. They said that they don't agree with the statement coming from the Home Minister. If the government is not serious about the issue of Kashmiri Pandits, then they know what to do, because they said that they will be looking for the asylum in some another country, and also they will go to the media, the international media, to develop more pressure on the government. So this is, then they also said that the number 4,800 that has gone outside the valley, they are the ones who don't have the home, the accommodation provided by the government of Jammu and Kashmir. They are living here on the rented accommodation, where the fear of getting killed is more. So they are quite clear about their agenda, because they said that they have been looking for what is happening on ground. Despite that, the government claiming that the situation in the Kashmir is normal. It's not. Only two things are flourishing in the Kashmir Valley. One is terrorism and the another is tourism.
Right, Gina, thank you so much. Keep close tabs. This is an important development, given the fact that the government has made its position amply clear that it's not going to transfer Kashmiri Pandits outside of the valley. Moving on. Politics over Agnipath recruitment scheme with the defense forces refuses to die down. In fact, it's intensifying. Earlier we had the protests that turned into vandalism and damage of public property. Now it is being taken over by political opposition. We have seen the Congress party protesting on the issue of Agnipath, of course, on the issue of questioning of Rahul Gandhi as well, at Delhi's Janata Mantar yesterday and today. In fact, in a while from now, a Congress delegation would be meeting the President of India, asking him as Commander-in-Chief to make the government reconsider the scheme. But what is important is that use of intemperate language, particularly by Congress leaders on the issue, is riling. In fact, comparisons have been made between the government and Hitler. Modi, for example, has been compared, Prime Minister Modi, with Hitler. In fact, the soldiers are also being denigrated, because one leader compared army or the Agniveers that would come in to the Nazis. I think new bottoms are being hit, and the Prime Minister obviously not happy, hitting back by saying that it's the misfortune of the country that all reforms face opposition. He said that yesterday, and today again he has made a comment. Let's listen in what he had to say. Of course, not directly, but still alluding to protests to Agnipath recruitment scheme of the defense forces. Listen in.
कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से अप्रिय लग सकते हैं, लेकिन समय के साथ उन रिफॉर्म्स का लाभ आज देश अनुभव करता है। रिफॉर्म का रास्ता ही हमें नए लक्ष्यों, नए संकल्पों की तरफ ले जाता है। कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से अप्रिय लग सकते हैं, लेकिन समय के साथ उन रिफॉर्म्स का लाभ आज देश अनुभव करता है। रिफॉर्म का रास्ता ही हमें नए लक्ष्यों, नए संकल्पों की तरफ ले जाता है।
All right, that was Prime Minister who was saying that reforms, when they come, might seem unpalatable on the face of it, but then their long-term consequences are for the good of the society, for the good of the country, and that ultimately things fall in place. So opposition should be keeping that in mind. Also remember that by the time the real benefits or intended benefits of the Agnipath and Agniveer scheme really come out, we have a guest, Anurag Singh, on the phone joining us. Anila Singh of the BJP, in fact, is joining us. Anila Singh, Prime Minister there, hitting back at the opposition for not understanding the true benefits of the scheme in the larger interests of the country. The Prime Minister has, in fact, spoken twice in the last 24 hours, expressing his angst at the manner the opposition is going ahead with its protests. You think that after the Prime Minister has spoken, the opposition would restrain itself or not?
See, if we talk about Agnipath scheme, it is a very good scheme for the youngsters of our country, and that is why opposition is opposing it. The youth who is going to go ahead and give competitive exams for Agnipath to become Agniveer, now most of them, they have understood, so you cannot see them on road. So people who are creating Maham or Rakas on the road, these are political parties or the organizations who are always anti-India. And the people who are saying what is going to happen to a youth who is going to come back after 4 years. So I need to ask one question from all such people, all such political parties. When a student after class 12 gets selected in IIT, for example, after completing his IIT, he leaves the job of engineering, he gives the competition for IIM, then he gets selected in IIM. After completing IIM, then he leaves IIM, then he sits for UPSC and becomes an IAS officer. So, no question mark there. A child who becomes an engineer, leaves that job, he goes for IIM, does the management, he leaves that too, then he becomes an IAS officer. And then many of them, they leave IAS, IPS and they become politicians as well. So this is absolutely a nonsense who says that what they are going to do after 4 years. So big arena is there. They can go ahead. They can pick up different things. They can make the future brighter. But the thing is, if they are going to get themselves politicized, they are going to ruin their future.
Right. Anil Singh, thank you so much for joining us. Let's try to understand what are the issues that are actually being raised by the opposition, or are they bereft of any issues but just are in a mood to turn this episode also, this reform also, into yet another opportunity to put the government on the mat just for the sake of politics. Let's listen into opposition voices as well.
युवा मर रहा है, युवाओं को खून बह रहा है, तो मैंने कहा अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ।
इसमें सिर्फ नौजवानों की समस्या नहीं है, नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
देखो, अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं।
हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी, सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
आप देश की सेना को पीटने जा रहे हैं, इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ है। आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग युवा सड़क पर है, और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ